never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
'Namaste'. Please join us this Sunday on a free online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste to everyone, and welcome to our Healing Our Earth event today, our special program, all concerned with our health, your health, the planet's health. And today we have the most amazing guests who have joined us. But before we start, why not do a little prayer, which is not just for our own selves, but for peace on earth and peace for every single human being on this earth. This is what we're here for. Healing Our Earth is about spreading love, joy, and peace around the world. So let's start off with a special little prayer, and then I'd love to introduce you to my wonderful guests and co-hosts who'll be joining us today on our special integrated health program. So starting off with Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Today, we pay tribute to all those gurus, all those health experts, all the professionals who are out there who are spreading their knowledge, their wisdom to the rest of us so that we can transform our health in a positive way. So before we start, I'm Dr. Hani Kalaria, as you all know, our little Healing Our Earth member here, the production director, and of course, you know, really, really proud to be part of this wonderful family here. I'd like to start off by introducing to you some amazing gentlemen who I feel have to be introduced because they are just amazing individuals who are doing great work on this earth, I should say, on this planet and in our society. So I would like to say global namaste to Dr. Rajiv Gupta and Professor Ramesh Gupta, OBE as well. Hello and welcome.
Thank you so much.
Hello. So I would like to do a little introduction, just give you a little bit of a background about these two wonderful people. Dr. Rajiv Gupta is a qualified medical doctor with 26 years experience in National Health Service, United Kingdom, which is, of course, in our UK. He's been the chairman of the Regional Council of BMA and Regional Consultants Committee, and is a chairman of a Central Specialist Committee of the Royal College. He's a yoga teacher, which I love the subject, yoga, and has an interest in complementary and alternative medicine. He's a mastermind keen on integrating conventional medicine with other disciplines, which I think is a fantastic, fantastic work. He believes that no branch or discipline is perfect and has the cure for all ailments. On working together, we can help the patients a lot more, particularly if we understand the benefits of weaknesses of different disciplines of medicines. And of course, I'm sure the strengths as well of other ones. Now, outside medicine, he's a professional life coach and award-winning entrepreneur. He's keen on digital world and has created a suit Chatpal digital sales assistant. I have no idea what that means, but I'm going to find out, which received the International Hermes Platinum Award. He has mastered emotional intelligence, and his book, Business Use of Emotional Intelligence, is really, really extremely popular. We then move on to Professor Ramesh Gupta, who is again another really amazing soul. He's been a consultant, a physician at the Lancashire Teaching Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust for nearly 30 years. And he led the stroke services and also served as a governor. In addition to his work as a consultant, Ramesh has an interest in medical professionalism and has collaborated with a wide range of organizations to take a leading role in fostering the personal and professional development of healthcare workers. Great work. And these organizations include NHS trusts, the Department of Health, BMA, GMC, and many more. Ramesh has a great interest in and enthusiasm for engaging the community in health promotion. And he chairs the National Forum for Health and Wellbeing and has pioneered the Health Mela format for empowering people to take charge of their own health. Wow, and a welcome to both of you. Hello, Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji and our dear professor. How are you, dear Rajiv ji?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm so excited. It's like fourth in a row of integrated health session that we are having, and I'm so passionate I have been a doctor, qualified medical professional, allopathic or conventional medicine for nearly 30 years now, and I've found that there are so many good aspects of the conventional medicine, but it's
Yes,
not perfect.
absolutely. But 30 years of being in this industry, you must have come across so many professionals, so many patients. You may have heard of miraculous, changes in people's lives through this knowledge that you're sharing. And you've also come up with this really fantastic idea, birth of this idea called the Global Integrated Health Forum. Tell us a little bit about that, because just in case if our audience members have joined us for the first time, it may be really worth us just sharing what that particular organization is being set up for.
So the organization we have set up for particularly providing the best care for the patients and improve the health and well-being. So as I mentioned, traditional medicine or conventional medicine or the allopathic medicine, I have worked for many years, but for chronic pain, there is no relief. So you give stronger painkillers and keep giving. But that is not the cure. It affects the kidney, it affects the liver, it's side effects. While there are other branches. So what I'm keen is bringing the conventional, traditional allopathic medicine, Ayurveda, homeopathy, hypnotherapy, Tai Chi, yoga, aromatherapy, and anything else, because each of them offers something good.
Yes, absolutely. At this moment, I want to give you a big hug, Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji, because, I have always been thinking about, why do we not share this knowledge with the world? I'm a very much, because we all come from different backgrounds. We all have our own preferences. I have a preference for very natural healing side. So I won't take medication. I won't take painkillers. Hardly you'll see me. If I have a bit of a sniffy nose, I'll just go and get some lemon, honey, and ginger and drink that. Next day, I'm fine. So, and boost up my immune system if possible through fresh air and spending time in the nature. So for me, I'm very much like that, but sometimes you find that you don't have those choices much outside there, and we always get, oh no, you're feeling down, so take this medication. Oh, you have this issues, take this medication. It's not solving the actual issue of the person, whatever they're having there. So this approach that you're talking about would work like a little investigation, right? Like, okay, what issue is it? How do you enjoy being treated? What are your thoughts on, how to be a good patient? How do you want to be a patient as well? Not just this is how you need to. This is a medication you need to follow. So please tell us a little bit about that.
Right. So, honey, as you mentioned, that we are not giving choices. So the idea is currently, for example, in UK and most of the developed country, there is a drive to rely on the conventional medicine or the typical allopathic medicine, because there is a lot of research evidence, the trials which are double-blinded, which take the personal bias away and bringing the effectivity. However, the other things or other branches have done some of that, but not to that extent. The idea is that we pull more evidence so that we are not giving a blind suggestion. And I, being interested in so many things, you got Sam here, who's kind of doing yoga and acupressure for many years and run that group. If you can do yoga and acupressure, which is harmless, and bring an improvement in the general body style, helps your backache, your arthritis, and there are groups run by Darshan Sohal, who has been doing like every single day yoga classes for like nearly 2.5 years. And I have seen so many testimonials. So that brings, why don't we use it? And the commissioning is now reformatting. So we can save like millions and millions of pounds.
Yes, because at the moment, if you look at the health service, everybody seems to be ill. Everybody seems to have issues. People are taking time off work all the time. It affects the national, I would say even economical, productivity, which is really, really terrible, because you're losing money from unhealthy people, and at the same time spending more money on medication and treatments, etc. But if you could just focus on getting people much more healthier, we will have a much more productive country and nation at the same time, have a more happier, healthier individuals. And happier we are, we would probably be happier in our families, which means we bring our children up in a more happier atmosphere. There are so many knock-on effects, I feel, by just making one person healthy and making society healthy one by one. So, Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji, you really are doing a fantastic job here. Where do we want to take this, the global integrated program? How? Because we have health professionals who will be joining us even later today, many of them. This is our fourth integrated health program because it's so popular. We are getting so many messages, so many people are communicating with us saying they're really enjoying learning from the specialists around the world. So there seems to be a real interest in the area of health. Why do you think that is? There's also, people getting unhealthy. There's a real strong interest in the field of non-conventional medication. Why do you think that is right now?
So there are two aspects, honey, for it. The first one is the body has natural ability to heal. In the conventional medicine, we are not using that. And the idea is that we allow body to heal, but provide the help when we need. So that is the first part. And the second part is that currently there is no tolerance. If you go to a conventional practitioners, like go to NHS, you say, I'm taking Ayurveda treatment, they criticize. You go to homeopathy, they criticize the Ayurveda. You go to aromatherapy, they criticize both. So currently there's no tolerance. So my first aim is to bring the health practitioners of different disciplines or branches, whatever I call it, together to have a mutual tolerance, because we need that. We need to understand each other and provide a understanding platform so that we understand each other first, and therefore we know how we can use the strengths of each system and put it together so that it's a toolkit with multiple tools in the toolbox, and we offer that choice to the patient.
That's fantastic. Isn't that lovely? Because I think that what you're doing is absolutely incredible. And I think so going to be so beneficial to thousands and thousands of people around the world. Nowadays, with our digital, platforms that we have, we can get our messages out to many more people very easily. So if people are willing to learn, if people are willing to understand and gain knowledge so that they can make better decisions and better choices, and this is such a wonderful platform for them to be able to understand and learn from the experts of the world. I remember, that there are many times that I felt personally as well, that we should heal ourselves, as well as I use power of creative arts with young children. And I remember that parents used to come back to me saying they were so lonely and they were so sitting in the corner all the time, so shy, etc., depressed, even like little children who wouldn't do very well at school. And as soon as they started creative arts and the things like that, music and dance therapy, etc., they blossom like little flowers, and they start looking forward to coming to their classes and making friends. And you see a different little child, by just doing that. So sometimes you can have very natural methods of use on young people too, and anybody really in society, to bring out the best in them. Because nowadays we have a lot of mental health issues as well, where people maybe lose confidence or they're feeling isolated and so many other things. I'm sure today we're going to be learning a lot more from our wonderful next guest as well, who's going to be talking to us a little bit about conscious healing. Again, another one of my favorite topics. We have Sifu Lak Loy, who's also from the UK, and he's going to be discussing a little bit about living consciously. I've always, had this thing about we should all work towards helping to raise consciousness levels of humanity collectively. So I would like to really welcome dear Sufi Lak Loy. Welcome to our Healing Our Earth. A global namaste to you.
Global namaste to you as well, honey, and all the viewers. Thanks for having me on the show today.
And very well, and looking so smart over there, all professional with your wonderful, you must do podcast, I believe, right?
We do have a podcast channel, that's right.
Yes, I can tell. Very nice. I'm going to listen to all of that. But before then, tell us a little bit about your background.
My background, I am actually a computer science software engineer by academic and daytime profession, but my true soul's calling is I'm a spiritual teacher, and my my toolkit, as Dr. Rajiv Gupta said, is martial arts, self-mastery, meditation. And the idea is ultimately towards aligning people's bodies, minds and spirit, and bringing them back into alignment towards one's own self-realization. And so the teachings are really kind of directed towards cultivating that. I call it sharpening the sort of consciousness.
Oh, but what do you mean by chopping consciousness? That's a really interesting way of looking at something, because I always think about raising consciousness levels or becoming more aware, consciously. So what do you mean by chopping consciousness levels?
Correction, sharpening the sort of
sharpening, right? Oh my God, he's really getting into his martial arts here. Chop, chop, chop. Right? Yeah. No,
I think you've got chopping in your head there, honey.
Thanks for clarifying. So if you sharpen up, what do you do with that? What do you mean by sharpening up the consciousness?
So imagine your consciousness is like a piece of steel, and that steel you have to, and we want to turn that steel into a samurai sword. Now that steel has to be heated under intense pressure, and then it has to be beaten, and is beat intensely. And the traditional samurai swords are beat and folded 100 times until it resembles the shape of a samurai sword, and then eventually that samurai sword is then cut on a whetstone until it gets sharper and sharper and sharper. And one's consciousness is like cultivating a samurai sword from scratch. Initially you might be like a block of steel which is unmolded, and the idea is to mold your consciousness into a higher state, so that it's ultimately sharp. And when you get to that point, it becomes, the samurai sword is a piece of art, absolute piece of beauty. And when you're really shining to your highest possible light, then you are a walking piece of art. And you express that out into the world, and people will gravitate towards you, and you can share your process, share your journey with them, and help them cultivate and sharpen their sort of consciousness. So that's the idea here.
Wow, I love it. See, I told Neil Kumar, who's of course the founder of Healing Our Earth, that I actually really love these integrated health programs. I love everything. I'm a constant student anyway, and I'm a lifetime student of life. But, the information that I get is such a beautiful example that you spoke about just now. It's something that we would always remember. And it's absolutely right. If you tune yourself in, even your intuition gets very sharpened up as well. So you get very connected to many things around the world through your intuition. So it's the same kind of similar process, I believe, that you're talking about. And how can we connect? Yes, how can we connect that with our health?
Okay, so today what I wanted to talk about was living consciously, I think, and really about focusing that on Mother Earth. And so we want to start off by talking about, if we're talking about living consciously, then first of all, we need to understand what living unconsciously looks like. So if I was to ask you that question, in your mind's eye, what does living unconsciously look like?
Being unaware, just working, like without thinking, just doing something, mechanically, without being aware, maybe. Is that right?
Absolutely spot on. You've actually hit the nail on the head. Unaware. And the thing is, when we live unconsciously, the way we express ourselves outwardly is through things like overconsumption, excessive eating, excessive drinking, even excessive material sense gratification. This is being addicted and lusting after experiences, whether it's adrenaline junkie type experiences, or whether it's experiences after certain material things and so on. So overconsumption always, that could be fashion, even material possessions, wasteful living, wasting water, throwaway clothes, for instance. That we do live in that kind of society now where we don't really mend things. Then we've got things like damaging environment, I will call it all the P's: pollution, plastics, pesticides, and the list goes on.
Yeah.
And then
wow.
And then we've got
And you're talking my language. I'm a district environment chair for Rotary Club, and I know this is all the things we talk about. And it's so important for people to be aware that how much we're wasting, how much we're literally destroying the earth because of our greed. When we can reuse things, we don't need all this. It's like need. It's not even need. It's want. It's not need. If you did things on a needful basis, we could feed the whole world. But yes, please carry on. Yes, it's very good. It's very good.
I've got 2 more points to add to that.
Please add, yes.
And that is the fourth point is profits before people, right? And all sentient beings on the planet. And that's, I think, primarily because we're based on a transaction-based society, and we're all taught economics. And economics, I think, is the root of all evil, because we're taught right from an early age that everything has to be a transaction. And then the fifth one is selfish living habits, where people only think of themselves. And, in the West, one of the most common statements, especially in the US, is as long as you're happy, as long as you're happy, it's okay, but at other people's expense as well, and other animals' expense, or other creatures, or Mother Earth, and these things all need to be taken into consideration. So what I wanted to do was today, I wanted to share something called koans. Now koans are these Zen teachings, but I've actually written my own, and the way they present themselves are as kind of spiritual riddles or quizzes. And when I share a koan with you, and honey, I want to do this with you today, right?
Oh, please do. Oh my God, am I going to be put under the spot? Oh gosh, yeah, go for it, please.
I want to share 2 koans with you, right? And it will kind of like give us the foundations for living unconsciously, and most importantly of all, redirecting to live consciously. And what happens is, when I say the koan, you'll have like a spiritual experience, a momentary thought, maybe a momentary vision, maybe a momentary visualization, maybe, but you'll have an experience that's internal only. And if you listen carefully in moments of silence, right, and just inwardly focus and let it come to you, you'll understand it. Okay.
Right, go for it. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
All right. So the first
am I meant to do something? Am I meant to sit here quietly, or can I keep an eye open?
Get into your Zen state,
Sure. Let's get into my Zen today. Go for it.
Right. So the first one is, the hole in the boat is on your end. Okay. So what does that say to you, honey?
The hole in the boat is on my end. So the water, I'm thinking about all the water that can come into the boat from my side. So I just need to plug it right somehow. That's what I can think of. Am I in the right track or not? Come on, tell me.
You are on your own, right? Because the thing is that, the thing is, with living unconsciously, we're all in the same boat. And, it's almost like we live with this mindset, the hole on the boat is on your end, not my end. So you deal with it, right? But what people don't realize is we're in the same bloody boat, right? Therefore, the whole thing's going to sink if we all don't do something about it. And what I see quite often is somebody else's problem, or I can't do anything about it, or I don't know what to do about it, or oh, this is above me, or, and it's almost like absolving oneself of the ownership and responsibility of contributing to make the world a better place. And we've got so many toxic lifestyle practices that are really just helping this boat sink a bit quicker. And you nailed it when I asked you the question about what does living unconsciously look like, and the first word you said was unawareness. Now, the hole in the boat is on your end is about becoming aware there is a hole, and that we're all in this boat, and we actually all need to do something about it. Something small. Doesn't have to be overwhelming, just something small. And we'll get to that as my.
Yeah. And it's true, because living even a little hole slowly over a period of time means that water is going to seep into that boat bit by bit, and we won't even know when we are going to start drowning. And if you don't do something about it now, then you know that you're going to be in real trouble afterwards. So this is what's happening with our planet as well, isn't it? Because everybody thinks, oh, it'll happen one day. It won't be so soon. It's okay. I'll enjoy my life. But really, you don't realize that even your children could be really suffering in the future because of, very shortly. In 20, 30 years' time, so many trees would have been cut off that it's going to affect our air pollution and all sorts of things, really.
Right.
And we already don't have, even our organic soil doesn't have life force in it, like prana, we would say. There's there's no life force in the food that we eat nowadays. Things like that. There are so many issues.
Absolutely. I think Satguru is doing a beautiful drive around the whole Save the Soil movement as well, where, if we don't do something about it now, we're going to lose all nutritional content in the soil, where we'll actually be able to use the soil to actually harvest food, grow and harvest food. So if we're not careful, we're actually going to have a dead landmass.
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, we have to get on it,
We have to all get on it. So that's why Healing Our Earth platforms, where people like yourselves and who have such amazing knowledge about this area, and also consciously, working towards doing something. If each one of us came together and consciously did something towards, collectively, we could make a huge improvement in the world. But we just need to come together, everyone, with the same vision. And I can see that each and every single one of you are doing the same thing. Luckily, we're all coming together to create a stronger force by the looks of it.
Absolutely. I like to say there's many roads to Edinburgh. Just choose one.
I love that. Yes, whether it's the plane or the train or the bus or cycling out there, right? But just let's find the quickest way if we can, right? Let's all jump on the plane together. But I like your thing as well about the riddles, and you talked about that. I think that's a very, very powerful way to teach people, because they remember things very quickly. They'll remember these stories, little stories, and they'll never forget these lessons. So I think you've got a very powerful style of teaching. Sometimes people zone out, as we say, not zen, but zone out when they're listening to people. It's like too much information. Yeah. But when you share stories and riddles and quizzes and things, people will always be perked up and listening and alert.
And I've got another one for you.
Yes, oh God, no, you're torturing me. I torture everybody else. I interrogate them, but you're interrogating me. Go for it. Go on.
I'll keep you on your toes. I'll interview in the interview. Huh?
Sure. Oh, you're very good. You are. Yeah, carry on. Go for it.
All right. So the second one I've got for you is this one: action, inaction, inaction, action.
Action, inaction, inaction, action. Well, it sounds a little bit like, for me, like, when you go with the flow, sometimes even through silence, there's a lot of work that can be done. And could that be true? Is that what we are saying?
100%.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so spiritually enlightened, but I don't think people realize this, actually. No, just joking. Please go ahead. Yeah, but yes.
So action, inaction, action, right? So I think you're on the right lines, and the idea really is when you take action, there is a consequence. When you don't take any action, what I'm referring to as inaction, there is a consequence. Okay, so it's like standing by and letting all the toxic lifestyle activities carry on mindlessly, right, and not doing anything about it. That's inaction. That has a negative consequence, right? And there's, in some cases, not doing something can have a positive consequence as well. On the same note, by perpetuating toxic lifestyle habits, we're perpetuating harm to the planet, for instance, and other sentient beings. Or by not doing it, now you start to have a positive impact. So it's knowing when to act and when not to act. Okay, and this really is about being mindful of the consequences of your actions, your inactions to yourself, other sentient beings, Mother Earth, which requires constant practice and cultivation. And we'll go back to sharpening that sort of consciousness, right? Yes. And it's a way of becoming conscious, and it's a way of being. So this point talks about karma and consequences. Okay.
Right. Did you say karma? Yes, the karma, the law of karma, as we say, one of the universal principles.
Absolutely. So we start talking about karma and consequences. But you know what, honey, what tends to happen is when we start talking about something that's, on a global scale, people start getting overwhelmed. They think, oh, well, I'm inconsequential, I'm insignificant, how can I possibly facilitate positive impact to the world? And really the way to look at it is I want to give you a secret to focused action. Okay. And there's something that I call the 3 circles of influence. Okay. Now, if you imagine you've got a circle, okay, the inner circle, right? And then you're going to have another circle outside of that, and then another circle like that. So you got three circles, right? 2 other circles.
Something like that. I don't know if you can see it, but 3 circles, right? Like darts when you're playing darts, right? Round.
Exactly,
okay, got it.
Exactly, yes. Like a target, right?
Target, right? Got it.
So the middle circle is what I call the circle of direct influence. Okay, these are the things that you can do directly which will have an impact, okay, a positive transformation impact, okay, on the planet and other sentient beings. Okay, now you can only control what you can do, right, first and foremost. The second circle of influence, which is the bigger one, is the indirect circle of influence, and this is how can you facilitate transformational positive change indirectly through either somebody else or through another body or through a charity or through some other movement, right? Or whether maybe you could donate things or you can lend some time or, and so on, and do some seva. These are the indirect ways of helping. And all of a sudden you start to see actually there are things that are directly accessible in the direct circle. The indirect circle, there are things that are indirectly accessible, but still you can facilitate change. And then the final circle is a circle outside all 3 circles, or all the 2 middle circles, which is a big one. And that's the circle of no influence. And this is where you should put no energy. Well, no matter what you do, what you say, however many strings you pull, you'll have no influence, okay? And you're just wasting your energy. So really the idea when it comes to living consciously is to understand, what can I do? Because if one person starts doing something positive, let's just say something as simple as, switching off the tap, while you're brushing your teeth, okay? That way, you're not throwing liters and liters and liters of water, down the plug hole. And then, you could share that with, 3 other people, they'll share it with 3 other people, and they'll share it with 3 more people. All of a sudden, you start to end up with this kind of exponential ripple effect. And it starts to spread, but it just spreads with one person. So one person does it. And they say that if, the consciousness in the world changes by 1%, the whole consciousness will shift. So it doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot. So the structures within our society and environment are set up such a way that, they want to try and make sure that 1% doesn't flip, right? But we're flipping. Flipping, right?
Yes. So the forces that do not want the change, right, who want to stay where they are, that's where they're staying, right? But the rest of people like ourselves who believe and want to move in that direction, if we come and enough people gather for momentum, then we're definitely going to shift. It's already shifting, as we would say, right? Absolutely. Otherwise people like us would not have been coming together and discussing such topics and absolutely educating more people out there. Yes, absolutely. They say that even if you were vegetarian for just one day, I mean, I'm a pure vegetarian, but if there were people out there who were non-veg vegetarians, but even if for one day they became vegetarians and everyone in the world just became vegetarian for one day, it would make such a huge difference to the to the carbon dioxide and all the rest of the air and all sorts of things. There's sort of greenhouse gases, all sorts of things like that. Absolutely. So Lack Lloyd, was there? I know we've got Dr. Rajiv Gupta who's just joined us again. Maybe he's got some questions to interrogate you with, perhaps. But was there any other messages that you wanted to perhaps share that you may wish?
Final message, this is the 5th point I wanted to make, was, so remember we started off talking about what does living unconsciously look like, but then we also need to paint the picture about what does living consciously look like, okay? So I had a list which I thought, in light of time, I'll just rattle through that, and then we can go to the questions or however you want to do it.
Sure, sure. That'd be lovely. Thank you.
First and foremost, consuming only what you need, right? We are in an overindulgent society, and we've got everything available in the supermarket stores, and through Deliveroo and everything else. So there's nothing that you can want for. Everything's available. Just being mindful of what you're consuming, minimizing waste. Like I said, turning off the tap when you're brushing your teeth, have shorter showers, for instance. Preserving the environment. You could only drive when you have to, use public transport, use clean energy sources, ride a bicycle, even get a skateboard out if you have to, right? I've got a longboard and sometimes I bust that out. So, it's just using human power. Compassion and consideration for people, sentient beings, the planet, before profits. Everything doesn't have to be a transaction in life. And honey, both of us are in sync today, because you also mentioned this earlier on, which is giving is a new receiving. So try and give things, because when you give something without any strings attached, no karmic effect on it, it'll come back tenfold. And the last point I wanted to kind of really wrap up on is selfless living habits, which is act to leave Mother Earth in a better condition than when we first arrived, for not just for us but for future generations. And I'd just like to close off by quoting a beautiful quote, and it says, and it goes like this. It says, a society grows great when people plant trees in whose shade they know they shall never sit.
Wow, that's so beautiful. So this is what all the yogis, by the way, from the past that I know of, would do. When they eat any of the berries and things, or then they cut the plants or something, they will plant another one. Always. It's like for them, a yogi will always know that what they take from the earth, they will give back again as well for the future generation. They know that that's going to grow in 10 years time, 20 years time. They may not be there, but this is absolutely right. I love this. I wish we could have you for 10 hours and listen to more of what you have to say. And I look forward to bringing you, I'm sure Dr. Rajiv Ji will be bringing you back on again to discuss even more areas of what you're doing. Good luck with, of course, your martial arts and everything that you're doing. I used to do Shaolin Kung Fu too. So I know that it used to be very good for discipline and good for energy development and all sorts of things. So it was very, very good. But I could never be as disciplined as you guys. I'm a very artistic person, but thank you so much. Keep up the great work. I know we're moving on to our next guest now, and global namaste. So that was a really, really very, very amazing discussion. Wish we carried on more. What a lovely topic to discuss, conscious living. We're now moving on to our next guest, who probably will be even more exciting here, because she's all the way from India, and she's going to be talking about self-care, which is what everybody should be concentrating on right now. Self-care. How do we look after ourselves? So a global namaste, Falguni ji, all the way from India. So we've traveled from UK all the way to India. And I'd like to just do a little introduction about you. So just a little something, which is that Dr. Falguni Jani is from India, and she's going to be discussing with us points about self-care and well-being tips. So, Falguni ji, what will we be discussing today? Have you had a good day so far?
Oh, lovely day. It's quite cloudy and windy and little pleasant in Surat, where I'm here for now.
Very nice. And did you enjoy listening to this wonderful discussion that we've been having about conscious living?
I did, because as you rightly said, I'm going to just take from there. Exactly.
Oh, fantastic. I knew it. I knew that you're going to be developing upon that as well. So I believe you're going to do a PowerPoint presentation for us. Is that right?
Yeah, we do have that.
Fantastic. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave the platform for you to take over, so you can share all your wonderful tips, and maybe we can discuss after your presentation, and maybe I'll have a few questions for you then.
Sure, honey. I look forward to that. Yeah.
Great. All yours.
Thank you for inviting me. And let me share about the work I do and what I have been experiencing so far. So I'm going to speak about very simple self-care and well-being tips. Okay, next. So I'm Dr. Falguni Jani, and I have been a counselor all my life, and I follow integral psychotherapy, which is a psycho-spiritual approach. So I'm not going to say much about it, but I have got experience where people not only feel good, but they change forever. So that is my effort, transforming lives. Next. So right now I'm an advisor with Yaha Wellbeing Company, and Yaha's motto, as you see, our vision is clarity. That is creating life and realizing inner potential through yourself. So what we are doing is that we are into now mental health well-being, and we offer solutions to individuals and organizations on well-being. And we have developed self-help mental health kits and tools. And these are available on our well-being store. As you can see right now, www.yahalive.com/wellbeing store. So we are offering these 4 types of, the products. We have music therapy, we have self-help kits, we have positive affirmations and well-being ebooks. So what we are aiming at is that people should just go and buy directly and help themselves without anybody else coming in between. I'll discuss more about it next. So here is a free resource thing from Yaha YouTube channel. You can subscribe. We have 50 plus videos, 20 plus playlists, and daily 1 new upload. On, you can see on the side what we have on these videos. We have well-being dose, we have brain teasers, creative activities, well-being discussions, positive affirmations, music therapy, and more. So you can subscribe and just go to it and see what can help you. Next. Now, I'm very happy to say that a few months back, we got in touch with Kiritbhai Mistry, and he is the chair and founder of South Asian Health Action Saha. And we are doing such wonderful collaboration on conducting well-being life workshops for the participants from Saha. They are well-being ambassadors. And what we are doing together, I'll just give you a nutshell and then we move forward. We are training ambassadors on these well-being life 6 workshop series, and this is our crux, the well-being trinity, the physical, mental, and emotional side. So now that we have to understand ourselves thoroughly, we have to integrate these 3 aspects of life: the physical part, the mental, and the emotional. So whatever happens, we believe that all physical illnesses or mental illnesses have psychological roots. There are deep-rooted trauma or certain experiences that bring about even physical pain and chronic illness, etc. So when we understand the whole trinity, then only we go to the core of the problem. And going to the deepest core and knowing oneself thoroughly is what is important. Okay, so what we do in this well-being life series with health ambassadors from Saha is that we help them to break the loop that always comes, with mental difficulties and physical difficulties as well. The loop of sadness, anxiety, and stress. And so we help them by giving them 5 activities and 3 tools to practice 4 times a day, so that the loop is broken at the subconscious level. Now, this is interesting because why we are aiming at help at the subconscious level? Because you may do a 10-day, program or a training or a quick fix solution, but things that remain in the subconscious do not go away. And once you stop the practice, again, you are attacked by the same problems. So during this workshop, we guide health ambassadors into understanding the root of the problem, where you learn something. Again, it's a trinity. You learn something, you unlearn something, and you relearn something. So each one can plan their own routine and learn the connection between mind, body, and heart. And it is a transformative journey. And as the earlier speaker said, yes, I too say more awareness, more consciousness, more self-control. Now, well, let me give you an example of the car. If you do not know the different features of your car, how can you operate it? Similarly, you need to know about yourself, your personality. And many a times, you just ask a person randomly, hey, what are you thinking? So, well, I don't know what I'm thinking. What are you feeling? So half the time we are not aware what we are doing, as if in a half sleep, things just keep on happening. So we aim at a shift in awareness and a conscious control. People have to take their lives in their own hands. And this knowledge comes from the ancient spiritual wisdom of India. We have all the guidelines in the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita, and we have taken inspiration from them and planned our series. Next. So what we found out that, these two terms, wellness and well-being, are very popular. So pre and post COVID, we have seen that there is a shift from wellness to well-being. Now, what is that shift? I'll come to that. So interestingly, one of the articles published in the World Economic Forum says that in April 2020, more than 2 million students enrolled on Professor Laurie Santusa's Coursera course, The Science of Well-Being. So now I'm going to give you some idea about what we understand by well-being and how we put it into practice to help individuals. Next. So here is well-being tip number 1. Shift from wellness to well-being. Next. All right. Now see, this is a very simple table I've put here. The primary focus of wellness is physical fitness. But well-being goes a little deeper, aims at alignment of body, mind, energy. The secondary focus in wellness is physical rejuvenation. Well-being aims at creating and maintaining well-being routine. And that becomes part of your life. It's something that you weave into your life pattern for all times. And the tools that wellness includes are spa, body massage, physical exercises, etc. Whereas well-being aims at yoga, breathing postures, energy practices like stillness and meditation. You'd be surprised that we can charge ourselves with energy by being still for just 2 minutes every hour or after finishing one task. Just a few days ago, I was taking a workshop with university teachers who said, oh, they get so tired at the end of the day, one lecture and this lecture and so much talking. So I just told them, can you do this 2-minute exercise? Even employees, when we do corporate workshops, we say 2 minutes, just take out 2 minutes, 2-3 times a day, and you will recharge yourself with energy, stillness, and little breathing. We are also conscious about our mobiles and we keep on, charging them. We need to charge ourselves to remain full of energy and full of enthusiasm. So that is well-being. Now, other benefits in wellness includes usage of above tools, which results in temporary mind relaxation. Now, in well-being, usage of above tools also result in unfolding self-knowledge. So Yaha well-being aims at the goal of knowing oneself. You may know the whole world, you may have hundreds of information, but if you don't know how yourself, you don't know how your mind works. What are the different emotions that keep coming and disturbing you? And the body is a great challenge, but the kind of exercises that we guide people into helps them in knowing their body. Because what we say is that the body has its own language. People are surprised when they say, oh, what is she saying? Body has a language. Well, yes, the body speaks to you. It speaks when it's tired. It speaks when it has pain. But we have other preoccupations and we just kind of, ignore it. And then you have to just lie down one day and take rest because the body says, sorry, man, I give up because you don't listen to me. So that is what we aim at. Next. Here is well-being tip number 2, willingness for well-being. This is very interesting. See what happens that we make resolutions, New Year resolutions, birthday resolutions, etc., etc. And there's a whole list of to-do things. But most of the time, it remains in the column of wishing. So we said that well-being tip 2 takes you from wishing attitude to willing attitude. I'll just give you in brief, what are the few points of wishing and willing, the difference between the two. And in this way, everyone over here will know for themselves what I have been wishing and what I have been actually doing. So in the wishing attitude, there are too many thoughts and emotions. You can't arrive at any decision. And in the willing attitude, thoughts and emotions are summarized and decision is arrived. You put it into practice. Second, in wishing attitude, you look for approvals or opinions of other people. Oh, am I doing it right? Should I do this or not? I don't know, I'm not sure, etc., etc. But when you are into the willing attitude, you're looking for options from where to begin and how to begin, because you've already embarked on the journey. Tip 2, third point is temporary action or no action in the wishing attitude and full action in the willing attitude. In the wishing attitude, again, there are so many I can'ts. This is difficult. Oh, regularly I can't do it, etc., etc. But in the willing attitude, reflection and deletion of I can'ts. You just do it. In the wishing attitude, you get stuck up sometime. But when you are onto the path of willing attitude, then you move on, even if it requires to change the plan of action. So these are some of the wonderful tips, and I will tell you how you can get hold of it in detail. Next. So, well, we have come up with these well-being activities, and you are going to find it so easy to practice and change your life. Just make a list of 3 things that I'm excited about today. Now, you will be wondering that this webinar, this program is for adults, and why these kids are there. Let me tell you, friends, we all have an inner child within us whom we have to awaken, because that child is gone too far back. You have seen children full of energy, full of enthusiasm, laughing all the time, and they're never tired, even at night you have to put them to sleep. They want to do this and that. Well, go down this memory lane and remember your dreams, your favorite food, toy, game, all your precious memories. And there's a small exercise which I give to some of my clients when I do counseling. I said, you are upset, you are troubled by the present moment, just go and see your old albums, your photographs, and see your face. Just see how you were. And I tell you, friends, it really connects them to that phase of life when they were full of joy, full of love, full of enthusiasm, full of energy. And that memory, remember what I'm going to say next, that memory gives them experience once again. You try it. It's not a mere memory. When you live those moments from the past, you again have the same feelings. You can try and see that. Okay. The third one is about the mood tracker. You can find out at the end of the day what your mood has been. Fabulous, very good, can be improved. So these are very simple well-being activities. And next. So here are some more tips and well-being activities for you. I gave you the 2 tips from the digital book that we have, Well-being Tips, Well-being Tool, and the fun games of 21 days of fun and well-being. These are 2-in-1 well-being starter pack, well-being tips book, and 21 fun days of well-being ebook, which are available on our international store. I'll give you some idea about it. Okay, so for the participants, we have this special offer. And apply Yahasaha 20, and the code is valid to 24th May. You can download the link. It will be available in the chat box. Yeah. And I'm so happy to be here. And before, Honey starts giving me questions, I'll just say one thing last, which is we have tried, the world has tried, humanity has tried to make changes from outside. You make new laws, you make all changes from outside. Governments change, economic patterns change, this change. But as Sri Aurobindo says, and I'm a devotee of Sri Aurobindo, he says, unless man, human being, changes from within, no outer system can liberate man. You have to change from within. You have to know yourself. You have to work for your own transformation. And this pandemic has taught us that no matter what help you have from outside, medicines help to a certain extent. People, institutions help to a certain extent. So we want to promote self-help solutions and change yourself. And I have this one, line that, friends, I'm going to give you a master key to unlock all the powers that are within you. Don't look always for solution outside. Don't be dependent on medicines or therapies or anything. Try and observe yourself and change yourself, and transformation will occur, which will completely revolutionize your life. Thank you for listening to me.
Oh, thank you very much, Falguniji. That was absolutely amazing. Really thoroughly enjoyed that. And it's so important, whatever you shared. So many points that you kind of covered with the short time that we have. I wanted to find out more. You also said some very interesting things about the psycho-spiritual approach. That was very, very, very interesting, because you're connecting our psychological, our mental well-being with the spiritual well-being, aren't you?
Exactly. We try to help people to reach the core of their being, which is a spiritual self, our Atman, the spirit.
Yes.
So how do you reach that core? It is through certain psychological processes of going inwards, observing, analyzing, and testing for yourself how it goes.
Yes, and it's like an inner world, isn't it? For us, it's like an inner world. It's like an invisible world, but it's real. So you will see yourself transforming bit by bit by following some of these processes, as you mentioned. I also liked what you said when you said about, it's about learning, unlearning, and then relearning as well. That was very powerful, actually, because we all know that we all think we know everything, and when you try to give somebody advice, I know what I'm doing, but if you actually were just a little bit more open-minded and listened and maybe relearned their approach, they'll end up getting a different results by trying something different, trying something new. I think that was really nice. I also love your memory lane thing, because that really uplifts people's life. So I think every single person who does those three things, or just remembers all the beautiful, happy memories of this, it uplifts their vibrations, as we say. As soon as your vibrations are uplifted, you think more positively, you will do more positive things, etc. Oh, Dr. Falguniji, you are absolutely really good, and I'm looking forward to this the package that you're talking about. So the website is what is the website if people needed to perhaps find out more?
Yeah. Can we have the slide once again, please?
But it was Yaha. You were just yes. Before I called Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji, and maybe our dear Ramesh Gupta ji as well, Professor Ramesh Gupta ji. Maybe they may have a few questions that they may wish to ask. And I know we are now going to begin our panel discussions as well. So, which is the website you mentioned? It was Yaha.
Yeah, it's given over here in the chat box.
Yes.
www.yahalife.com.
Yahalife.com. So everybody who's listening out there, if you want to find out more, if you want to find out about how to do some self-help work, then here you go, self-care and self-help work. Dr. Falguniji, thank you very much for joining us all the way from India. And I really look forward to hearing more about all the great work that you're doing and all the positive transformation that's going to be taking place in people's lives, thanks to you.
Thank you for having me. Thanks to Kirit Bhai to invite me. I'm happy. And
thank you. A global namaste to you. Yes, global namaste to you. Thank you. Now, that was a fantastic presentation there. I'm sure you all enjoyed that. We have Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji back again, and of course, our Professor Ramesh Gupta ji as well. There you go. We're now going to be talking a little bit about eat smart, think smart, and be smart. Now, you may think, what does that actually mean? Well, we're going to be finding out, not from me, but from the two wonderful pioneers of this great work that we're doing with the Global Integrated Health Forum, Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji, and of course, Professor Ramesh Gupta ji. So, what are we going to be discussing now, Rajiv ji?
So first of all, I would like to congratulate both Laklai and Falgunijani for wonderful presentation, and I would invite them, if they can, help and contribute into this big program, Eat Smart, Think Smart, and Be Smart, because a lot of practices which Laklai has mentioned about being conscious and the conscious eating, conscious living is what the program is about. And we incorporate that into the early stage of childhood. Imagine how much immense benefit they will get in next 50, 60, 80, 100 years they are going to live, compared to if we learn in our adulthood, we have got limited lifespan.
Yes, absolutely. And it's also not about living how long you're living. It's also about how well you're living. Because even if you're living so short life and you live your life really well, even that's great, isn't it? Why have to suffer? And there are many people that I've even met, 102-year-olds, who are active at this age, doing great work for their communities, good service, because of their attitude, because of their mindset. So I think you're absolutely right. If we get people to perhaps understand and follow this really great quote, and think smart, eat smart, be smart. Yes. What does smart mean to you, though? Meaning more conscious? Is that what you mean?
I think it's got a lot of different strands to it. So it's not only just, the first thing is being aware of who you are, what you are doing. Children are heavily influenced nowadays with their peers, with the social media, with what they watch in TV. The whole set is very different than we grew up. You are much younger, honey, so you probably have...
You'd be surprised, by the way. You'd be very surprised at my age, actually. Most people think I'm, different age to what I really am. But I think the meditation definitely helps, and the mindset, as we say. And smiling a lot, just enjoying life, to whatever life gifts you with. So I think sometimes that also helps. Yes. I see this as a gift too, meeting wonderful people like yourself. For me, that's a blessing, that if I'm meeting you for a reason. Maybe either I'm supposed to learn something, maybe I'm supposed to pass that message on to someone else, there's some reason that we all meet like this on this wonderful platform like Healing Our Earth. And there's also some reason that you're doing this integrated health for, because some work has to be done, some good work on the earth has to be done through this. That's what I believe. So whilst Falguni ji is here, Falguni ji, what do you think about this idea of setting up a global integrated health forum where people from all different disciplines will come together, professionals in the health industry, and share? Yes, share.
This is excellent, because individually we all do many things, but when we do something collectively, it's a force multiplier. So that is what we need. Like, in certain ashrams like Sharvinda Ashram Pondicherry, where I now live, we have collective meditation. So collective meditation is a very different thing altogether. So any collective work, we have this tradition of Shamadan also. In schools we used to do. We help, clean the school, every one of us every day. And we used to realize that when we did it together, we didn't feel much tired. Why? Because you get energy from people. You get energy from the universe when you are working together. So actually, it really helps the individual and the collective. So a collective effort is always, the best, and integrated really is the need of the hour, because there are so many aspects to healing our earth. And so all have to, come together in one platform. So as I said, we do alignment within ourselves, and we have to do alignment in the society as well.
Right, yes. So we talk about individual consciousness, and then we talk about group consciousness as well, don't we? Collective consciousness. So everybody has, if we start becoming healthier, thinking healthier, other people will start thinking that way too. It just has this little effect ripple effect on other people in the...
Well-being is contagious, laughter is contagious, and we have to spread that.
Yes, absolutely, yes. And I believe, when you follow a certain process and you become a bit more balanced, the bliss comes from within. It's not about forcing yourself to laugh and just to smile just for the sake of it. It's actually, you feel joyful inside. Whatever life is throwing at you, you're thinking, yeah, let it come. I'm just growing, I'm evolving as a person. I'm evolving as a soul. So I think sometimes the bliss and joyfulness comes from within if you're a little bit more balanced and aligned, at times.
Actually, it should always come from within,
Yes.
Outside is something temporary and it is superficial. So it comes when you are aware of your source. Like, I just give a small example, like solar energy, for example. If we all know how to tap the solar energy, we'll never be out of, energy crisis will be complete. So we are for our joy. If I am depending on somebody or some event or this thing, I will always be asking and then getting frustrated. But if I know that the source of joy is within me, every day I can feel joy. So that is where I want to take people, you connect with your own source. And you'll find everything lovely. There is not such a good day or bad day. There won't be any difference.
Yes. I think the spiritual practices that teach you that as well, to be in the center, for whatever happens in life. So, whether it's too happy or too sad, doesn't matter, deal with whatever's happening in life, in the best way you can. And, you can only do the best, So I understand that having knowledge helps, because by having the knowledge, and people like Dr. Rajiv Gupta, Professor Ramesh Gupta ji, yourself as well, when you share such knowledge and people accept and learn and grow, then you will find that they will make better choices, different choices in their lives, and that will have a knock-on effect to the results they're getting as well in their lives as well.
Exactly. Choices, from earning to learning, from only success to lasting joy. That is it.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes,
success,
absolutely.
Success. What do you mean by success? That is a very misleading thing. The greatest success, as our ancients told us, is self-mastery. Nothing gives you more joy than when you are able to, master even a little of your weakness, a little of your limitation. When you master that, gives such a joy than any other thing. And again, in the previous talk, you said about silence. There's a silent power. The person who has done it, doesn't have to speak. That person is in the room, and people will, he will effuse, the peace will, just flow.
Absolutely.
That is the way. I mean, I don't have to talk about peace. I have to be peaceful, not talk about joy. I have to be joyful, and it will just.
Yes, absolutely. You're not trying to be peaceful. You are peaceful. That's the difference. I mean, I say to people in more of the Bollywood style. So we say, if Amitabh Bachchan walked in, he knows he's Amitabh Bachchan. He doesn't have to say, I'm Amitabh Bachchan, everybody. Look at me. I'm Amitabh Bachchan. I did this. I did. They don't have to say that. But somebody who's pretending or trying to be an upcoming star, they will really try to cause as much attention and, trying to. So you can see somebody who already is a star will be a star. They don't have to prove themselves at all. So in the same way, what you're saying is absolutely right. Thank you for that. So Dr. Rajiv Ji, what guests do we have next now? Who are we meeting in our panel discussion?
So I think that's brilliant. First, again, Fagunji, if you feel comfortable, we will like to involve you in as well in the program, because some of the things which you have talked are part of the program. And in fact, we can enrich the program, and we are going to make it global. So you could be our Indian partner. We will have partners in Mauritius, America, everywhere. So I think the things you have talked about are there. I was thinking that instead of launching into the guests, probably we'll have a brief discussion about what it is. So I would give like a pretext to people. I might actually run some slides, and then that will open to discussion, and then bring the guests in. We've got roughly around an hour and a half, a little bit more than that, in order to do that. So it will give a good text. So I would like to first bring Ramesh Gupta, who has been working with me tirelessly on this program, and that is amazing to really push it so much that we bring some tangible results, and that's what we are for. I'm not one of those who just talk the talk. I just talk the talk, walk the walk, and make it happen. Action is the acid test. Unless it is burning the paper, unless bringing the result, it's no point. So I think Heather is here. So Heather, I'll just get you in a minute, but let me give a chance to Ramesh first.
Well, thank you, Rajiv. And I think this whole concept, it is very, very interesting discussion was going on. We talked about choice. Who is responsible for our health and wellness? We. The government is not responsible for your health, nor they are responsible for your wellness. NHS is not responsible for your health or wellness. So who has the choice? We have the choice to choose from the menu which heals our illnesses if we have, or use the techniques which can give us the wellness if we have to enhance it. And as you say, be smart, think smart, and eat smart. And that all should start from the childhood. So I say, our school, our community, our health. If our children are healthy, we don't have to bother about the adulthood and the old age. That will look after by itself. So we need to start the good habits at a very young age. And how do you get there? That where you think that you are empowered and you have the responsibility for your own health and wellness. You have to empower. You have to empower the communities. And you can empower only by their engagement and giving them the knowledge and tools as to what is available. And that is where our integrated health forum comes into. We have been brainwashed that only allopathic or the conventional therapy is the best. Other therapies were they're old, they've no what you call proof to say that, or evidence to prove that these work. So I think that has to be nonsense, isn't it? These sciences like Ayurveda and others, Tai Chi, and they have survived for thousands of years. Nobody can survive for those many years if there's nothing truth in it. So I think we need to now collect the data collect the proof and collect the stories. And we need to let the people speak for themselves who have benefited, and then take our message to the children through the school, through their parents, involve their teachers, and tell them what is good health and well-being. How do you eat? You say that smart eating. What is smart eating? What is good? What is bad? They wouldn't know unless we give them some clues and some education and engage them. Think smart. That is again that the peaceness in the mind, and how can we engage with others and keep a happiness all throughout, rather than grudging and taking revenges and spending the whole life in teasing each other. And I think that then they will become smart. They will not become only smart children, but they will become smart adults, and in later on in old age. So your theme is extremely good. Eat smart, think smart, be smart. But our schools, our community, our health, children are the future, and engage them with the
That
teachers
is fantastic.
and the
Yeah,
teachers and parents.
that is really, really fantastic, Dr. Guptaji, Professor Guptaji, actually, because we got two Guptajis here. So yes, so it's like the Smiths and the Jones, isn't it, and the Patels. So yes, we got all of them here on our platform, all the Guptas. But I just wanted to say that was a very good point you mentioned about the evidence and the data collection, because it's unfortunate people do not accept this, but it'll be wonderful that if we do start gathering this, then people do not have anything to argue against real facts and real statistics. So I think this is a really great work that you're going to be doing. I believe that we have Heather who's joining us right now. So Dr. Rajivji, who do we have here? Is it Heather Petty Silvertree that we have as our special guest?
Hi. Hi,
Yeah.
everybody.
Hello, Heather. Hello. And I know that you're going to be talking about a wonderful topic, which is what we're just discussing right now. But tell us a little bit about yourself, so then Dr. Rajivji can take over as well.
Right. Well, I've had like most people, a very varied and interesting journey through life. And, you learn each and every minute of every day, don't you? I think, yeah, so my background is education. I've been a consultant for local authorities over here for more decades than you'll ever get me to admit to. And
oh dear, look so young, looking like a young little baby there. in the education field in the UK, is that right?
Yes, that's right. But I've left the formal education kind of sector, and I'm far more now in the alternative sector. Work with I work on different levels.
What made you change?
What actually made me change was I had the offer of voluntary redundancy, which I grabbed with both hands even. Yes, my 4 kids no longer needed me to earn a good income. My husband had died 24 years previously, so I needed it to bring them up and to independence. It was stressful. I loved my job, I did it well, but it wasn't really what my heart was saying I wanted to do. So when I got the offer, I took it, and then my life started.
Wow. And what are you looking to do within the education field? How do you propose that this information could be brought into schools, into the education system? And Professor Guptaji also mentioned the fact that we need to educate young children, because if they end up incorporating good life skills and good life habits, then of course we're going to have much healthier society members in the future.
Yes, what I see now is you've got two distinct, obviously it's a continuum, but two distinct types of parenting. You've got the parents who stick the child in front of a screen, and you get the parents who actively and avidly teach their children well. Now, that needs to feed into schools. Those first 2 years, as we're all aware, are the most formative years of that child's life. So talking about eat well, yes, get them eating well, get them eating raw foods, get them eating and drinking water. So they're getting all the nutrition that their brain needs to function. Then when they get into school, well, schools need a lot of education. In that, they are changing to having a piece of fruit instead of a biscuit, but it's lip service really. To be fair, I think large on the whole. So
it says the education is also about the teachers and the education system themselves. It's not just about the children. It's about educating the teachers, even the head teachers, so they can incorporate such strategic objectives in their schools.
Yes, absolutely. And the nutrition, whoever's in charge of the nutrition element of their meals. Yes, that's the whole education in itself. But, without the proper nutrition, they're not going to be able to think well. They're not going to be able to be well, behave well. That's breaking their time. So I've seen children, I've been in and out. My main work was assessment of children with additional need, but the vast majority of those children were on the spectrum somewhere. Not totally. There were a lot of physical disabilities, other learning disabilities, but the teaching element has been very sadly neglected, and the passion as to what children with additional needs can actually function and do. It's a belief system in the teachers and support workers mindset. It's a mindset issue. So expand the mind, open the mind. Largely, you can educate the adults to give the children what they need, but that's after the horse is bolted. You really need to be working with the children right through, from early years right through. And that is neglected. You get domestic science or food technology when they're much older. They need that right from get-go.
Brilliant. That's very, very helpful, Heather. So I think we'll hear a little bit more from you, but we have other panel members. Julie, she's a health coach and has got wealth of experience. We'll hear from her. We have Catherine Ball, who is going to be actively implementing the program. She works in a school and is going to have a health mailer, which is like holistic health program, physically implemented, not just talking. And that's going to happen on 2nd of July. So any of you are free, please do contribute to it. We've got Chef Daksa here. She is excellent, and she is going to help with cooking, how it can help in program. We heard from Heather. We got Dr. Monica Agrawal. She's from India. And as you know, it's going to be late in India shortly, but I think we would like to hear from her. She is excellent. She's practicing, as is her husband, Prachur Agrawal, and their little son, who is actually practicing it. So I think it's great to hear. We got Kijit Bhai here. We got Sam Poddar, who has devoted his life now to yoga and acupressure and actually helping people, delivering it. We got Ashok Natwani here. We got Carol May. We got Kushal Bhai and many other people. So we would like to hear from them. And Professor Ish Kumar is there, and we had a long discussion. So we thought it will be good to us to have a short presentation and that get people reaction and then get people in. So let me just share, if I can do the presentation. Where I am. Can I share the screen? Hello.
Yes, I think some
co-host, so obviously you can share screen.
Yeah, I was trying to do.
Press the green button at the bottom. It will propagate.
Yeah, it's telling me host only, and I'm host, but it's still not getting me doing it.
No, you are a co-host. Try again. Over.
Oh, let me try. Let me try one more time. Do something is wrong. Anyway, what should
you try again?
Okay.
One sec.
Yeah, it's letting me do it now. Cool.
Yes.
Perfect.
There you go.
Lovely jubbly. So let me do, because that will set the scene and that will allow a better discussion overall, I would have thought. And I think we can do it in a much better way. So here we go. Where are we now? So let me see. Ish, if you feel like, join wherever you feel like. And also Ramesh, if you want, please do a few. Let me try and enlarge the screen, and that's done now. Okay, so if we go up, so eat smart, think smart, and be smart, which is basically a good motto. And we know that future generation needs to be physically healthy, mentally healthy, and perform better. So this is a program for children and schools to implement the health and well-being of children. And not only children, their families, and not only just the families, the society and the future generation. So I think that's the text for the program. So the next thing is, oh dear, it's not moving. Cool. So let's go back up. So what's the aim of the program? So aim of the program is to provide tools, and please feel free to ask questions. So if you raise the hand, we'll get in. Currently, I'm on my full screen, so I think I will do a short presentation and then we will take the questions and then get the panels who actually are very experienced, and they are going to share how this would work and also their views on the integrated health part. So to provide the tools for changes to the food culture and the curriculum to support the healthy behaviors. So that's one of the aim. I know they're not as strict, but I think let's try and define through the group. Second is to improve the confidence, improve the skills, improve the knowledge and the understanding how to cook, how to grow, and how to enjoy food, which is actually lacking current generation. They are more with the screen, the phone, the iPad, and everything. Even I was seeing 6 months little boy was given iPhone so that mother can carry on doing the things. Third is to reduce waste, because waste um, management is important. And as Fagunis was talking about, environmental health is so important and we need to be mindful of it. Then it's becoming conscious of the environment and the societal norms. And that's actually the other fifth aim we have got. Develop self-control, as happens if you are more self-aware and you manage yourself better, you get a better self-control. Redirecting from resourcelessness to a resourceful state, because we always complain, we don't have this, we don't have money, we don't have good family, we don't have this, my whatever environment is not good. So these all things are there, but then changing mindset from the resourceless state to resourcefulness, that is extremely important. And if you can prepare the generation for that, they will not be mourning all the time, they will be performing all the time. And to that extent is the developing a positive lifestyle habits and avoid the toxic lifestyle habits, as Lek was talking earlier, is one of the aim. And setting the approach to the food and nutrition is the next part of the game. So I think it's quite important that we stick to it. So next is, so what else are the outcomes expected? So if I go to the next slide, which it might do, I was stuck. So outcomes are contribute to reducing the childhood obesity, which is the physical part of the health. Tooth decay is also becoming common. So how to improve that? Then improving the mental health, I think is missed the world. And then improving the self-confidence and better school results, because if they are more resourceful, they use mindfulness, they have self-calm, they have meditation, that's part of that. They will be more self-centered. And therefore their memory is going to improve, their performance is going to improve, their mind hand skills will improve. Therefore there's better coordination of mind with hand, so they can type better, they can write better, and that's actually how it needs to happen. And then lastly, a better ability to manage children. We have got improving more autism, more ADHD, more special needs, more learning difficulties now, and the tolerance is not there. So tolerance will increase, and that will actually be quite good for the schools. So what we are going to do, we are going to provide knowledge about the nutrition, going to provide knowledge about ultra-processed foods. We're going to provide impact of being overweight or obese on their physical health, about the heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, stroke, cholesterol, etc., etc. But also, what can they do and how can people prevent it in a simple ways? Emphasis will be on lifestyle changes, including simple things like yoga, physical activity, as I mentioned, but also the food consciousness and mindful eating is other important aspect to it. We are going to practically teach about emotional feeding techniques, how to build more confidence, how to remove negative emotions, how to help healing, how to heal the anxiety, bad feelings in a few minutes. And that's quite important. How to identify signals of anxiety and in themselves and other children and other difficulties so that it can be signaled early and be actually addressed by both the school teacher and the family, as well as the external health needed through counselors. How to protect yourself from ill effect of the social media and how they can reduce the screen time, etc. So the next part is school. So school head teacher will commit to provide support to the teachers and the teaching assistants to be trained. So we have this program that we are still refining. Then we will train the teachers and schools, then teach the students and their families about better lifestyle of healthy eating and healthy thinking. So that is the Eat Smart, Think Smart program, and then they become smart through that. So promoting the program through the ambassadors we are looking for who can promote all this program to the child, family, and the schools, and then provide healthy meals in the school. So we will have some input, as we mentioned, from the chefs, and Chef Daksha is going to share some of that now. And then how do we do in school? The practical implementation aspects are going to be difficult, and we have a effective rewarding and reward to the schools, and we have bronze award, silver award, gold award for better performance, and the school will gain some kudos and through the social media. So key partners are like, food program will be part of it, schools will be there, education will come in, voluntary sector, as Kirit Bhai was discussing actually today, they are actually quite keen to improve the society health. If you're going to improve the community health and society health, you need to start from the school, giving them the right tools and techniques so they can use. And as you're talking, those who are 10 years old now, in 10 years, they will be 20 years old, and they can do a lot more through change of generation and bring the effect that we are expecting. What we are hoping is lasting sustainable changes, and they are actually going to be helpful for us, and we want a positive impact for the community and the society. So I think I'll stop it here, and would be keen maybe get first Ishkumar, and then we'll get Catherine Ball, who's going to implement in the school. So if she is going to, I think we had some discussion, but there are still lots of unknowns, so we'll have some questions and comments. So, Catherine, do you want to kickstart?
Hi, everyone. So I'm coming from a background of teaching physical education for over 20 years in different schools, some difficult, challenging schools, and the school I'm in now is a very good school. And the approach that it takes to healthy eating is very good, but I have seen a mixture of different options within different schools. That being said, I do see lots of children in school with different that try to or have to juggle the stresses of life. With it being a good school, we have lots of children traveling from further afield and getting up very early in the morning to get to school. 6 o'clock, 6:30, they'll be up to travel from the other side of Manchester to come to school. And also, that we see children come from primary school settings to a secondary school setting where it goes from a small environment to a big environment. They're being taught more subjects. They've got a bigger social circle to contend with. There's more structures to contend with, more homework that they will be given. and extracurricular opportunities more often than not that they can access. So with all of this, I think it's a struggle for children to go into a secondary school and always make the right choices. And I think going into the canteen, and all of a sudden, you go from a small school where possibly it's a bit easier for your parents to be aware of what you're eating. You're going into a canteen where you've got lots of different choices. So even though my school is very good in relation to the food it does offer, the school is very big on healthy eating. However, you still get the snacks at break time where you have the pan of chocolate. Well, they've got rid of the pan of chocolates, but you'll still have the croissants there. So there are still things that are there that possibly aren't the best as far as the healthy eating. Obviously, we can't get away from the fact that obviously with the COVID pandemic that has hit hard in relation to how schools and children have experienced school. So last year we all were in bubbles. So from year 7, the girls came into a secondary school, and I suppose for them it was quite nice because they were all in a small area, and it was a bit like the primary schools that they'd come from. They've now gone into year 8, and we've got the new year 7s, and it's been a big shock to them because they're now moving around to different classrooms for the lessons, and they've got different things to contend with. So with everything now within PE, where it's a bit more of a relaxed environment and you can speak to girls, you can see that there's lots of issues coming through between, you've got your eating disorders, you've got the stresses, you can see self-harm, you can see them making the wrong choices in relation to the food. Speaking to a student last week, she wants to earn more money to buy food. And, and it's that concept. And I know everyone's spoken today about choices that we give to children. So I've seen that over, as I say, many years. So I asked this year if I could get involved with running a wellbeing week that looked at different aspects of health and wellbeing. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to set up a week. It's actually fallen, fortunately, on the World Awareness Wellbeing Week, fortunately. So we're kickstarting it with our sports day. And then we're looking at trying to get ownership of the students, taking ownership of what they do in school. So with year 7s, we're running a program whereby they will design their own food and their own meal. And the canteen have come on board, and they're going to choose the best meal. They're going to give us the ingredients that the children can use. And the plan is that they will cook that meal next year, and that will be part of the offer, the foods on offer at lunchtime. So it's going back to the idea of children having ownership and an understanding of what they are actually, walking into the canteen, what they can see on offer, and why they're eating it. And I think that's important. And then with year 8, we're looking at, with the young enterprise, we're looking at how they would design and sell products, so that we can unpick how do these big corporations sell products, and how do they try to get you in, so that again they understand the different aspects of what's, when they go into a shop, what looks nice, and is it nice for the right reasons. So really we're looking at different aspects and building on that. But again, it goes back to giving the children the ownership, giving them the understanding. As I say, I'm in a good school. We have a good design and technology department. All the girls are taught to cook. It is an all-girls school. They are all taught to cook, and they do, you will see them taking the food home to parents. And I know that they do a lot of cooking at home. I run the Duke of Edinburgh Award as well. So I know that a lot of them will use that as one of the volunteering or one of the skills options within the award. So that's where I've come from, and where I'm getting involved. And then obviously at the end of the Wellbeing Week, Ramesh is kindly offered to help run a health mailer, in school for me, which will bring all the different agencies together, but again, give the children understanding of where they are in their own life and which are the best choices to make, and the consequences of those choices moving forward. So that's where we're up to at the moment. Whether it will carry on, that's the key thing. Can we carry it on every week? We already have, through the Youth Sport Trust, a National Sports Week. Could we have something similar that would look at health and wellbeing within school? I suppose that's the key question. Are other schools doing something similar? I'm not sure. As I say, this was my interest in my school that I had. Whether there's something out there that all schools offer, that's we're yet to see whether that could be found out or discovered through research. That's the opening going forward. So that's me. Thank you for listening.
Fantastic. I think it was so good. And this is actually the practical implementation of the program with consideration of the difficulties, and we are moving ahead, not just talking the talk. So thank you so much, Catherine, for your valuable input. I'm thinking is that we might have some more questions, but I would be keen to move on. We've got Chef Daksha. So it's good, as you mentioned, about children are designing their meals. They are going to cook. They will be given the ingredient. What a fantastic idea. It will be delicious to really have that food, because taste is not just in the food. Taste is in having relishing, because taste is here. You like what you cook. That is brilliant. So I think giving them that education early on to really design the food, to cook the healthy meals, and to really bring it into the main field will be great. So it'll be great to hear from you, Daksha. What would you say?
Yes, absolutely. Hi, thank you for having me here today. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you. Yes, there's me having notes of what I'm going to talk about today, but you amazing people have just taught me so much in the past hour that I'm just blown away. Yes, what a fantastic platform we've got today, and amazing professionals in food and health and nutrition. It's just, I'm just learning so much. I'm just a humble chef. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nutritionist. I'm not a dietitian. I'm doing a nutritional course only because everybody wants certificates. And when you talk about something, you've got to prove that you know about it as well, and you've done the right research. So alongside all you professional people today, I feel quite humbled to be here. But what I'm doing at the moment, I've been in the restaurant and catering industry for over 20 years. And in 2020, I was left to make a choice of whether to close my restaurant and catering business. In the end, we decided not to reopen. And in 2021, I've sort of embarked on a new journey. I felt like I had a calling to do something different in my life. I lost my older sister to bowel cancer 4 years ago, just before lockdown. And it opened up a whole new, how could you say, event of emotions, an event of, something's not right in our lives. As a chef and a professional chef and cooking for the world for so many years, I thought I knew everything there is to know about food. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, what more have we missed out on? Myself, my family, my sister, we were pure vegetarians since birth. So we just sort of assumed we were healthy. We assumed we were eating the right foods. You can't go wrong on a vegetarian diet. But obviously, we were mistaken, and we were when I was trying to help her increase her lifespan, the kind of foods and everything we learned about, it absolutely shocked me, and it made me realize there was so much more out there to learn, especially about food combinations, food preparations, and most of all, the equipment we use, the kind of cooking temperature we cook our food in. And all of this taught me so much, and I felt as if I can't carry on the profession I'm doing because there's just so much more I know now, and I want to help others. Along the past year, I know I've been doing a lot of workshops, and I've been helping a lot of people cook correctly. When I say correctly, correct ingredients, correct combination of ingredients, correct temperature, correct preparation, washing, cleaning, soaking. There's just so many aspects to a meal that we can easily overlook. And that's not even overlooking. It's like we just don't have the knowledge. The information is out there, but how to access that information, how to process it and actually put it into our everyday life is something people, normal people, everyday people, they find it too difficult. It's too much information to process. We live in such a convenient life where everything is just grab and go. We can go to the supermarkets, half of our food is ready cooked for us, ready prepared for us. You know, a lot of people still live on the microwave age, you know, bung it in the microwave and away you go. There's just so much out there. I started with adults trying to teach them the correct way. I find it so difficult to make them understand that there is a correct method. You've got to start from the beginning, the right food you select from the shops, the right combination, the right preparation, the right temperature we're cooking at, the right equipment we're cooking in, like don't use non-stick, don't use aluminium. And a lot of the time I notice, like, I get their attention, but then they look at me as if to say, what's she talking about? This is what we've known since childhood. Why, you know, what makes her so different? And suddenly she's telling us to use different cookware, cook at different temperatures. You know, I was told, some people said, but we cook majority of our food in the pressure cooker, you know, in a one pot, in this, in that. So why, you know, so you're telling me you're not getting enough in nutritional value. And I'm saying, I'm unfortunately, yes, you're not getting the right nutritional value. You know, your food is tasting fine, but what your food is supposed to do once it's inside your body, it's not doing it. All you're getting from that food is probably the fiber. And once it passes your tongue, you've enjoyed the flavors. What that food is supposed to do is to heal you, nourish you. It's supposed to provide growth. You know, it's supposed to do a job. Your food, everything we eat, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, has a job to do. And if we keep overlooking that and thinking, okay, you know what, I'll eat healthy on a Monday, does that Monday ever come? You know, my diet starts from next week. Does that next week ever come? Our lifestyle has become so, how can you say, prevalent to quick food. You know, we just want to get the food and cooking out of the way, the most easiest, convenient equipment to use to make that life quicker, faster, and then we get on with our lives. But we forget that getting on with our lives, we physically need to be able to get on with that life. So physically, if you go backwards and you say physically, we can do our yoga, we can do our meditation, and we can do our well-being and our mindset. All our daily routines are fantastic for everything outside here. But what we put in our mouths, what goes inside our gut, and what the fundamental thing that our food is supposed to do is the most important part of your day that we rush. You know, we overlook and we neglect. And where does that come from? Where does that stem from? So I went backwards. I'm thinking, okay, me trying to approach adults, I seem to be hitting a wall. So there's me thinking, it's the children. It's the children we need to educate. And the lack of education and understanding of correct way of cooking, correct way of eating should start at an early age. I did a little bit of experiment in my own family children, and I would give them, I drop a little source of information. I said, look, okay, it's like my nephews, they do so much activities, but the lunch they eat is full of carbohydrates. And I'm saying, okay, you're 11, 12, and 13. And I'm thinking, okay, do you know what protein is? Do you know how much protein you're supposed to put in your body? Do you know? They don't know anything. So far from how can I say, junior school to secondary school, they haven't even tapped on anything yet. The classes haven't even existed. They, you know, my one nephew said to me, he goes, oh, we did a small class and we made macaroni cheese. So, okay, you made macaroni cheese, and this macaroni cheese was put together. I'm sorry, guys, I'm going to have to interrupt you. Somebody is knocking on my door and I'm home alone.
That's great. Thank you very much.
I'm going to have to put it on pause, otherwise it's going to bang my door down. Bear with me a second.
And I'll let me get.
So whilst you're doing that, or maybe me and Rajiv can have a little discussion there. Yes, please go ahead. This is a really interesting discussion, actually. Whilst we are here, I'd like to really say that what amazing vision. Rajiv ji, do you not think this is an amazing vision? Because we cook every single day. For somebody to have a twist in the way we cook could have all the complete changes that they could bring into people's lives just by educating people on how we should cook. I mean, we don't know this, right? And that right kind of pots and pans, what temperature should be. We just cook, that's it, done, right? And what do you think, Rajiv ji? Because I know you've talked about these health professionals, but I wouldn't consider that, oh, a chef should be also part of this whole mix, because this is a really good surprise for me and a very good, it's a very good move. How important do you think this is as well for you? What do you think, Rajiv ji?
I do a lot of weight management. So I've done like weight management, clinics for almost 20 years, slimming clinic, I've run the whole weight management program currently I do. So when I started in my current job around 13 years ago, the weight management, double integration pathway. So we manage from community to the hospital, but from child, parents, grandparents, because children eat what they see at home or what they get given. So how the whole influence happen needs to be a whole family tree.
Yes, yes.
To change. So when I did the training, I not only called the health professionals, I called teachers and I called chef, I called the health visitors. So all of them were part, because in order to influence the whole society, you don't need one. And that was one of the reasons why I got Akshan.
Ah, yes, I think this is a really great thing. And she's so passionate about things. And also when you've been through an experience yourself, you're much more passionate and you understand the impact that this food could have on people's lives. And she's spending and dedicating time and efforts trying to educate others about this. And I think we should all be very open to learning these kinds of, knowledge that's being passed on to us. It's really good. And of course, just to remind our Healing Our Earth audiences, we're here on a live platform right now. This program is going live around the world in many, many countries. We have audience members all watching this program, and we have guests as well who have joined us here today from different parts of the world. So thank you for all our lovely Healing Our Earth family members around the world. Do share this knowledge and this information with others. If you're gaining something from this program, if you're learning something and you feel that somebody else could really benefit from this, please share the links of this particular program so others can gain from it as well and learn. But Dr. Rajiv ji, I think we have our next guest, do we?
Correct. So I'm thinking we've got quite a few, so let's just move on.
Absolutely.
Let me get Julie. She's from Malaysia, and I know it's nearly 10 o'clock. They are probably 11, I don't know. So let's get in, and then we'll get Monica Agrawal, if she's still here. She's from India, and then we'll get Sam Uppodar, who is our own fantastic, not only talker, but he actually does. And I did spend time in Peace Island, where the whole day is yoga and healthy meals. So I would like to hear from him to connect what we do. And then we got also some other people who are amazing. And then we get Ish Sharma from Mauritius, who's going to share his wisdom, how we are going to implement the program, not only just here, but also we're going to implement in the Far East countries. So we are not going to have a local program, we have a global program. So welcome, Julie. So what do you think of this, and share your wisdom? And then we'll probably in a few minutes then move to next people, and then we'll open it for the group to ask questions. But please feel free to chat, put on to the comments, and if you have any questions, keep putting or raise the hand if you need. And for those people who are on the Facebook or YouTube Live or Periscope, please keep writing something, whatever you feel like, and what you like, what you don't like, or you have some questions about what it should be. So we will pick it up and then take it from there. So back to you, Julie. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. And I was wondering whether Chef D, you had any closing statements, to complete your.
Get her back in. Don't worry about. Let's just.
Okay. Yeah. I really resonated with Falguni's message, and Heather and Chef D and Catherine. All of you spoke about things that are very important to me, and the group that I lead is actually a group of WildFit coaches, and I help them with my medical background to look at problems that their clients are facing. And in this program has been very, very effective for me in terms of helping me see how the impact of food on behavior and health problems, especially in children. So a brief bit about my experience going through the WildFit program is that I went through it when I was really at a very low point in my life. I was really struggling with my health. And I had just given birth, and I had a 3-month-old baby. And the program actually, just in very brief, I would just sum it up in an acronym. And the easiest way to think of it is that there are, as we were talking about carbohydrates, right? So there are foods that have a lot of carbohydrates and a lot of addictive qualities to them. And the acronym I use when I want to summarize it for people is this acronym GODS. So we don't want to have false gods, right? So the first types of food that is very, especially for vegetarians, is a really tough, it's really difficult. You can't completely get rid of it because you need some of it, but you don't want to have too much. It's grains, especially gluten. So just beware. Because gluten is extremely addictive. Gluten has, the breakdown products has a morphine-like substance called gluteomorphine. And then the second letter is O, is overly processed foods. So it's just very easy to think about, overly processed foods. The third is dairy. So dairy has the analogous to the gluteomorphine as caseomorphine. And and sometimes people do not know how much they are reacting to it until we take it out for a month. So the challenge usually is to remove the food for more than 2 weeks, 2 weeks to a month or even longer, in order to remove the allergenic, the effects of it. And I found for my 6-year-old, she had actually very severe reactions to cheese. Every time she would eat pizza, she would end up with an asthma attack. And it happened more than once, and we were like, okay, that's it. And she herself has learned that. So we've made the connection for her between food and her asthma. For me, when I was young, and this was sort of the painful part about growing up as a child of conventional doctors, is that we keep throwing medicine on top of the symptom, and then we kind of like just forget about it. So they were giving me all kinds of allergy medicines and sprays, and I had childhood asthma, and I've suffered a lot in my body, in big and small ways. And they never looked for the solution. I don't blame them for it, because they didn't have this information I have now. But the experience of getting rid of dairy for me was that I went from being a daily allergy sufferer to I only get a runny nose if I eat something naughty. Yeah. So the last letter is S, which everyone knows, sugar. So sugar in all forms is causing inflammation in our body. The exceptions, a few exceptions, of very high quality honey could be okay. And I think there's just very few reliable sources of healthy sugars. So stick to the fruits and the dried fruits if you have to. So I echo the thoughts about raw foods, about as much raw as possible. And I come from an Asian culture. It's really hard to cook things, to convince especially the children to eat raw foods, but just slowly introduce things like maybe the barmy beans, peas. It's not really Asian, but and give them let them try a food. And you have to let a child try a food multiple times. So there's a little trick I use for my kids, is that I learned this from one of these cartoons. They were talking about a no thank you bite. So you give a child a food and you say, it's okay if you don't like it. So, you just say that you can taste it, and if you don't like it, you can spit it out. Don't force them to get it. And I call it a no thank you bite. I said, you can have a no thank you bite or no thank you sip. And if I'm not mistaken, pediatricians, they advise you to try something for at least 14 times before you like it. So it's a lot to shift someone from a very non-vegetable based diet, because it's very carb and protein, animal protein based, to vegetables. But it just takes time, it takes determination. Offer them the broccoli before you give them the cookie, that kind of thing, gluten-free cookie. Okay, so those are the little tips I would like to share, and I don't want to take up more time, but I absolutely think it's so important to minimally process the foods and be very, very aware of how much sugar you're taking in, even though they are children and they burn it off and they have lots of glutathione, keeping their body healthy, but they still we can't push the body past its limits.
Thank you very much. It's amazing, excellent ideas. And I like the word gods. It's fantastic. So before we bring Sam in, there's a question for Daksha. Is gas and electric price going up, and so is the food price? How will we encourage family to cook healthy food? There's a question from Ashok Natwani. He's there. So I think it's a very good and very valid question. So you can say, and then if I have any other comment.
Yes, if I quickly just mention that's a very good topic. Gasan, if you know how to cook correctly, you actually don't need to be cooking for hours and hours. Our food honestly does not need that much cooking. If you, again, right equipment, right techniques, and the knowledge of the know-how, and you can cook with up to 70% less gas and electricity if you have the right equipment and the right know-how.
It's amazing. That will save so much of money. 70%.
Absolutely, yes, 100%.
But we need to bring you back here.
Yeah, apologies to everybody. So sorry I had to go.
And I had a question for you, Chef D. Is the nutritional value of steamed food better than boiled food?
Yes, absolutely. Steamed food is 100% better than boiled food, because when you boil your veggies, you've lost the nutrients in the water. People say, oh, but I'm using that water. But when you boil food, you're actually taking its toxins out as well, and you're removing its own natural waters. So you've not only added that toxin to the water, you've removed its natural waters, which you need. If you were to cook it alone, either it's steam or a correct cooking equipment that it can cook itself without the water, the vegetable will cook in its own water, and that will increase its nutritional value and decrease its cooking time. So you've actually cooked it between 86 to 96 degrees, less than 100. So you've actually kept up to 93 to 98% of its nutritional value. So yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. So good. So just on that note, let me bring Sam, who is so good, whole lifestyle changes. He himself has lost a massive amount of weight, which I know myself. I've seen him before and after, and he runs the yoga classes. He follows it, and I think it'll be great to hear from him. So welcome you, Sam.
Hello, Dr. Rajiv. Very nice to be back here. First, I'll tell you, I was authorized to go to the schools to teach yoga in Strathclyde. So they gave me the school with a lot of mental issues where the children were very violent. There was poverty from the deprived area where people didn't have enough, there was too much people fighting, things like that. But children have to given the ownership, as some of the previous owners said. See, children are told what to do. Do this, do that. Everything is people are jumping on them. When I take class, I send them a questionnaire. What you like to achieve? Health-wise, lifestyle-wise, food-wise, and give them information. Don't think they're idiots. They are clever people. Once you give them information, they'll make the right choice, right decision. So really, when I tell them, before I start the class, I tell them, talk about the universal energy, prana. Very important. Where does the energy come from? I'll ask them the question. I say, I'm looking for 3 answers. Most of people will say food and water. That's the first thing they will mention. They spend all their life eating and drinking. Next one, they look at puzzle. I see you're doing it just now. Air. You breathe in, you're taking in prana. And third is, where do you go for your lunchtime and breakfast time? You're told to go outside in the playground to have your breakfast or lunch, whatever you're taking. Why is that? Nature, sunshine, vitamin D3, all these play an important part to give you energy, prana. So what is prana? Nothing in universe moves without prana. Body to function, you need prana, universal energy. Prana is a vital link between your body and mind. And the breath is the main vehicle for prana to enter your body. Without prana, there is no life. If you have energy, through prana, you get mental disturbance, excitement, anxiety, fear, anger, disappointment, lust for sex can all be calmed down. Regular practice of pranayama plays a very important. Mental health is very big issue. And to teach children, you have to become like children. Talk to them about universal energy all the time. And the breath is the main bridge between body and mind. Conscious mind and subconscious mind. What mind thinks, body delivers. Mind is like a horse. If you don't rein it properly, it wanders around and your mind gets all that. Pranayama is one of the best ways. That's why then I told them, how do you feel prana? They say, I don't know what prana is. I say, put your hand apart. You can all do it. I bring close to you. As you bring closer to you, within 1 centimeter, you can feel a pulsation. Something happened between your finger. That's prana at work. You can feel the bit sensation in between. When you go back, slowly you can feel the pressure behind the hand. Other one is, you have energy channel in your body. I tell them to rub the nail like this, into the nerve ending, energize the prana, and then shake your body like the athletic does, standing like this. You can feel the sensation in your palm of your hand. That's prana. And the children trying to think. Then I ask the class, out of 40 people, I ask them, who wants to gain height? Out of 40, 25 people took their hand up. Oh, yes, sir, I want to gain height. Then I will ask them, what do you eat to gain height? They'll tell me all the different things, vegetable, milk, carrot, broccoli, all the different things, what they knew. Then I say, also you need vitamin D3. Your bone need to be absorb more calcium in your bone, so bone can stretch, which gives you a chance to stretch. And then I'll tell them, you have to do 5 asana to stretch your thinking. They say, oh yes, sir. I said, please tell us. And they all want to, they're eager to take part in it. So I don't have to force them. They want me to do it. So like Tarasan, shoulder stand, Halasana, crab pose, they do it and they all enjoy it. See, that's it. It's like children are like a children. You have to choke, kind of, like somebody said, give them something else, to give them something else, bit of chocolate to do something else, they'll do it. If there's benefit, then I ask for acupressure-wise, I'll tell them, and we got blocked nose. Out of 40, 10 people have blocked nose. So I tell them, take your finger, tip of the finger, and just rub them in anywhere at all. If it's the right nostril, take the left hand. If it's left nostril, right hand, and they find the nose clear. They say, oh God, that's magic. I can breathe now. And that's what they're looking for. Looking for something quick fix. Acupressure is one of the best ways to heal people. Then somebody says, I want to increase my memory power. Then they said, in old science, when you're back home, when the children were punished, you have to hold the ear with both opposite hand, and you do sit down, up and down. What can they say? You connect your right hemisphere with the left hemisphere and increase your memory power. So all these are simple things, very attractive. And then they say how to increase concentration. I said, children, how much water do you drink? I say 1 glass, how some say half glass, some say no, you have to drink at least, take your weight, divide by 30. And that's the amount of water. If like I'm 90 kilo, so I need to drink 3 liters of water daily. If you don't drink enough water, leads to lack of concentration, and then you kill the kid more, your stomach doesn't clear, and then you pass gas all the time, and that's what, and you fall asleep easily as well. You can't concentrate. So really, then people take more interest and take into the thing, mate. Hope I've got enough time to still talk away. Rajiv, is okay? A few minutes?
Yeah, a few more minutes. Perfect.
And the pranayama is very important. And pranayama is, if I ask children to go and sit down in Gyan Mudra and take deep breathing, they won't do it. After a few seconds, they start moving around. So you have to have physical. So I tell them to hold your hand, go up. If you do physical, they'll do it with you. Kapalbhati, I used to do this way. They'll do it, but they won't do it sitting down. So really, you have to act physical activity with pranayama. And that's what, and I told them pranayama is the one fixes your body, internal organ exercise, and promote good health. And things like Bastrika Kapalbhati increase your immunity. And then also I talk to a lot of children about nitric oxide. I said, if you want stamina, you have to be good at sports, good at education, you have to have nitric oxide. Don't use mouthwash, use all the food, mix it with saliva, which makes nitrite, which produces nitric oxide, which is like a bubble. It's like a straw. When you put the soap water, the bubble goes up and bursts. So that dilates your blood vessel, expands your lung, and then also goes more oxygen goes into your muscles, so it gives you more stamina. Then you can run faster, you can jog faster, you can be top of the class, all the sports and everything else, you become better at it. I can go on and on, sorry, I know time is limited, but thank you very much. Hopefully that give you kind of flavor. And island you talked about, just the island has fresh air blowing through all the time. You have nature, and the food, there's no shop there. They only eat what we bring. So I only bring the healthy food, broccoli, cinnamon powder. Like in the morning, we give them cinnamon powder, honey, like a toast on the brown bread with the sesame seed and everything on it. It's like trying to, and that's what the health is. That's what we're trying to do. But rather than forcing people, you have to educate them in certain way, coach them into it, that it becomes a habit. So thank you very much.
It's amazing, and I think we would need to get more input. It is so well presented, simple things, and you are qualified to teach yoga. What best we can have to have input on this Eat Smart, Think Smart program, because you have covered both parts.
One thing I'll add on to it, like I went to the dining room, they were eating carrot, with raw carrot. So I told the teacher, body needs a color, beta carotene, which comes from the color of the vegetable, not from the vegetable itself. And when you cook it, when you steam it, you get 18% beta carotene absorbed in the body. When you eat raw, only absorb 10-20%. So which is better? So try to give them better steamed carrot rather than the raw carrot. Sorry.
So there are two more things. One is there is a lot of requests from people to organize a trip to a peace island for all integrated health practitioners. And what better place, because we are cut off from the world.
It's like a prison camp. It's like a prison camp. You can't go out. You have to swim across. You can't swim across either. That's right.
And the second one is also about the schools. So I'm just thinking is where the schools are actually keen on it. We would really love for your input and to really do these things because you are doing yourself. Imagine if there are another 20-30 people doing it in schools using the techniques which you have mastered and you found they're effective and useful. We should include it our program so that we can do it. So we'll be grateful for that.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So I think we have got tons of useful things, it's all coming, so we'll try and bring it together. I'm just thinking is we have got Professor Ish Sharma here, and he actually has been quite keen. In fact, he is in a very powerful position from Ministry of Ayush. He's in Mauritius and has been in contact with the influence, the government and all that. And we had long discussions, and the idea is that we're going to do it here, he's going to do that. I mean, we will make massive difference, not only just in UK, but globally. So I would like to invite him to have his views and how this will work and how we can make it happen in a much more effective way. So not only just the program, but also overall whole integration of the health. So first talk about the program healthy system. So E2 smart, think smart, be smart for the children in the school, and also the whole integration of different things, because that is how it will work. So please, let's welcome Ish Sharma.
Yeah, global namaste to all, and thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv ji, Dr. Ramesh, Neil, all the organizers, Miss Hani Kalaria, and everyone. And wonderful listening to all of you. We have been like talking for quite some time by now, and I have been discussing with Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji for last 1 week that maybe this is high time that we move beyond talking. And that is where I would like to invite you all to Mauritius, where we'll be having there would be 2 activities undertaken. The most important would be a workshop upon eat smart, think smart, be smart activities. Like how can you all disseminate, spread the correct information about eat smart and think smart among the children. How can we be on the same page? How can we make a strategy to reach out to all the governments? We will be writing a joint letter which would be sent to all the governments. No one's 200 countries, and we pitch the same message that what do we mean by eat smart, think smart, and somebody will someday listen to us. And this will be happening once we are in a training retreat where we are on the same page. We fine tune, we remove the kinks after mutual discussions and devil's advocacy. I question you and you question me, and finally we are at a real good standard. We have verified all the flaws, and we do not just take what anyone tells. We verify, then we prepare a paper and we send it across. And this retreat can be followed by, very importantly, cross sensitization. What I am talking, because I am an Ayurveda professor, might not relate to you, might not link to you, you might not understand, and somehow you being very nice, you being very decent human being, you are listening me with a smile. Okay, very good, very good. But in your heart, you might not be digesting what I am telling. So that is where we all have to come up with the forte, with the strengths of our particular systems. What little evidences we have got. If they are not there, then we as a team, this is such a huge team. We, not me, you are such an enlightened group. So we will support each other. How can we add value to Chef D? What can be value addition to the yoga therapist we are listening to? What can be evidence support we can provide to someone from music therapy or chromotherapy or multiple systems? So a brief cross sensitization, cross training, followed by this retreat upon eat smart, think smart, and goes without saying, this island paradise, the tourism would come for free. So we engage in 3 to 5 days of activities, followed by panchkarma treatments for you all. If you want, we can provide panchkarma treatments. We can train you with panchkarma treatments. Very importantly, this retreat would be a place where we will cook. We have got the chefs with us. We all will cook. It will be a cooking workshop also. When you go back, you spread the right cooking practices to your society and to your family and friends. Very rightly put by another speaker, that Ayurveda has very clearly told different foods need be cooked at different temperatures. And how were they controlling temperatures 10,000 years back? They recommended separate wood for separate cookings. You want to cook this dish, then take a wood from this tree. For another meal, take a wood from that tree. Every wood would be having a different temperature. How does it attain the temperature? How does it maintain the temperature? How does it cool down? Because high temperature is an overgeneralization which like McDonald's or any food chain cannot afford to vary. They have to simplify their processes for profit making. They cannot afford to sell the same burger cooked at 10 temperatures. And high temperature cooking is the most important mistake we make when it comes to protein denaturation, which would lead to like a deranged genetic makeup and cancers. So high temperature cooking, barbecue can be a very good triggerer for cancers when you are overcooking for hours and hours, then you are denaturing the protein. So right temperature cooking is very, very important. So maybe if with the permission from Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji, if we can take some feedback upon this training session at Mauritius, we will be arranging everything. It will be a soldier system. We share all the expenses, no commerce involved, no profit making involved at all. Or if Mauritius doesn't suit you and we have got a better alternative, we will be the first to join. Maybe an interaction over here is very imperative, because we all would take like 2 to 3 months to discuss, to plan, to see our agenda, see your diaries, when are you free, so many things have to be considered. So Rajiv ji, is it the right time we explore this possibility?
I think it will be good, but let people think about it and then we'll open the floor for discussion. I'm thinking if Monica is still here, she actually is again a qualified medical professional, but live a very, very stringent life. And I'm so impressed by her and her husband and his and her son, who is very young and is practicing this. They have a they wake up around 4 o'clock in the morning, daily have this, medical practice, but also the whole lifestyle. They have developed so many things. So I don't know if she is still here.
So Rajiv, Monica is here, but she's not understanding that she needs to put the video on for me to tag her.
Okay.
Maybe Monica in India, if you can hear us, put your video on so we can put you on a screen. Over.
Cool. Thank you so much. That's brilliant. And I would also want Ramesh to really have a comment, and then we'll come back and ask other people in. Ramesh. You're on mute, Ramesh, if you want to comment. But I can open it to
we are
other
fortunately
people.
getting there, that we are almost there on the same page. If not quite, that maybe just page opposite, but I think we're just getting there. And I think this getting a physical sort of get together, when it is safe, where it is safe, will be a fantastic idea. I have been to Mauritius myself. My friend lived there for many years, and fortunately he's just there, but he's going back. But it is a beautiful place. I say it is a gateway to west for the Easterns and gateway to east to the Westerns. And I'm not sure that whether I will be interested to learn cooking at this stage, but I think what we need to do, and I keep saying that again, I'll continue saying that again, because I think that is what I believe in. We need to teach cooking and those sort of skills to the children, because we are quite fixed, whether we say it or not say. We have developed certain habits and certain things, but the youth, they are really, you can do and get them what you want to, achieve. So the program, Eat Smart and these things, is part. We shouldn't forget, it is a part of developing schools, developing communities, and developing our wellness. And that is where we are. Because eating is something, is a fuel, is energy for us. But at the same time, the other habits, other things picking up, like Rajiv said, and that is very important, that there's so much underneath bullying is going on in the schools. They get isolated, they get depression, they get anxious, they don't go to teacher, they don't eat well at home, they eat junk food because that is easier to fill their tummies. And suicidal rate has gone up, which is very, very unfortunate, that the children who have to see their youth, their children, their whole life, they are taking their own thing. So who spends more time with the children? The children. And if we teach the children themselves that fellow school child behave differently to you, note it and note these symptoms and bring to the notice of somebody so that they can be picked up at early stage by the teacher, by the parents, and can be then fixed up very easily, rather than leaving it too late. Sometimes we are too much in the confidentiality and all those sort of things. That is not my job, it is teacher's job, it is health visitor job, it is this thing. One thing which we have not uttered too much today, and I'm grateful that Professor Ish Sharma said that, it is team. We have to work as a team. You will always achieve more as a team than individual person. I think I will stop there, but children is our theme.
Thank you, Ramesh. That was fantastic. Rajiv,
yeah.
From Mauritius, we've got Biju here, who himself is an expert in Ayurveda, and he's very close friend with Professor Ish Sharma. Biju is the one who said that Professor Ish Sharma should be with us. And they are the one who are planning in Mauritius a retreat to do with Ayurveda and cooking and this Eat Smart, Think Smart. So maybe we can listen a bit from Biju, if it's okay with Ish and Rajiv yourself. Over.
Yeah, definitely. Biju, we had a talk this morning and 2 days ago. So I think it's a great idea, and I'm so pleased this is happening. It's not talking, it's happening. So Ish is going to that, not only that academic part, but you are the implementer part. You've got the business connection, you have got connection to ministry. It is going to happen. So the whole idea is that let's just get there. So please do share your thoughts and logistics. What do you need from us? What you can do for us? And then we'll hear from other people. It might be a small group first, and then we grow later. So please share your views and ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji and Ramesh ji, and especially Neil Kumar ji. Actually, we've been discussing many things over online platforms, and now we need to move to the next level. To take it to the next level, because we are in a global organization, we can do many things, and the world is demanding our mission right now. That is the reason we are getting connection from all over the world, and we are growing day by day. And to take it to the next level, we first of all, the idea is not only for cooking. It is first we need to gather and we need to interact. When it is experience, there are a lot of fantastic holistic methods, healthcare methods are there. We can say that alternative medicines or integrated medicine or whatever names. But we are listening much, but more than a listening, when we are experiencing from our practitioners, the confidence will be very much higher. Then we can really move to an integrated method. That is the reason we propose a get together in Mauritius, and especially maybe if we are staying like 3 days or 4 days, how we have to live. Early morning, we need to get up, and what are the yogas? It's part of the yoga and pranayama, meditation, and going to the Ayurvedic retreat, and the preparation of food, and sightseeing and workshops and learning procedures. We have to prepare a proper method of living 3 days or 4 days, and in that we'll be experiencing things, because we are experiencing, and this is the way we can take to the next level. And also from there, many things, I know here we are having a lot of health practitioners. So suppose that, for example, yoga practitioners want to integrate Ayurveda with them, and Ayurveda can integrate yoga therapy. Some other treatment wanted to integrate with this one. So this kind of information we can share each other, and we will be growing about it. And Mauritius, one of the reasons we select Mauritius, both we have right now Ish Sharma, Dr. Ish Sharma, and me also here, and there is a good support from Mauritius as well. And one of the good place to organize, and very lovely place. Many people will like it. Climate will be very fine. And as Dr. Ish was telling, it was nothing related to profit making or something like that. It is an equal cost sharing. We can manage the cost. Only the people need to come, and we can plan it, and we can organize everything from here. Or if you have other options, fine. Because the main idea is that from the digital platform, at least we need to meet together and experience their abilities, and confidence will be in a different level. That is the idea behind it. And because of, if all of you are okay with that, we can think about it.
So Rajiv, the beautiful part is Mauritius is not only a wonderful destination in Indian Ocean, but because of Ish Sharma, who is actually collaborating with the local ministry and convincing them, our idea with you and Professor Gupta, that we want the school establishment and the education authorities being our partners, what a wonderful chance we have got to set up this global organization, particularly to run with a ready-made project that we have got, which Professor Gupta has mastered for the last 20 years. And now he's going to fine-tune it with actual proper toolkit. If we merge it with what Biju and Ish were, they are the first one to have actually offered us that we want to start this. This is a wonderful time. So Ish, to answer your question, that is it too soon? No, it's not too soon. But as Rajiv said, let us explore with everybody and then put a package that is conducive to each forum member, where we find hotel partners, retreat partners, airline partners. So the less we have to fork out, the more attractive it is, because we are all doing this voluntarily, freely, and spiritually. So Ramesh, the project that you have got, the Health Mela, which is already rolled out, and I think Rajiv, you and Ramesh have planned something in July. Tell us a bit more about it and then take it over. And by the way, from India, we have got the couple, Dr. Monica and them, and then later we just call them. Over to you.
Well, can I just say about this, just 2-3 lines about the next Health Mela which we are having?
Yeah.
This approach will be on 2nd of July at Altrincham in Manchester, or Cheshire, whatever you classify now. This is in the Loreto Grammar School. This school is for girls only, and mostly the secondary school, but they have got sister schools at a younger age. But they will also invite the children from others, and it will be open to general public, and parents and teachers will be there. So the whole approach will be on that day, will be to give them the, empower them, give them the knowledge about right food, as to what is right food, right exercise, and what they should do to pick up the early stages of depression, anxiety, and if they are not feeling very well, because they can't say those things to their parents or brothers and sisters, at least they can talk to their friends, and then the friends somehow will be conveying them at a very, very early stage to the teachers, so that they can pick it up and avoid the unnecessarily increasing deaths which are occurring. It is shocking, honestly, that the children at that age thinking of suicide and being unwell, being not feeling well and not feeling happy, because that is childhood is all about happiness. Childhood is all about learning. Childhood about is the friendship, and the right thing if we teach them. And that is why I'm saying again and again, it is a our school, our community, our health. Let us start from the childhood. And I think nobody can say more and learn more than from Monica and his son, Harsh. Honestly speaking, he's tuned so much in the healthy eating, infused drinks, and taking part and like speaking on this thing is amazing. And we had a seminar yesterday, and I'm grateful and very happy that Prachur and Monica are here. And they are my niece and nephew, by the way. But more than that, they are my gurus. Honestly speaking, they have taught us so much. I respect them that way. I never said, never say to them that thing because I'm their Tauji. How can I say that? But I think they are really wealth of knowledge and very, very pleasing to see them here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramesh. And I completely agree. I had at least 20, 30 discussions with Monica and Pachur over past few months, and it's amazing the way they have changed their life. And I think many of us can learn inspiration. So Monica, please, would you want to share? You're unmute. Thank you.
Namaste Tauji, namaste everyone. So actually today we are not well prepared for this session, but
just share your thoughts of your lifestyle. Probably it'll be good, and about the how you can have your input because you are doing what can be done because you taught your child to do this, and the idea is can we teach in school to other children the simple techniques that can work.
So just want to share that few things before going to the big thing, few things, little things we have to understand first. Like, do you know what makes us? Some of you might identify yourself with this physical body, but we are more than this. We are more of abstract rather than the physical form. As Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, that we are not this body, but the soul inside it. Somewhere I read that we are made up of three things. The gross body, which we are seeing, the subtle body, behind this is subtle body. Subtle body is consist of three things, mind, false ego, and intelligence. And beyond this is our soul. Actually, we are soul. We are not this subtle body. We are not this body. This is all changing. We are soul. So, somewhere I feel that we have to concentrate on our soul first. If we work on soul, then our mind, our intelligence, our body all will get in proper, channelized in proper direction. So
brilliant, isn't it? The Sthul Sharir, Sukshma Sharir, Atma.
And Atma.
This is what Lord Krishna said in the
Bhagavad Gita.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is what is there, and it's so good to bring that concept here and how we incorporate that into our daily life, and then on to teach some of these elements in the school without being more theoretical. That's brilliant. So yeah, please do share your wisdom.
So actually, when we born as soul in this physical body. As we grow, we develop our likes and dislikes. And this creates our identity. These likes, dislikes, and thoughts of our are influenced by the environment we live in. Social media platform and electronic media are playing a very big role, an active role in creating our identity by their influence. And this is happening not just with adults, but also with our children. kids are so much possessed and obsessed with this electronic and social media platforms that whole of their upbringing revolves around this. We need don't sing a lullaby, rather play it on YouTube. Kids prefer putting their queries on Google rather than with us. And thanks to 2 year of lockdown, this dependence has taken a gigantic form, and we are flooded with all sorts of information, relevant or irrelevant. We as parents are overlooking these change of behavior because we somehow feel comfortable that we are not being nagged by kids constantly, or we get our own happy merry life. We as doctors and caregivers are noticing that the kids are getting exposed to all sorts of information being appropriate to their age or not. Some parents do claim that they have a really updated firewall system, but I know our kids are smart enough and one step ahead, and they know how to modulate our parents, our teachers, and all of us. In our OPD, we are noticing psychological, behavioral, hormonal changes, and uh, which are coming from the time much before than the expected time. Actually, our kids are getting violent, stubborn, non-compliant, using foul languages, and indulging in sexual activities not appropriate to their age. On the other hand, they are also increasing. There are also increased incidence of autistic spectrum diseases, depression, even suicidal tendencies. The question is, what can we do? Well, I would say it's true. You cannot stop the river flowing from any direction from going to, but we can channelize this and we can give some direction to this.
Yeah, very good. That's excellent. So I'm thinking is that there is a lot of wealth of information here. And importantly, thing you mentioned is you can channelize it. You can't change the whole thing. And this is very good. We are going to have bite-sized chunks. So small things first. Let's start like in school. Few things, just little change in the what time they should wake up, how much screen time should they have, who should they meet, what time should they sleep. So sleep hygiene is quite important because I hear all the time children are sleeping till 2 o'clock and then waking at 11 o'clock. That's not how body is naturally built. So we have left what is alignment with nature to do something very artificial. So moving back towards nature and the natural way so the body get better healing technique, just extremely important. So I think that is wonderful. I'm so grateful. I'm conscious of the time, so I was thinking to give a couple of minutes for each of the panelists again to just see. I mean, we had so much of wealth of information. We heard about the circle of influence. How do we use it and how we increase the circle of influence? We heard about the karma effect. We heard about bringing that into the school. We heard about the lifestyle changes that we need to do. We learned about how our body practices, the exercise, the mind practices, the posturing, the breathing, that can change, and Sam is doing it practically. So we have wealth of information. Going talking about the energy practices. We heard about willingness. We learned about trip down the memory lane. We heard about how proper community changes can be brought just by doing changes. We heard from Catherine about the whole system change. She is a physical education teacher, but she has extended beyond, how she has used it for the Duke of Edinburgh Award, all these things, activities, the cooking, the changes they are going to do. Children designing their food and children cooking their food by school providing that, and health mela, which Ramesh has talked twice about. This bringing the real life changes into not only just the children, but the community and the society, so as to have a better future generation. Grab and go is what is happening, as Daksha mentioned. We are in a microwave age, everything is quicker, faster, eat and go. However, we are leaving the joy of food. We are not using the nutritional value of the food. We are not having mindfulness so that we chew and eat every single element that can be assimilated into our body to provide the proper nutrition. And we heard from Julie about gods, amazing, amazing, the grains, the gluten-free diet, making the changes, but the minimizing, maximizing what you need for body, overtly cooked food, dairy food, sugar, the effect of the carbohydrate, all these things are part of our life, and how we should change this in a positive way to bring the effect. And we know many of these hyperactivity that we show is related to the sugar, the anxiety, the depression. Many of them is part of life. And how can we do the things differently? Amazing thing was what Sam was talking, Tadasan for increasing the height. Children like that. So we can find the ways how we can incorporate many of these in school. An amazing offer from Professor Ish Sharma about retreat in Mauritius, which is going to be cost neutral for us, and support from the government, and Biju actually supporting it. He has got very clever business ideas, and how we're going to have the support from the hotel, from airline, as Nil Kumar mentioned. So if we all put our ideas together, the island can be paradise. It is a twin: tourism, enjoyment, learning, and as was amazingly mentioned, learning Panchkarma, bringing back into our own life, learning the healthy cooking and bringing back to our life. That would be brilliant. So I think we have learned a lot here, and on the top we learned the spirituality from Monica about how we feed our soul, not just the physical
First,
body
first,
alone.
first we need to change. Before changing our kids, we need to change. We have to implement everything on ourselves first. And we have to create an environment in our house only. We have to change our association. We have to change our lifestyle. We have to go to early bed. We have to get up early. And these habits we have to inculcate in our children also.
Fantastic. So brilliant. I was thinking probably let's give a minute or so, probably half a minute for people to see what they take and then come back from. So Carol, Heather, do you want to say anything on your view? I was thinking if we just focus on the program, what they can help and contribute, how can they help in making this Eat Smart, Think Smart, Be Smart program. So what can they contribute? Just probably 3 or 4 sentences, and then we will try and conclude the session. Heather.
Well, I mean, our brains know best. Our brains know what we need individually. So we need to listen to our brains. To do that, we need to have proper amount of water in our bodies, because without the water, without the hydration, our brains can't function properly. So our neurology has to be working as optimally as it can. The taxing of sugar that's happening in the UK is a small start. Personally, sugar should be banned, because then we will find other ways of getting that high that people get. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Watch your nutrition and be hydrated so your brain can work properly. And there's early habits, like from the breast. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's brilliant. So Julie, any wise words, 3 sentences, how you can help contribute this program? I know you have practical experience.
There's only one thing, actually. Listen to the body. The body, once you let go of the most addictive foods, which in the gods I mentioned, and we worship the right gods, right? We need to give the body, feed the microbiome in our body the right foods so that they're nourished and not the yeast and the bad bacteria that are going to call out for those bad foods. I mean, those evil foods. And yet, at the same time, have that enjoyment of being human. And, you know, we do want to enjoy some things once in a while, but just not every day.
So brilliant. I think healthy eating is an enjoyment which currently is not part of the package. So if you bring it onto the top, so that enjoyment of food and nutrition which is there, we bring it back. So thank you so much for the wise words. Daksha, do you want to say 3 sentences?
Yes, I'll be as quick as possible. Yes, Heather and Julie have covered everything I wanted to say, but I'm going to collectively say that we definitely need healthier food, healthier cooking techniques, and healthy food doesn't need to be bland. It can be super delicious if you know how to season it correctly. And you know what? Our herbs and all our spices are so super healthy and nutrition as well. So if we learn to combine it correctly, you know, we've got a powerhouse of nutrition sitting in our own homes. So yes, healthy food doesn't need to be bland. So let's cook perfectly.
I mean, I know it's like turmeric is so good for immunity, and so are other spices and the foods, and that's how it should work. And
yes,
just not forgetting that art and bringing it back so that we don't forget what we have learned, but also bring something else. So that's brilliant. So Carol, I'll come back to you in a minute, but let me hear from Catherine. What do you think?
I think it's very good what everyone said, but I think it's keeping it fun for the children. They have to enjoy it. If they see something and they perceive it as being a little bit boring, they get turned off. And I know that's society today, but I think, you know, make it enjoyable for them, make it fun, make the food fun. And I think then you've got them, and you've got them for life. But I think you've got to keep it, as Julie said, it's got to be enjoyable. It's got to be fun for them.
Fantastic. So I know Kushalbai is here and Ashok as well. But let me, I don't know if Sam is here, if you want to have any last word of wisdom in a sentence or two, and then we'll bring Carol and Kushalbai into action. Go first, Kushalbai, meanwhile. And then bring Ramesh to have like final words of wisdom.
Yeah. Thank you. Just 1 second.
Let's hear from
Rajiv, Kushal has got 2 instruments on. If he switches on, if you go to Carol, please, with a quick sentence, and then Ashok, and then we
Carol,
go.
please go ahead.
Yes, I mean, I'd like to echo what Catherine said about including the children in the decision-making part of this, because what I've learned from giving cooking lessons is that they like choices and they like to be able to choose. And excuse me, that part is really important. I would also, one of the couple of the questions that have come up for myself is, in the current worldwide crisis of poverty and food, the availability of food at a reasonable price, that there may be some pushback, and you know, that with the best will in the world, our message might not be received as we would like it to be received. And I'd love to know what the plans are for this in the future. I don't need answers. Dropping that as a question. But I think, and also I'd love to know what age children, because we haven't, I don't think anybody's mentioned the age of the children we're talking about.
think we are going to have school age children, so they are up to like 16 is kind of primary group. So we are not talking of just the infants. So I think that's kind of my view is that let's tackle 5 to 16 as a first, which are likely in school. And I know their needs are different.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. But, you know, my personal experience is that, you know, you teach children the joy of food, they will pick it up really quickly. And the joy of food is in the flavor and also in them having the choices as to what they put in their mouth rather than somebody telling them what to eat. That, you know, because their natural response is to go, oh, no, I'm going to eat that instead. So, you know, and creating fun and stuff around this. So, you know, I with my kids, I talk about them playing with food.
Amazing, amazing. So I think that's brilliant. So Kushal bhai, I think if you're ready, otherwise we can get Ashok first, and then when you are ready, we can get it there. Ashok bhai, do you want to talk first?
Yes, Dr. Ji, thank you very much. That was a very interesting topic. I promote yoga for health in Northamptonshire, working with local organization. One of the things we got is a green patch where we grow the vegetables. And in springtime, summer holiday time, we encourage children to come as well. And one of the things I did with my grandson, ask what he want to do 4 years old. I said, I want to grow tomato. So you do the tomato plant and you will grow to see. So similar with the children's, like to encourage, like, you know, teach them how you grow simple vegetables, you know, and if they make the good habits, like, so I look forward, like, you know, to be the part of the team, you know, and we'll share what I do in Northamptonshire. Thank you very much. And good to see you, Dr. Ji, again.
I know you have been doing like this whole yoga program with Darshanji as a co-host for 2 years and doing it every single day of the week.
That's right. Yes, 7 o'clock in the morning.
It's amazing. So hats off to
Thank you
and the team. Let me get Kushal bhai, and then Hani herself is a practitioner, so I think we'll get her views. I know we are kind of nearly done with the time, but let's have a few more minutes and then crack on with it. So Kushal bhai, and then Hani.
Yeah, thank you, Rajiv and Ramesh. It's nice. It's a wonderful session we had today. But then, you know, I just want to share one thing that I had a little, I would say, a session with, you know, there's a Gujarati school in Preston. You know, they operate on weekdays, and we conducted a holistic children program where we taught them how to breathe, how to do various exercises with fun and things like that. And then what has happened that over a period of like 6 or 7 months, the parents have come and talked to us. It's a look, it's a wonderful program. Our children, you know, they look lot smart. He says what we need is a smart children, and smart children is to talk to them directly and show them what to do. And this is what we are planning to do this time at the children's Mela in 2nd July. They were going to talk about the breathing and breathing various techniques with fun. At the same time, also teach them some of the yoga asanas where they can be very comfortable, playful. So this is what I want to share with you. And what I would say, we need smart children with smart thinking, smart working towards their life and looking forward to something better for their life.
Thank you so much. I was thinking before coming back to Hani, there are 2 other medical doctors here, Paula Kosnarova, who is a diabetologist and is doing the acupuncture as a sideline, and also Nandini is here. So if any of them would want to share, I will give them the opportunity and then bring Hani back.
So Rajiv, let's move on because the other person hasn't got the video on. We start concluding now. Over to you.
Cool, lovely.
Right. So I just wanted to say thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv Ji. That was really great. Also, Professor Gupta Ji, a really good discussion and such a wonderful panelists. people from all different backgrounds, and I've thoroughly enjoyed, again, as always, learning about all these different areas, and also the plans. That's very exciting, of the plans that are going to be taking place, and the way I can see everything coming together. So congratulations to all our special guests who've joined us today, contributed, and also for their wonderful commitment and dedication to making changes in people's lives and in this world, by coming together in this manner. And well done, of course, to Dr. Rajiv Gupta and, of course, Professor Ramesh Gupta ji as well, for this wonderful, great idea, and coming together and founding this wonderful initiative. We're very, very proud of you, both of you. So I know that we are now going to be moving shortly on to speak to various other panelists and other special guests who will be joining us. But before then, I just wanted to finish off with a little summary with what's going on. Today, of course, dear audience members, all from all over the world, you're watching the Integrated Health Program on Healing Our Earth. This was our 4th program, and next week we have our 5th Healing Our Earth Integrated Health Program. Thank you very much for all your messages that you're really enjoying these programs, and that's the reason we are putting more of these programs together for you, especially for you. So here you go, on the 29th of May, Integrated Health and Transforming Healthcare. A really, really important topic for each and every single one of us. Health is wealth, as they say. This will be from 2 to 8 o'clock. The week after, we have the World Environment Day. That is on the 5th of June from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. As always, we're going to have some really, really amazing guests who will be talking about how to protect our planet and many other topics which are related to the environment. So this will be a really, really exciting topic for all you nature lovers out there. And I would say for every single member of the general public to understand how important it is for us to protect our planet in all different areas, and the climate and many, many other areas. So Dr. Rajiv ji, from all these things that we spoke about, we had so many different guests, people speaking about the schools, the chef, about cooking. We talked about yoga. We talked about so many different areas, governments, of how we could bring in, new policies. Can you tell us maybe one main highlight from all of this, like a little summary of everything we have learned?
I think just one thing important is that there is convergence of thoughts, and people think it is important and it is going to happen. So because it's not just talking, so that's the first thing. If you think 2 more things to add to it is that it's a conglomeration. It's not just one thing. It's bringing everything together, which is eating, thinking, and doing it, and changing the lifestyle, and it's going to happen. And the third thing was also this retreat, which I think will be a fantastic idea, because, we need to bring, and we need to learn each other. Each profession, each discipline is important. And then we work together, we learn about each other, otherwise we will criticize. So increase tolerance and changing ourselves. So I think
absolutely, what a really good. Increasing tolerance is also very important. Yes, about being able to appreciate each other's differences rather than professions trying to compete with each other. We're actually coming together and working more in unity rather than against each other. And I think that's also a very powerful area. Professor Ramesh Gupta ji, what about yourself? You also spoke so wonderfully. You shared some really great thoughts, during the panel discussions. Is there any perhaps highlights that you want to share so that we can leave a few thoughts with our audiences?
I think it is all about looking after your physical, your mental, and soul. Spiritual. That's all a holistic approach to your health and wellness and happiness. If you are not happy, life is not worth living. You can never be healthy. Okay. Number 2, this physical health, we always think, what is the blood pressure, the numbers and all that, because they are easy. We forget about mental health, we forget about oral health, we forget about digital health. So we need to grow with those technologies and teach our students and teach our children how to use them appropriately.
Absolutely.
Don't get too much of indulgence into that, overindulgence, I will say. And that is what we are doing in Health Mela. And I'm so proud and I'm so happy to say that our integrated health forum has shown a very, very positive response. So many of them will be coming on 2nd of July, and some of them will are not able to come, will certainly join next time.
Absolutely. What a fantastic way to finish off that particular section of our, discussions for today. Very good, important thing. And of course, that 2nd of July for everybody else who's watching and listening right now, 2nd of July will be a very, very important day for the Health Mela that's going to be taking place. Again, what a fantastic way to bring professions from all different health care sectors, together, which is brilliant. So we're now going to be moving and introducing a couple of other people who'll be joining us. Before we call them on board, I think maybe I had a couple of things that I had, a couple of questions as well that maybe I would like to have cleared out here, Rajiv ji. We talked about all these different ways of educating children. And we talked about a range, like you mentioned, I believe 5 years to 16 years or so. So we're really trying to connect with the youngsters, right? The youth, our future generation. But on the spiritual side, which Professor Ramesh Gupta also mentioned, that we're trying to connect people on 3 layers, which is mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. It's all 3 areas. How do we develop this side? Because I know yoga and meditation is a very good form of helping individuals connect to their own inner selves. And I find that people who regularly meditate, etc., they automatically have this indicator inside them that says, don't do this and do this. There's like a policing system inside you. I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't take someone else's things. Something just tells you inside you that you're not doing the right thing. How do we develop this as well as part of our development?
So I think that's an excellent question. One of the things that works well, and I know I for years have developed this whole system very much like Monica was talking, doing yoga, spiritual thing. I've written a book which is like Breathing for Life, and that talks about why breathing is important, because with the time now people have forgotten the breathing. It's automatic process happens, but how you do proper breathing and how do. So that's paying attention to the thing, which is what we teach. If you do the right breathing, get the oxygen. Oxygen is the vital parameter. Oxygen goes into the brain, your memory improve, your thinking improve, your concentration improve, your body system improve, your cells get nourishment, so they live longer and healthier. So this is one simple thing, and that allow the alignment to physical, mental, and spiritual, because when you are calm, the natural connection to universe happen.
Yes, yes.
Closing the eye and shutting from external environment just even for 5 minutes a day.
It's very, very true. I remember, starting to meditate, and when I this was actually, I've been meditating since the age of 13, but it was all different types of meditation, not one, same one. But about 20 years ago, when one of the spiritual masters told me that, look, why don't you try this 45 days without stopping every single day? And I tried it, for half an hour every single day for 45 days. And it transformed my whole life with the way I was, my outlook towards life. My intuition just grew in a different level. And not just that, health-wise as well. It just, I hardly have to see doctors or anything, because when you regularly meditate, there's not much stress in your body. There's not, there's always that happy feelings, that you have in your mind, something along the lines of that. So how do we, oh gosh, yes, thank you. There you go, something's just come up there. Integrated health, thank you for all our wonderful contributors who talked about eat smart, think smart, be smart, and every single one of you is considered as our team, the integrated health team. So thank you for that. But so I was going to say that maybe, as part of our program of bringing in these wonderful programs for children, maybe we could consider doing some kind of advocacy of trying to bring in meditation for young children as regular, because from what I understand is their brain power increases, focus increases, intention, and whatever you think about focus wise will help you with your studies as well, of course. I think that would be, what do you think? Perhaps bringing in meditation on a regular basis for schools?
I definitely think it would work because meditation helps in activation of the self-healing system. So that helps the body, but it also clears the redundancy, which is in form of stress, anxiety, and the thoughts, because there is no thought clearing system. Previously, we had a compact family. Children will talk to parents for hours. All anxiety will go. Now that system is gone. So that anxiety stays. And in fact, they gather anxiety through the social media, through talking to other people, watching things which they should not really focus on. So I think the whole self-clearing system, self-cleaning system, self-healing system is stressed or has multiple holes. If you plug that hole, just even as you mentioned yourself, you see the increase and better quality of life. You haven't taken medication because the body is more healthy.
Yes, absolutely. Very nice. Because I can just see how powerful this will be. You know, I can literally see thousands. I mean, I can't stress this so, enough, because I feel it, I see it, how much good work is going to be done through this particular platform. So I'm very, very, very appreciative of it. So well done. Oh, there you go again. Thank you. Eat smart, think smart, be smart team. So wow, I think Neely's really getting into this. Let's move on to our next guest now before I get really pulled into all this and I interrogate Dr. Rajiv Gupta even further. So moving on to our next guest, which is Professor Nandini Chakrabarti, who's joining us. So a global namaste to you, dear Nandini ji.
Welcome.
Namaste, everybody.
Yes. So Rajiv ji, you must know Nandini ji. Can you tell us a little bit about Nandini ji, her little background, or maybe Nandini ji would like to share a little bit about her background, because I know you're going to be speaking to us about mental health and, of course, the kind of programs, I believe. Tell us a little bit about this. What will you be talking about? And tell us a little bit about your background.
I'm a psychiatrist in Leicester. I work in an early intervention and psychosis team. So we work with people experiencing their first episode of psychosis. That's my day job, my bread and butter. That I have interest in education and psychiatry. I'm the national lead for psychiatry recruitment in the country at present, and I've held associate dean roles in this Royal College of Psychiatrists in the past. I do have an interest in global mental health, and that stems from having worked in India, having been involved with charity work in Nigeria very early on in my consultant job, and with various roles within the Royal College of Psychiatrists. I've had the opportunity, I feel very privileged and honored to have that opportunity of working with people and projects in various countries. Mental health gap program is what I'm going to talk about in my presentation. So
yeah, may I ask just before we move on? So you mentioned about your work is also intervening when there's a first glimpse of psychosis. Yes. What does that mean exactly? So that if people are watching right now, what is it that we are going to be? What does it support? And how do people recognize that there's this first glimpse of psychosis that you can recognize?
Right. And that is a presentation in itself.
Oh, okay. A little summary.
Yes. So psychosis is a generic term which includes a lot of disorders, starting from, let's say, acute and transient psychotic episodes, which can be very brief, stress-induced conditions that people can recover from very quickly, and where if they are taught stress management, relaxation, they can avoid in future, right up to the most severe spectrum where we are looking at schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, delusional disorder, the most severe end of the spectrum. And the analogy is kind of with physical health. You can have physical health problems which are due to poor lifestyle and due to life choices, which you correct with healthy diet. We've been talking about exercise, meditation, yoga, but let's say on the other end, you do get illnesses, genetic illnesses, where even with the best lifestyle, yes, you can make things better, but you can't take it away completely. And mental health has that wide variation.
Right. And this GAP program that you have, it seems really good because you mentioned about the global work that you're doing and how you wish to bring this to the global, the audiences. Tell us a little bit about that. It'll be wonderful to understand this wonderful program.
Yes. So the mental health GAP program is a WHO program which started in 2008. And very briefly, it's based...
Sorry, Nandini ji, you have a presentation I think you wanted to perhaps share with us. Would you like to share that? So that would be really great because then we can get a lovely overview of your presentation too.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Annie. I'll go ahead with that then.
That's great.
Okay, so slideshow. There we go. So this is a very brief introduction to the mental health GAP program and my experience with it. So what is the mental health treatment gap? These are pieces of information taken from the WHO website and they do have teaching resources on the website which can be used for teaching and training like this. So just to give that acknowledgement, the information, the basic information is that mental, neurological, and substance use conditions occur for 13% of the global burden of disease. And yet, when we look across the world, and we're not just talking about Western countries, we're not talking about UK and Europe, we are talking about the world over, 75 to 90% of individuals with MNS conditions, as I'm going to refer to them, do not receive the treatment they require, even though effective treatment exists. Evidence-based treatment is there, but 75 to 90% of individuals throughout the world cannot access that treatment. And that is the mental health treatment gap by definition from the WHO. And this is what it looks like in a picture. So to highlight the main points over here, only 1%, can we imagine, only 1% of the global health workforce works in mental health. And within that 1%, 43% are mental health nurses, only 8% are psychiatrists, only 7% are psychologists, 33% could be people with other professions, let's say support workers, social workers with an interest in mental health, but the statistics are absolutely shocking. And hence, in 2008, MHGAP was started by WHO as a program. So we are talking about two things. We are talking about the mental health gap program, and we will talk about mental health gap as a protocol-based intervention guide, a manual which supports the program. So the program was launched in 2008 with the aim to scale up care for mental, neurological, and substance use, what's called MNS disorders throughout the manual. And the program asserts that with the proper care, with the assistance, with the medication, tens of millions of people across the world could be treated for depression, psychoses, for epilepsy. Epilepsy in many countries, especially in Africa and Asia, is also treated within the psychiatric clinic. And that's why it has been included within the MHGAP manual, not something that we are used to in the UK. The focus here is to increase knowledge and awareness within non-specialist care. So what's it's suggested over here, what is planned over here is that there aren't enough psychologists, there aren't enough psychiatrists, there aren't enough mental health nurses. So what the program aims to do is train up primary care workers, train up GPs, train up people who do not have specialist mental health qualifications in MHGAP intervention guide. The manual, which is very protocol-based, every disorder has a section, an algorithm for assessment, and there is an algorithm for management. So when this is taught to the frontline, to the primary care workers,
they use that manual to identify various categories of M&S disorders. They give the treatment up to a certain level. It's only when things become extremely complex that they refer on to a specialist. And with that plan, when we are not trying to bring everybody to a psychiatrist's clinic, when we are not trying to bring everybody to a health nurse or a psychologist, it is aimed to give people the treatment in the front line where resources can manage that. So there are 7 points over here. The categories are depression, psychosis, epilepsy, child and adolescent disorders, dementia, substance use, self-harm, and suicide. Those are the very broad categories in the MHGAP manual. I'm going to, at the target audience, as I've said, these are people without specialized training in mental health or neurology, and they are the first point of contact for the patients. So many patients where the stigma exists might not want to come to a mental health clinic. They might not want to come to a professional who is known to be dealing with mental health, but they will go to primary care workers, they will go to general physicians. This is to give them the very manualized, very clear outline of what to look out for and what can be done in primary care before sending over to a specialist. This is what the intervention guide looks like. This is the second version, the 2016 version. So the MHGAP intervention guide has already gone through 2 versions. In fact, there is a 3rd version already being worked on. And this is a PDF manual which can be freely downloaded from the WHO website. The WHO website has not only this manual, but it's got teaching resources. There are ready-made slides, workshop materials, case vignettes, everything that a mental health professional needs to train the non-specialized staff. So what MHGAP is about, the program is about, is that these are materials which are not for direct use by mental health professionals. Our expertise is already in the training that we've got. But these are the resources, the training materials that we use to train non-specialized people in order to deliver part of the care in the front line before they refer on to us. So this is what the manual looks like. And within that manual, this is the master chart. So if you download the PDF manual, you'll find that it's color coded. Every chapter has its own color. So it's very easy to flip through. And here are the various categories. It's across 2 middle pages, actually. So these are the first 3 categories, and these are the next 7 categories. What we suggest when we train in the front line is that people print out these 2 pages, stick them together, and then there is this flow chart that they can put on. And you can see with every category, all the main points are also put in summary over here. So the master chart is there like a reminder, but within rest of the manual, all the details are there very, very clearly. This is what you look out for. If you get this, you do this. If you don't get this, this is the next step. And that takes you through assessment, treatment, and even follow-up. So I want to share some experience of MHGAP myself about what I've done. And in constraints of time, I'm just going to give you the very, very brief highlights over here. So Nigeria Healthcare Projects, NHCP, is a Wesley Guild project which was started in 1992. I got involved with one of the mental health projects from 2011, which is IDAU. So they've got 16 projects out there in Nigeria, out of which 3 are mental health projects. And the IDAU project has been where I have visited and trained frontline staff from 2011 onwards, more than 10 years now. My last trip was in 2020, just before COVID shut things down. And this is to give you just a flavor of the training that we do. Now, my role, according to WHO, the ideal thing would have been to train Nigerian psychiatrists who then go and train and supervise frontline staff in Nigeria. However, because of our relationship with Idau, which was way before I was trained in MHGAP. We had been going there for a long time. It's a very, very rural area with 16 beds in the middle of nowhere, should I say. It's in Benue State. And this is the training happening in the local church. You've got to be sensitive to local culture, the local setup. Here's the only CPN of the project, and the rest are all primary care workers. We've also had some classroom training over there. We do lots and lots of role play. So the basis of MHGAP is you actually act it out. You know, this is Dr. Ali from LPT as well, from Leicester. Both of us visited in January, and this is us playing out. I remember the dementia chapter, actually. I was being Alvina's mum with dementia, and Alvina was the daughter giving the history to one of the primary care workers and helping them go through the MHGAP manual and trying to teach them how to take the history for dementia. We have lots of group discussion, flip charts. It's not a lecture-based training at all. Lots of getting people to remember what they already know, talking about their feelings, talking about, after we've done a case discussion, putting it down over there. Some useful tips that we have learned to add to MHGAP are, for example, the 7 golden questions. So I'm not going to read out this slide, but if you look at these 7 questions, these are brilliant questions to break the ice and ask anyone. If anyone comes in where you're trying to think, where do I even start to take a mental health history? The 7 golden questions will always give you the insight to start looking into. Are you sleeping at night? Are you feeling tired? Are you feeling sad? Are you worrying? Talking about drug and alcohol. And other than the MHGAP protocol, we also teach them some very simple psychosocial techniques. Problem solving, relaxation is included within the manual, the entire relaxation exercise. And our favorite passed down to us from the Royal College trainers is the hand technique. It's CBT in short, very, very brief. So take up your hand, try and think about the 5 people in your life you trust, that you can confide to, people who support you. The 2 lines consider 2 activities that you can do in the next week in order to feel good, to motivate yourself, to get out of bed. And the 2 lines at the bottom of the hand are 2 sayings which give you hope, 2 proverbs in your culture which show you that there is light at the end of the tunnel. There you are. I've already used one of my favorite sayings there. This is the problem-solving model, the 6-step problem-solving model that we use in the training. So that was one of the projects, Nigeria, frontline training for primary care workers. And then last year, thanks to Kirit Bhai, who is in the room here today, through South Asian Health Action, I got involved in the Mental Health Ambassador project, where our aim was to train key members in the community, people already working in mental health, working to help people with influence, to help them, to give them the skills regarding mental health awareness, signposting, reassuring, perhaps even early identification. And I creatively thought, rather than giving them my DIY lecture on mental health, why not use the Mental Health Gap Manual, the intervention guide? And what we've done is we've used the assessment algorithms. Due to the UK system, of course, our ambassadors are not going to be delivering any key treatment, which is used in low and middle income countries, but they can use some psychosocial interventions, problem solving, hand technique, relaxation, anybody can use. And since we've done the training, we've also set up 2 monthly peer groups for discussion. It's really important to follow up any kind of mental health training, mental health gap training or facilitation with supervision and ongoing support of the people who are involved in it. And then my last project, this is just nearing completion. It was in August 2021 that I got involved in the West Uganda Mental Health Project. It's been delivered completely online. So the Uganda partners include the Uganda Ministry of Health, various university colleges over there in mental health, some very, very key important psychiatrists, both in the clinical and academic side. And on the UK side, we have THET, we have the East London NHS Foundation Trust, Jamie's Fund, and it's through the Royal College of Psychiatrists where I am involved in the International Advisory Committee and the volunteering group that I was asked to deliver mental health gap training. And this is exactly how it should be done, in that I trained the key psychiatrists, the key forward people in psychiatry over there, who have since then gone on to train other professionals, and then they are going to do face-to-face training for their primary care workers in the field. The only bit of the training left over is the supervision training, which we are happily going to actually complete in the coming week. And that's to give you a bit of the map and the areas where we are working over there. So that in very, very short was mental health gap in 3 different countries, in 2 continents, 1 to primary care workers, 1 to volunteers in the UK, and 1 delivered to the future trainers, the psychiatrists in Uganda online. Thank you very much. Let's stop sharing.
That was very interesting, wasn't it? Wow. Deep stuff. Lots of great work being done there. Dr. Rajiv Ji, what's your thoughts on that?
So I think it's very useful, and a lot of people, although we expect them to know, they don't really know. And as Nandini said, that this whole structure and free resources available, with some training, they can do a lot good. And since what we have, we all become more rich if we incorporate more practices. So do you have this available free, and how you provide? That's the question. The one thing is through our integrated health, which is again not limited to physical health, and we are incorporating other branches. This will be something simple with anybody who is doing yoga, Ayurveda, and rest of the stuff can learn and can bring into their own life. And that would be a good thing to start.
Absolutely, absolutely, Rajiv. And the PDF manual, even now, if you Google for mental health gap intervention guide WHO, you'll get the link, and it's a PDF that anybody can download and anybody can use, as long as you follow the WHO advice and guidelines on it. That is to be spread around. I have used it in medical students who are not going to become psychiatrists, and given them the manual to take away in whichever profession streams they use as a quick reference guide to what am I dealing with. And I think it's got potential to be used that widely as that basic concept of mental health in a very practical way. So
that's
training. Yeah, absolutely. Whoever wants to train in it.
That's wonderful. I am so sorry. We're very shortly moving on to our dear Kirit Mystery as well. We're running out of time there, Nandini ji. But that was really wonderful, and a great question as well there, Dr. Rajiv ji. Really great question. I hope our audience members had a chance to listen to that. And if you want more further information, you can get access to that PDF. So there you go. We now move on to our dear Kirit Mystery. And of course, you've just tuned in at this moment on Healing Our Earth. We're going on, we're on live at this moment in time. So people around the world are tuning in, and thank you for all your comments and messages. We now move on to Kirit Mystery, who's of course part of the South Asian Health Association. Is that right?
Health Action. Health Action.
Absolutely. Tell us, dear Kiritji, how are you? Have you had a good day today?
Namaste.
Global Namaste. Have you had a good day today?
Yes, good, thank you. It's really insightful to hear the presentations, and it's lots of learning, so it's amazing.
Oh,
yes.
so glad you are. It's all ears by the sounds of it, right? You're always learning new things, I can see. Very nice.
It's important. So I think because of time pressure, I'm only going to say 3 things really, because you've heard me last week, but most importantly is that involved, we worked with Falguni Ben earlier with the Yaya Health. We're now working with Dr. Nandini ji, because the reason why was because, look, we're a small charity. We don't have lots of funding, so we couldn't afford the first aid mental health training. So we decided that we'll train our own, and that's what we started to do. And I think
wow, very good, good initiative.
So what we've got is our title today is about community engagement, community empowerment. We're training people with lived experiences, people from the community, to actually look at how we empower them to gain the skills, to be able to reach the communities that they're already connecting with. But hopefully by having the tools that from Yaya, from the MH Gap and other kind of people that we're going to be working with, these are the tools that we need, because we can't all be, the current challenges with our mental health services with huge waiting lists is a big challenge. So we need to find self-care tips. We need to find people in the community who they can turn to and then provide them that initial support, whether it's emotional, whether it's hand-holding, to find additional support. And most importantly, we've got to empower ourselves. We've got to empower the community, because the tools, the actions we've got to take responsibility, because we can't rely on institutions and we can't rely on, no disrespect to our medical professions, but the healthcare professionals have got huge tasks on their hands. So if we can help alleviate some of the pressures on the NHS by having community ambassadors is one tool that we can help. And hopefully we can then use this as a, with the Eat Well, Eat Smart campaign that the doctors are working on. Again, we can create youth ambassadors. We've got another youth charity that we've set up, and we're going to be training youth and mental health ambassadors. And my earlier career was in drug and alcohol, and we trained 16 to 25-year-olds, Asian, African, Caribbean, as peer educators. Why? Because we knew that they were the ones likely to come in contact with people who are using drugs, alcohol, and who would be the right messengers. If we train them up, raise their awareness, that would be the key. So I'm going to leave it there, because I know we've got our next lovely speaker, Dr. Sharma, coming through. And today, I really want to thank Healing on Earth and obviously Neil Bai for giving Saha the opportunity to showcase the colleagues that we're working with, because we are bringing global perspectives to the UK and vice versa. And really looking forward to working with you all going forward.
And we as well, dear Kirit, we are really looking forward to doing some great work with yourself too. And good luck with all the great work you're doing. Thank you for coming back on as well. I know you were here last week as well, sharing your lovely messages. And thank you for those lovely tips as well too, for everyone there. So as we said, we're now going to be moving on to our...
Honey, before we move in, Kirit, thank you very much for introducing Professor Nandini and Neha Sharma to our platform. And it is very kind of you. And earlier, you also brought in Dr. Falguni Jain from India. Rajiv, what a wonderful teamwork I posted it in our group. But once again, on behalf of myself and the whole Healing Our Earth team, please thank them, because we are now actually planning real life face-to-face products. And those projects will actually do quite well. Rajiv, Kirit, thank you very much. Honey, over to you, to Neha. Thank you.
We'll catch up Kirit again.
Thank you very much, dear Neil. Oh gosh, he got there before I did. so well, thank you for that. So we now have Neha, a global namaste to you, Neha ji, Neha Sharma, Dr. Neha Sharma, right?
Yes, yes.
Fantastic. What a beautiful smile there. Tell us, dear Dr. Neha ji, can you tell us a little bit about your background, and of course, what will you be speaking about today and sharing?
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. And thank you so much, Kiritji, for introducing me to such a wonderful platform. And I'm very grateful to meet all the great speakers I joined last week and this week. I am trained as a clinical scientist. So I come from the research, evidence-based, and I was trained in UCSF, University of California, San Francisco. And since then, I joined the pharmaceuticals, the healthcare industry as a clinical scientist. I work for UCL, NIH, and several American university before I moved to World Health Organization. my key interest area was not, again, the drug development. I was very keen interested into the public health. And that drove me back to the World Health Organization on the global campaigns. In 2006, I joined the forces with leading a global campaign called Lifting the Burden, that was on the headache disorders. And I became international expert and advisor to take care of Southeast Asia. So from US to WHO, Southeast Asia, I did tremendous work with wonderful psychiatrists, mental health, neurologists, whatnot. And India, CRO was my base office, Delhi was, and India was my country. So of course, I did a lot of work with the communities, and that led me to another expertise of my research called community-based participatory research, which I specialize. Very few of us do the specialization then. So basically, we turn everything, and it is called real world research. Rather than coming into the clinical trial, we do from the real world platforms, and we gather evidences from there. And while working in
what do you mean by real life? I mean, what is this? What's the difference between clinical investigations or whatever you do, trials, and what you just shared?
So what happens in the clinical trial, you have a hypothesis and you test it and you prove it that whether it's work or not. So it's a very standard setup where you test and you control the whole scenario. You control everything. So there is no confounding variable. What you're testing, you're getting out. So the vaccine trials to the drug trials, what we hear, it is more of the clinical settings. We do standardize, we control everything, all the confounding variable, and we just test our hypothesis. In this scenario, in the translational research, in community-based research, there is no settings. You cannot control that because it's real people and there is the real environment, and you have no control over the confounding variable, and you literally have no hypothesis because you're learning from people, and while you're learning many things. So one of the examples I give you in the chronic pain in the UK. So I started this literally just before the COVID in 2019, and I was very interested in chronic pain, that another specialty area of mine for many, many years in chronic pain. And when I came to the Leicester, and again, when I started working with communities, I wanted to understand, in spite of that wonderful system we have in NHS, from the consultant to referrals to all the multiple specialty, personalized care to community care, everything is in place. Then why half of the population is still struggling with chronic pain? So my understanding went back to understanding the population, the real scenarios, what they have, how it triggers, what it is having, and how we change the scenario. So the very first stage was getting down on the community, working with the community organization. And I had wonderful partners network where I started to run a very open clinic where patient can just walk in, talk about it, and with the holistic integrated approaches like physiotherapy to yoga-based Ayurveda consultant. We had a team of multiple specialty from the integrative health. And we started learning, and we were amazed that the patients are doing everything what they were told by the GPs. So they went to the physiotherapy, they went to the consultant, they're taking their medication, they are on the lifestyle and workshops where diet and management, everything was taught, and they are following in the best of capacity. They are active, they are not lethargic or tired people bound home. They are very active, swimming to running to walking. But the pain is a constant. So this is the real world scenario where we started to learn then what is actually happening.
Yes, so, what is actually happening? Even I'm intrigued. Yes.
That is called community. So then we set it up. Research is very dangerous at the same time because we have to protect people. We have to be having the ethics in place and the ethical approval to the organizations involved. So for the CBPR, the community-based research, the very first thing is that we have a community advisory board because the people from the community should be involving in the research to the participation, and that only gives us the real idea what community wants. So the part of my specialty was to bridge that gap between the healthcare professional, the researchers, and the community really, and share the information with the research and evidences. So here, a lot of key findings came across where domestic violence to long-term trauma was one, which they never disclosed to GPs. 22% roughly They never talk to their GPs. So this is the trauma which is playing a significant role. And none of the professionals were aware because patient doesn't disclose. Now, they don't disclose for multiple variants because of the shame, stigma to the cultures we come from. Leicester is Asian community predominantly. So it is quite understandable that on an average, you would believe 15 to 35 years of abuse living in the same household. So the pain is really not coming from the body, and there is nothing which could help them because it is deep inside the trauma, as we say.
Oh, is that so? I mean, of course, coming from a medical background, is that kind of pain something that can be removed? Can that be dealt with through various types of programs?
Yes, yes. There has been a lot of research. Now, again, when I go back to the research, I'm talking about the research recent years, very recent developments, and it's called whole person approach. Now, it won't surprise me because I come from the Asian background, Vedic culture. Now, Vedic culture, we talk about, it is the Vedas, really the Vedas, and where the Ayurveda has come from. So that is the concept where it talks about Dr. Agrawal. I think she mentioned 3 shariras, and I would just elaborate. In Taittiriya Upanishad, it is given as the Panchakoshas. And in the Taittiriya Upanishad, it's a conversation how it defines. And it is exactly what we are going through right now in the medicine and healthcare system, that we are learning each kosha separately, but there is no separation. It is the one person we are talking about. So now when it comes to the trauma, this is the scenario we are talking about, the Vijnanamaya kosha or the intellectual health. So intellectual health doesn't mean that you're not intelligent enough. It just means that there is a conflict between my belief system and the cultures I carry, the belief I carry about myself and the perception of right and wrong. So if there is a conflict there, it is going to shake me up very badly from my mind. And mind too, all symptoms come to the body. Chronic pain, fibromyalgia to chronic fatigue, there are very well documented evidences which talks about PTSD, another very chronic comorbid condition we see in these patients. So, and this is most of the time not even explored. No, it's not a complaint that GPs don't do that because there is no disclosures. So then in the same part, we set it up another community participation program with the police, because in the Asian communities there has been separate things going on, but again there is no bridging between these, and there is no cross referral in terms of directly community where they can share information or they can talk about and how it's interpreted. So this is the approach when we talk about treating and managing these scenarios where the trauma, the chronic illnesses and mental health comorbidly go hand in hand. We need to come back with the whole person approach. Now this is for India, it is not new. It is coming from the Vedic cultures to Ayurveda. But then when it goes back to the medical research, this is a new approach, which is US is still working. It's called whole person approach. The whole idea is that I'm not just body, breath, mind, or even just the intellect, but I go beyond that because my environment, my family, my relationship, everything counts. And then how do we change it? So going back to the research and evidences and finding the right approaches, what we found was the there is a new discussion again in research, the culturally sensitive and culturally appropriate and sometimes trauma-informed approaches are required, because CBT to every other counseling. Now, you would be very surprised that as part of the referral, all these patients has been offered the counseling, has been offered the psychotherapy, and CBT has been done for most of them, but it is not helping. And the very consistent thing, they come back and say, it didn't work. It does work, but not on you, because you have to acknowledge that. And it is something like a very much, and this is very sensitive area for them, because they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to accept it. There is a lot of shame. So when there is a lot of faith to the belief system is involved, we have to work. And again, going back to the roots of the traditions, we found this amazing approach called Vedic counseling. Now, Vedic counseling is not faith-based, what we learned over the years in India. Again, with working with Ministry of Ayush, working with National Mental Health Program in India, and with the spiritual teachers to Advaita, to all different wide expertise. I was very fortunate to work with all of them. And then we integrated this Ayush Psychiatry project. Very last year we did that. So with WHO, with Ayush Ministry, and there is a AVPR Foundation who actually initiated this. So in the emergency cases of the psychiatry, just like Dr. Nandini explained the gap, this is exactly what we did. But it is the slight difference, what, as she said, the gap is the real professional. It's just 1% of the workforce which can manage. And this is not enough, because the outbreak to the mental health after the COVID has been a tremendous issue. So what we did was we brought the complementary therapists and we trained them into mental health as part of the National Mental Health Program in India. And we worked with them. So from Ayurveda to homeopathy, everybody had to run a standard protocol, which is given by the National Mental Health. But at the same time, not just treating, but also rehabilitating them into the community with the complementary support. And out of that, we got research papers which we published this year, including Royal College of Psychiatrists International Congress, European Psychiatry Congress, to several journals. We are publishing our findings. So all this work brings back for us, and in the UK as well as in India and globally, that whole person approach need to be reestablished. It was there from Ayurveda to Chinese traditional medicine, and then modern medicine started focusing on back to the body and healing and mind-body medicine. So now I think it's the very much time that we consider these integrated approaches, but as a whole person approach. And when this happens, the community needs to come forward to join hands, because otherwise this is not going to work, because they are the one who gets the real world scenarios to us. This is, again, there is a lot of chaos when it comes to the faith healers or it comes to the religious schools. We are not talking about religion and faith. We are talking about the real scientific techniques. Yet faith works very importantly. But the movement in the Leicester itself, if you talk about faith, there is several communities, quite rigid ones. So you don't want to touch those sensitive areas. As a clinical or research or as a professional, you don't want to get into those areas where you don't know how and what may come up, because I'm not trained as a faith healer or my team is.
Yeah, these are quite sensitive issues as well, when people can get quite rigid with their views sometimes. So it's, yes.
Been in British psychiatry, there has been a conversation about culturally sensitive rather than faith sensitive. So the cultures are, because we are groomed into a culture, we come from a faith and belief. It's not just my faith or religion, but a belief about the society, myself, how I fit in, what I do, how I react, how do I talk. So all that standards which I'm carrying with myself. And if there is a conflict with that, and then I have a problems with people around me, that is going to start a chain cycle, and it has to be reversed. And there's only way of reversing that when we start dealing with the whole person.
Yeah, wow, this is really interesting, this whole person. And I love the fact that you talked about Vedic counseling, because, that's a completely different, I've never heard of that before. Vedic counseling sounds amazing, that all the principles of what's already in the Vedic system are used in order to support. Is that right?
Vedas are not religious. It's not talking about the religion or Hindu.
Yes.
Talking about the value base. This concept has been brought forward by David Frawley, one of the very, very renowned American Ayurveda expert, and he's been awarded many times in India. So that is the concept he brings forward as a Vedic counseling. But again, a Vedic counseling is a combination and blending of yoga, Ayurveda, and Advaita, another very fascinating philosophy of the Vedas, which is Advaita.
What's the difference? So you have the three areas you just mentioned. So what are those three areas?
Yoga is very much, we all know. So the
yes.
Breath, body, mind coordination to breath work, pranayam. There is a concept of yogic counseling as well. So understanding the balancing between all myselves differently and then how I bring them together. So that coordination is yogic counseling. We bring that together as yoga. And there is a Ayurveda. So the concept of Ayurveda, again, it's a whole system approach. It is not just herbal. For it's not just bottled Ayurveda. We are talking about the lifestyle modification to the mind, to the Prakriti. And also there are different like marma. So as we say in Chinese, we have acupressures. Here we have marma. And like we have acupuncture, here it's marma puncture. So there is a very much similar system running, which has wide variety of tools, from the mantra therapy to yoga chikitsa to all different avenues. But then which one to use, it is very much personalized to pick and choose depending on the person, what he needs and how it may help. And then third component is Advaita. So Advaita is the non-duality. As long as I'm seeing you different, me different, and I have a conflict of understanding, but the moment I start saying you're the same and I'm the same, you're talking about health and so am I, we won't have a conflict.
Right.
So resolving this conflict from the philosophy of Advaita, I'm aware of the time, but I don't want to take it. Dr. Rajiv, thank you very much.
Yeah. No, that was really very interesting. It's really fun. It's really important that our audiences get an understanding of this particular area that you're working in. And of course, with Dr. Rajiv ji as well, for him to also meet such interesting people, which he's very open to, I know. And the research base that you're talking about is very much about what we discussed right at the beginning with Dr. Rajiv ji as well, how important it is for us to bring together all the evidence of how non-orthodox medicine and things like that, or natural health methods can work. So I think what you're doing is great. What I found very interesting, what you just said, is you're doing that real life. You're not putting people on clinical things at the moment. You're literally looking at people's real life situations, studying those, and then developing your prescriptions or whatever it is, solutions from that, right?
Yes, we pretty much work with social prescribing back and forth. We're not creating a separate system of healing in the communities, because I think community needs to work with health professionals. That's where the integration of the conventional system, the complementary and the self-care, because this will not work without the self-care until, so all of these systems needs to work on making patients self-dependent, making them working on their own care. Now, just a very quick example, in the trauma, in the DV survivors who come, they are the huge burden on the system, because their PTSD, let's say, precisely or vaguely, they're over the system over and over, and there is no relief for them. So when they come here, our aim is not, we won't be able to treat them in 6 to 8 weeks, but the whole idea of the 6 to 8 weeks working with them is they understand, they deal with it, they manage it. And when they have trouble, of course, they have still GPs, of course, they have us, and they have all the support system from the police to counselors. But using it, everything wisely and effectively, that is what they have to take responsibility. So the whole process of making them understand and making them work with the professionals, that is the whole idea behind. And when we did this with the police, had the referrals between culturally sensitive populations to us. And then, of course, we told them to report it to the GP. So the reporting increased, their the help seeking increased. And at the same time, when we were working with all of them, we had a significant, remarkable difference into the depression, shame, and stigma. The whole idea that we worked on this non-duality philosophy, regardless of their religion, we still talked about right and wrong and make them understand it's not your fault. Now, the counseling of 2 years does help, but then what they have got this understanding right there in first 3 weeks or 4 weeks time, recovery starts from there, and they know where to go. It's not that system is not there. Everything is there. They know how to use it wisely now.
It's very nice that you're making it very accessible, because there could be people who are out there looking for support, and doors are closed on them as well, because they may feel, and then they just go away, thinking, oh, I'm not getting any help. But to have open areas which are open, very welcoming, supportive, are really good places to be, I think. Yes, it's very nice, very nice. Rajiv ji, do you have any questions, perhaps? And if you wanted to interrogate Neha ji while she's here.
It's amazing that I've been myself researcher. I've been like the UK whole coordinator on international trials, and the typical double-blind control trial and all that. And since I have been so keen on this integrated health, I was finding it difficult. How do we do the proper trials? And being the consultant in the NHS and part of the Royal College, etc., they need some evidence. And how do we bring soft evidence towards hard evidence that will compel them to take on board what we want? So I think that was my difficulty. So I think we need to have a longer discussion between ourselves so that we can bring some of this together, because real life is that I'm very passionate about it. I'm spending hours and hours. This is our 4th seminar, each lasting 8 hours, and I've been for 8 hours in every single of them.
Congratulations for that, by the way. I have to say, well done for your commitment, dedication. I know that whatever your efforts you're putting in, they say karma, law of karma, whatever effort you put in is definitely going to come back multiplied afterwards, I feel, Rajiv ji. So we congratulate you for that.
So that's brilliant. So I think we need to work together so that we can bring it into action. And we are not just talking, because we are doing it in some way, but also collecting the evidence. And once we collect the evidence, now with the whole change in commissioning and being part of the NHS, I know system is going to work, and we are going to show them how this is more cost effective and bringing different, as you mentioned, about the alternative therapy, complementary therapy with the traditional medical treatment or conventional therapy. If you put everything together, the good parts of everything together and cost saving, they probably wouldn't have any choice but to accept us.
Yes. And also to have that powerful change in the patient too. So somebody who is suffering, for example, they have a choice, and it's not like they've tried something for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, nothing has worked. You have choice to say, okay, maybe if that hasn't worked for you as like a unique person that you are, maybe this would be more integrative for you, and like an integrated approach may be more useful for you. So I think that was great. Professor Nandini ji, what about you? Like, you've been listening to Neha ji share her wonderful information. Any points from your side with what Rajiv ji has said or Neha ji has said?
It was fascinating to listen to Neha, and I will put my hands up and say that, I work in a very niche area, and, first episode of psychosis, and but we've got to be aware not just about the illness, but about the psychological impact of it as well. And that's where our whole person approach and the whole family approach comes in. You cannot treat a person in isolation. If they are in a household where people are negative, feeling hopeless, if they are worried about their loved ones, high expressed emotions has almost unambiguous evidence out there about the impact on the recovery rates and relapse rates of schizophrenia. So I love that holistic approach. And in trying to acknowledge both sections of serious mental illness and emotional distress. I forget who made the comment, probably Honey yourself, that it's wonderful about disciplines coming together to work instead of competing with each other. And this is not the debate about whether we should use antidepressants or replace it by something else. This is about use antidepressants where it's appropriate, but use other therapies where it's appropriate. Don't prescribe inappropriately. Every therapy has its place, and it's got to come together in one integrated whole for the best benefit of our patients.
Very nice. I like that. But for the best benefit of the patient, because focus should always be on getting them back to health. And if we can all think that way, I think that's fantastic. Well, it's been a really, really wonderful discussion. I just wanted to, again, share and say a very big thank you to Dr. Neha ji, as well as, of course, everyone who has contributed, Nandini ji as well, Professor Nandini ji. And we are moving now on to our next set of guests who will be joining very shortly. So for that, dear Nehaji, good luck with all the work that you're doing. I look forward to Dr. Rajiv ji contacting all of you, getting you part of the whole gang, as we would say, ready to change the world, and make them all healthier. And with that, of course, we're going to be moving on to my next host who's going to be joining us, dear Sharon. Hello, and a global namaste to you, dear Sharon.
Global namaste to you, Honey G. It's always such a joy to see you.
Oh, it's such a joy to see you. You look so lovely and bright. I have to, yes. Let me do a little introduction about you, of course, with all our new friends who are joining us and new audience members who are joining us. But you look so bright and so lovely as always, dear Sharon, all fresh. So let me give a little introduction about my dear Sharon. Sharon Rose is one of our Healing Our Earth members here, family members, I should call her. She is our USA coordinator, and she brings in and invites many, many fantastic guests who are really, really specialists in their own field. And Sharon Rose herself is the winner of the Filmmaker of the Year award from the 20th World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, Taoism, and natural healing. And she's also the director and producer of the forthcoming documentary called Quantum Chi, the Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. Sharon has lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She's the author of The Path of the Priestess. It's a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, and is currently completing a CD called The Nectars of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world, because I know she loves different cultures. and she has a lot of knowledge about different cultures too from around the world. Dear Sharon, how has your day been? Have you been enjoying watching the special guests share their wisdom with the rest of the world?
Yes, and I must say that as an American, who has looked into and experienced so many cultures, and I always have to tell my wonderful audience, the impact and the power of living with my Guruji Sitara Devi in India, which really set this incredible foundation for me in the Vedic tradition, in so many things. And from that perspective, I've been able to go out and really look at cultures and experience cultures around the world. The last number of years, I've been very focused in Taoism and ancient Chinese medicine, and particularly Qigong. And
yes, we're going to be very shortly going to be finding out about Qigong as well. You have a very special guest who's going to be joining us very shortly. Actually, I better let you take over, because I know that we've got quite a few guests who are coming one after the other, and I know we have lots of information to take from them, right? Yes, but I was going to say, before we go, dear Sharon, just wanted to say, of course, you've all tuned into Healing Our Earth here. I'm Dr. Hani Kalaria, and I have had a real pleasure being with you all the way from 2 o'clock till now, listening to these amazing contributors who are here from all over the world. We went from India to Malaysia to now to the USA. We went to India, so many places. All our special experts come from all over the world. And Sharon was another fantastic host who will be now taking you onto the next part of our journey here on Healing Our Earth. And she'll be introducing you to some really, really fantastic special guests, one of them being Dr. Alex Bang, who will be joining us very shortly as well. Dear Sharon, the platform is all yours. And if you wanted to mention anything, sorry to disturb there.
Oh, that's okay. Well, number one, I want to say that I have my sweater on because I'm in the mountains of Colorado, and we've just had Colorado's had a lot of snow. Here we've had a little bit. We needed it. We were in a drought, actually, and we got some snow, but like north of us, they've had like a 1.5 feet of snow. And so the weather got cold, but we're doing fine. My greenhouse is keeping all my beautiful plants well and healthy and blossoming. So
So that's really good, because of course today our discussion is all about health. This is integrated health. This is our 4th episode, and next week, don't forget, dear audience members, if you're watching right now, next week we have some more guests as well for our integrated health episode 5. So today Sharon will be telling you lots and lots of really juicy information, great words of wisdom, and lots of fantastic expert knowledge. So dear Sharon, it's all yours, my dear, and I look forward to hearing what your guests have to share today.
thank you, Haniji.
A global namaste to everyone.
Global
And the
namaste
Healing,
to you.
and the Healing Our Earth team. Thank you so much.
Well, it's a pleasure to be back with you today, and as we continue our journey into alternative health, and I'm very, very pleased to be bringing Dr. Alex Feng. What an amazing man. He has done so much for healing and health. It just, I'm so grateful for his work. And also he's been an integral member of the World Congress, Dr. Epi Chow's World Congress on Qigong and Tai Chi and Taoism and traditional Chinese medicine and alternative health. And we have the 22nd World Congress coming up in September. So we're bringing some of the major people involved in putting that Congress. It's like the 22nd one. So they've been contributing to this alternative health message and work for so many years. And it's just a delight to bring him on. Namaste, global namaste to you.
Namaste to you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Neil G. I'd like to introduce Dr. Feng. Neil G.
Global namaste, Sharon. I can see you, Dr. Alex Feng. And a very big welcome to you, and meet our Dr. Rajiv Gupta as well, who you will be communicating via Sharon with, and Honey and everybody. So Sharon, what a wonderful personality you brought. Let's extract superpower spiritual energy from Dr. Alex Feng. Over to you.
Well, I'd like to introduce him a bit first. He has an extensive and pretty incredible bio.
Yes, so if you go ahead and just read, or if you ask actually Dr. Alex Feng to give us more introduction, because he knows his stuff.
Well, I'll read a bit.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Alex Feng, PhD, OMD, LAC, is an internationally recognized practitioner and teacher of traditional Chinese medicine, and an accomplished Chinese internal martial arts practitioner, teacher, and Grand Master, specializing in Daiji and Qigong, Daoyin. He's currently lecturing on medical Qigong with the Zoom platform at UC Davis and intercultural roots in the United Kingdom, and has resumed his in-person Qigong and Daiji classes at Jidaohuan. Dr. Feng holds his PhD and OMD from Summer University in Los Angeles, California, and was of the first licensed acupuncturist in the state of California, with acupuncture legalization in 1976. He's the founder of Jidaohuan, the Taoist Center in Oakland, California, where he practices traditional Chinese medicine and teaches Chinese internal martial arts. He has been instrumental in leading the evolution of Eastern-Western medicine integration, staff acupuncturist at San Francisco Chinese Hospital, clinical staff, Alta Bates Hospital, clinical director, integrative medicine at Highland Hospital in Oakland, California, and the designer and principal instructor of the class Qigong for People Living with Cancer at the Alta Bates Summit Comprehensive Cancer Center in Berkeley, that has been continuously operating since 2010. There's so much. He's the founder of I Am a Seaweed Qigong, a method for teaching healing Qigong to practitioners and to patients. Dr. Feng was introduced to the Martial Arts Hall of Fame in 1999 and received the Lifetime Achievement in the Martial Arts from the International World Family Soulship Council in Orlando, Florida in August 2019. He has produced national champions in Tai Chi forms, push hands, and judo. There's so much more, but I'd like to bring you on. Also, what I must tell you all, because this community loves music. So Dr. Feng is also a player of what is called the erhu, this extraordinarily beautiful, all of you out there, if you haven't heard the erhu, it is such a beautiful instrument that just tears at your heartstrings. And he plays that too. So welcome, Global Namaste to you.
Thank you, thank you. Happy to be here.
Yes, well, let's begin by speaking a little about the World Congress and your involvement with the World Congress and what it has to bring to people throughout the world.
Well, first I'd like to say all that effort really is the vanguard effort of Dr. Effie Chow. She's the one that started this whole movement of recognition of Qigong practice for health way, way long ago when nobody was paying much attention. So I've known Effie for a long time in the medical community, in acupuncture and in Qigong. So from the beginning, I was very excited to assist with her on the Qigong Congress. And through all these years, I've been participating off and on for the Congress as co-chair and so on, and teacher. It is a format in which Effie created to bring, I would say, a supermarket of experts to the public view, so that all of us have choices. There are so many different styles of approach to health, and some are, very traditional, some are a little more avant-garde, but she brings it all to the same place, to the Congress, and then you can see then which one resonates with you, which one helps you the most. So it's a great job on her part and all the people that participate at the Congress. It's a very exciting event for everyone. So it's a great place to be, to meet people who are the same page, who are interested in health, primarily spiritual health, emotional health, physical health, mental health, and financial health. So she does a wonderful job in doing this, and everybody knows she's not the healthiest right now and strongest right now, but she still persists in doing this Congress. I have so much admiration. I call her my bigger sister, and ever since I've known her, she's been my sister, my bigger sister, older sister, and she laughs at that sometimes, but I admire her and respect her and love her greatly to create this environment.
The same way. And for all of you out there that are interested not only in alternative health, but in music and dance, Dr. Chow is always bringing, to this Congress, not only alternative health practitioners and Qigong masters and Tai Chi masters and scholars, but she's also bringing entertainment, I would say. So she's bringing, Qi dance, and she's bringing some really wonderful exhibitions of Qigong or Tai Chi. And so it's just such a cornucopia of wonderful experiences and knowledge for all of you. So that's going to be in September, and we'll be talking about it as it gets closer and showing some trailers and some information about it. So Dr. Feng, I'm very interested. I saw that you've done a lot of work with cancer patients. Would you tell us a bit about that work? Because, cancer is one of the biggest killers in our world.
Well, I was very fortunate through various circumstances to meet Dr. Amy Matecki. Dr. Amy Mateki is a physician from China and came to the United States, became a physician again, and also went to school and became a doctor of traditional Chinese medicine. And her goal is to bring traditional Chinese medicine in the view of Western medicine. And she worked very closely with Dr. Gary Checki, who is head of oncology at Alta Bates Hospital. And she worked at the comprehensive care for cancer patient at Herrick campus, Alta Bates Hospital. And she invited me to come and participate, teaching Qigong to the patients over 10 years now, and also doing acupuncture to maintain health for a cancer patient. So it is an integrative approach with Western medicine and traditional Chinese medicine, aspect of herbal medicine, nutrition, Qigong, exercises. So I have to give thanks and credit to Dr. Amy Mateki, who started this program both in Alta Bates Hospital, but also at Highland Hospital. She created one of the first integrative medicine program, I think, at public hospital in the United States. And also the Qigong practice in the hospital setting. It was through her doing that made it happen. So I've been involved with the program, acupuncture, herbal medicine, Qigong, Tai Chi, so on, for the last over 10 years in the hospital setting. So we work with all sorts of patients, not just cancer patients, but in a hospital setting, really. As you know, probably, you may hear Highland Hospital is one of the world-renowned hospitals for trauma care. So we work trauma care in ICU as well as emergency, taking care of patients using acupuncture. So it's a great experience. It's a wonderful joining.
I would think that bringing this complementary medicine into the hospital setting would be very efficacious. And I'm thrilled that this is happening because, you know, traditional Chinese medicine, classical Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, they're such time-honored, and I would say scientifically proven, because it's how many centuries now, ways of assisting in our healthcare and bringing us to optimal health. And to bring that into the hospital Western allopathic setting is really important. And that's what we're all about here at Healing Our Earth. That's why we're doing these forums on alternative health. So tell us a little about this way in this hospital of bringing these differing ways of healing together.
Well, through Dr. Amy Mateki's effort, we participated in hospital teaching as well as hospital learning. So we participated when they had grounds, and we were in class. We also were able to teach both Western physicians, interns, as well as visiting doctors, as well as acupuncturists who entered a program of integrative medicine at Highland Hospital. So it was an East-West combined. So methods of teaching and learning. So students from acupuncture school will come and learn about Western medicine in a Western medical setting. And physicians will learn about acupuncture through our effort in treating patients, as well as some lectures on efficacy of Chinese medicine. So it was really phenomenal, the openness, because as you know, everything can be territorial, and because of politics and finance. But to have this opportunity and to have this grace opening to be able to participate jointly in the care of patients. There are no perfect medicine, otherwise there will be no sick people. So the fact that we can join effort and combine worldview on health and world experience of health. As you mentioned, Chinese medicine has been around for thousands of years and it's practiced on people. So if it doesn't work, everybody will let you know it doesn't work. So if it works, it should be maintained and supported. And I think that this kind of effort throughout the nation, throughout the world, is valuable. Chinese medicine has a long history of help, of efficacy, repeatable evidence, observable and repeatable evidence, which is a foundation of science. So I'm so excited to be able to have participated in this avenue of co-education, co-cooperation, so on. Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to ask Dr. Gupta and Bill Douglas to join us. I know that they have both been very involved in bringing this healthcare, and to the world, and have real desire to work together to continue to do the kind of work that you've been doing. And I'm sure that they have some questions for you as well. So we'll begin with Bill. Global namaste to you, Bill.
Good morning. How you doing? Or afternoon?
I'm doing great. Bill, for all of you out there, Bill Douglas, wow. He's been working also with Dr. Chow for many years, and he's done this amazing work of bringing the World Qigong and Tai Chi Day every year together all over the world. Talk about bringing people from the world together. Bill has done really extraordinary job of that, and also is now working on the Global Transformation Project. Here we have the logo for this 22nd World Congress, Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM, Natural Healing. Yes. So Bill, you must know each other, right? Dr. Fang and Bill?
Yeah, well,
yes, I know.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, the work that you guys are doing, that's, it's part of, work that's going on all over the planet. And the science at this point is just overwhelming. I mean, it's just overwhelming, that everybody should be doing these things. So.
Yeah.
I want to thank Bill. He's the one that created the World Tai Chi Day. So to bring a consciousness to the world through your effort. So thank you so much. I really appreciate and respect that.
Thank you, Alex. That means a lot. I appreciate it.
Yeah, every year it seems to grow and grow and grow. And it's to me, it's just the work he's done and the work Dr. Fang has done and Dr. Gupta. They serve as models for where our dream, our vision here at Healing Our Earth of where we can go with this world right now. We're needed. This work that you've done is needed more than ever.
Well, we've seen at World Tai Chi Day, we've seen our role as being conduits to get the work that Alex and Dr. Rajiv Gupta that you guys are doing. And so, what we did was we created a medical research library where people could look up about 100 of the most common health issues. And then they could find the research that we've collected that shows how mind-body practices like Tai Chi and Qigong and meditation and yoga and mindfulness can help these conditions. And so what we've tried to do is we've tried to organize these events around the world to utilize that research. So what you guys are doing, we're just a conduit to try to get it out. And then we teach the groups how to get publicity. And if any of you are on our newsletter, you saw that there was national media coverage of events all over the planet just a couple of weeks ago on World Tai Chi Day. And then that way they can share the research, the science that you guys are at the cutting edge of with the whole planet, because they don't get it through the mainstream media. And so we've created a way to get that important work that you guys are doing out there to the mass public.
Thank you.
I agree here that for many, many years, for decades and actually centuries, we have been working in isolation. So traditional medical treatment is one way, Ayurveda is separate, homeopathy is separate, Tai Chi is separate, yoga is separate, aromatherapy different. And the whole idea is that being a medical doctor for like 3 decades, there is no cure for every condition. So why not bring like all of them together? Whatever works best, we put as a toolkit and provide to the patient, because our responsibility is for the client, patient, whatever we call. And you're doing a fantastic work. So I think I'd love to connect to you so as to bring that library here. And in our world, I'm collecting the evidence. So I'm working with other people to bring the evidence. So it's all there. So when we need, we say we are not just a quack advising. We are advising a solid foundation basis. We are professional, qualified people giving you the advice based on the evidence. And then people start trusting, because the biggest thing we need is a trust. Patients should trust the doctors in order to get the benefit. People, the whole placebo, the way placebo works is because of the trust of belief. And this trust is lost if we tell them, oh, use this or this. If they are not trusting it, it's not going to work. So once we create a scientific basis, we bring everything together and we say, in this condition, this will work better. So for example, in fibromyalgia or chronic pain, hypnotherapy will work better. If you have a weakness or something like that, or for Parkinsonism, Ayurveda will work better. For something, movement disorder, an acute fall, there is nothing better than Tai Chi. And I was talking to Keith Sharp, who is in the UK Tai Chi Union. He's representing that, and we had long discussion for hours. And we are working together on a document of the standards. So whole idea is that, it will save. NHS is free. You probably won't realize there is free NHS, means those people who are elderly, they fall. There is no fall in UK. They are walking, elderly people, they fall. And it costs to the country millions. If they have been using Tai Chi and Qigong, their whole joints will become stronger and their awareness of joints will be better. So if we can reduce the fall by even 10%, 20%, it will save a lot of money.
Yeah, actually, I think vastly higher than that. Dr. Herbert Benson at Harvard, the author of the relaxation response, he estimated, or he said the data estimates that between 60 and 90% of the health issues that people are facing are caused by stress and best treated or prevented by mind-body practices. And actually, I don't know, about 20 years ago, I had come across a 20-year study from Kaiser Permanente, and it said that 70% of the illnesses sending people to their doctors were caused by stress. And so I called up Dr. David Sobel at Kaiser because it was just, it was so validating of what I had thought that I contacted Dr. David Sobel to just confirm that this was an actual study that Kaiser did. And he said, yeah. And he said, actually, depending on how you looked at the data, that number could go as high as 85%. So we're talking about trillions of dollars in potential annual healthcare savings year after year after year in the future, if we can get mind-body education as a core part of public education worldwide. And that would, imagine how different your patients would be in 20 years if they were coming out of school after 18 years of mind-body education. An hour a day is what we're advocating to the United Nations.
That's fantastic. And Dr. Fang, you have been involved with actually the model that we at Healing Our Earth and Bill and Dr. Gupta, et cetera, are really wanting to bring forth. So how did Dr. Amy manage to make this happen? Because it's something that we are really looking to do.
Well, I think Dr. Amy Mateki was very influential, working with Dr. Feeney, who's one of the heads of Highland Hospital. So I think that connection makes a difference. If you have Dr. Mateki, of course, is both Western and Eastern trained, so she is totally competent in the area of both fields. And because of that, she was able to sort of persuade, convince, talk heads of departments to welcome this new model, new paradigm of healing. So a lot of it has to do with Dr. Gupta, what Dr. Gupta said, trust. There has to be trust, not just among patients and doctors, but also doctors among doctors and doctors. So the area.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, we've had a somewhat parallel experience with the University of Kansas Hospital, where we teach Tai Chi and Qigong and some yoga meditations. And the thing that I've realized over these about 3 decades now, since we've been teaching in hospitals, is that the doctors that are allies in the kind of work that you're doing and that we're all doing, those are the doctors who have actually experienced mind-body benefits in their own lives. It's those doctors, when they've actually felt it and experienced it, it's like, those are the connections that you make instantly. And I've found that doctors who haven't experienced it, it doesn't matter how much research I give them, it's not gonna find a place there. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Again, comes to trust. They trust you.
Yes.
They fall into it. If they don't, then you keep on convincing them more and more, and then more effort you take and more energy it takes. It's something which will be, I think, finding the least resistance will be a good thing to do, and therefore working together, doing the collaboration will be extremely good. So I think I would appreciate that, and it would be good to connect outside. I know we have got limitation of time here, but if you connect outside to have more detailed discussion, putting all our energies together, we can replicate good practices across the country. It's not a problem. Thank you so much, Sharon, for bringing all of us together.
You're very welcome. The efficacy of these alternative methods is very powerful. I'll give you an example. My son, he was at that point living in LA, and he had some stomach issues, and he ended up going, I think, to the emergency room, and they just did a bunch of tests and gave him some Gatorade. And then he went to an acupuncturist. Now he grew up with me, so he had gone to alternative, but it had been a while since he had gone. And he was, first of all, the acupuncturist spent real time with him, really exploring the many aspects of his being, what could have caused that. And then he gave him, treatment of acupuncture and then herbal medicine, and boom. So it helped him tremendously. And he's going, in fact, he just took his 2.5-year-old daughter to a child acupuncturist. So it's that experience of it. Personally, 6 months ago, I had a bad head injury. So what did I do? First thing was some aconitum, some homeopathic. I went to my acupuncturist naturopath. I went to craniosacral. And I went to Rolfing, all of that. And here I am. You know, yes, I did get these black eyes for a while. Some of you saw it on Healing Our Earth because I love you and I come on regardless. But as Dr. Fang and all of you have been speaking about, you know, bringing all of these traditional time-honored experiences of medicine, of health together is what's so needed right now. So I'm just so happy that Neil Kumar and Dr. Effie Chow, Dr. Fang, Dr. Gupta, you, Bill, are working. We're all coming together to see what we can do to heal our earth.
Beautiful.
You are
Beautiful.
perfect, Sharon. And if they were not efficacious or effective, we wouldn't be here. We are here because we believe it. And we need to transfer that belief amongst people who don't believe yet. I'm not saying they will not believe, they would believe. The question is time. They might take a year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. And time is now where we have got opportunity to influence them massively.
Oh, yes. This is why, let's see how many years ago now, about 5 or 6, I had the opportunity to meet Mantak Chia, and I went to interview him actually about the energy body, and it was at Eastover, a beautiful place up in Lenox, Massachusetts, and she had a whole event going on with all these Raja Yanka and Lee Holden and lots of Qigong and Tai Chi masters. And I was so impressed. I was impressed by, I mean, I've been around a lot of masters, especially from India and Tibet. I was so impressed with their grace, how much they gave from their hearts, and this sense of stillness and this sense of flow that I found coming out of dance most of my life. Qigong for me, it was just, I think not only, you know, every human being, every dancer for sure should be doing Qigong, because for me, it felt like here was a way not only to have grace in your movement, but to actually understand your energy body and how to use this life force, this chi, to help to understand your own self and to heal yourself. I am a complete advocate. I've spent years now working, interviewing people, and around the time of the World Congress, I'm going to bring out the first 2 episodes, and hopefully that will inspire people so I can raise money to do the 8 episodes that I had planned, so we can go deep into all these aspects. My dream from the beginning, from the time I encountered these arts, I mean, I encountered acupuncture when I was in my 20s. As a dancer, I had I had hurt myself, and the acupuncture was like, wow. So I just want to find a way, and this quantum chi, the 2 episodes I have, are really meant to be an introduction for the world. Every time I've shown it, immediately the audience, whatever age, they're like, where do we learn? Can we do this? So that's my mission and your mission. And to me, if we can all work together, we can achieve wonderful things.
True. There is a saying, whatever the mind of a man or woman can conceive and believe, he or she can achieve. Now we are not one, we are all. So it's going to happen.
And the other thing that's so beautiful about the Taoist tradition is this total connection and understanding of nature, which is so important, especially now.
Well, and understanding that we're nature.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like we experience nature when we're experiencing ourselves. And it's beautiful.
Yeah. Yes. And I know, Dr. Fang, would you tell us a little about internal martial arts? I'd love for our audience to hear a little more about that.
Well, let me share with you what my teacher, Professor Wang Pei-Kun, who is considered one of the 10 best teachers of China, said to me. He says, a bunch of people got together and called us internal. A bunch of people got together and called us external. So it is a matter of perspective. And the general concept, internal has to do with cultivation of qi. External has to do with cultivation of strength, speed, endurance. But they work together. In order to have qi, you need to have a body. And you have a body, you have to have strength. Where does strength come from? Comes from qi, comes from energy that you accumulate for food, accumulate from hereditary, jing, and your breathing, your exercise. So for me, in my mind, external, internal is a very vague veil to cover exercise. If you concentrate on the flow of qi and blood, which is a primary concept and idea and practice of qigong, all it does is just circulation of qi and blood, cultivating qi and blood. But you can do this in any exercise, playing ping pong, dancing salsa, whatever. If you have the mindset that you're cultivating your energy, you have the mindset of cultivating your spirit, you're doing qigong and you're doing exercise at the same time. So in my mind, internal, external is a very thin veil of understanding of separation.
And Bill, what's your perspective on this?
Well, when I first started studying Tai Chi 40 something years ago, it just blew my mind. And so I was so amazed. I just wanted to try, every Asian mind body thing that was available. So I started trying yoga and Kung Fu and karate. And I ended up studying under Fumio Demura. And I didn't even realize what a big deal he was at the time. He never told us, that he'd won 2 world karate championships. And he never told us that he was the stunt double for Pat Morita and the Karate Kid. And I only discovered it many, decades after we'd studied with him. But he told me something that really stuck with me, that taught me a lot about Tai Chi, although he was teaching karate. And he said, the power of your punch. He said, it's not about your brawn or your physical strength or, any of the things that we normally think of. He said, what determines the power of the punch is how relaxed you are between here and here. If you're completely relaxed between here and here, then that punch is going to have, the force behind it. Of course, the way your body's aligned, all those things you have to practice. But that taught me a lot about the power of Tai Chi, because, when we practice Tai Chi, we realize that what we're trying to do is we're trying to relax out of the way of the forms. And I think Bruce Lee said, he said, you want to learn everything you can about your art and then spend the rest of your life trying to forget everything that you learned. And so it's that flow. And Alex, you mentioned how, dance could be a Qigong exercise. And I think it's all determined, by how much we're just letting go and letting, whatever physical expression flow through us so that the mind's not in the way, and then we get into that kind of alpha meditative flow state. And, one of the things that I found, Sharon, that I was going to mention earlier is, I've had several ballet dancers, that aren't necessarily professional anymore, but they were trained in ballet. And a big challenge that they had was letting go of holding positions. And I realized, it's because, when you're trained in ballet, you're looking at the mirror. And I remember reading a Tai Chi master, and he said, the mirror is your enemy. And I realized, as I was teaching with mirrors and without mirrors, when we have mirrors in the room, people are looking with their minds from outside of themselves and then back at themselves. But with Tai Chi and Qigong, it's like you're feeling your alignment. When you're aligned, and when you're flowing well, because the way that's the internal. You know how it feels, and how it feels to be relaxed And so it's like that, that internal external is just such a really extraordinary weave that I think both Qigong and yoga, can apply that. It all depends on how they're taught. But yeah, I think they're just beautiful cultivations of that internal, external, the union, the yoga. Yeah.
I completely agree with that. I was trained from 3 as a ballet dancer, then modern dance in New York. And then I found Indian classical dance, Kathak, North Indian dance. And my Guruji, who I lived with, Sitara Devi, she took the mirror away. I was used to making sure all my lines were perfect.
Right. Right.
And she took the mirror away. She said, this is about you embodying these deity, embodying the goddesses and the gods and all the different beings in the myths and stories, incredible ones of Hindu mythology. And that changed me completely. And it changed the way I teach. I mean, I'm still, as a teacher, I still like to make sure that people are doing things in alignment and understand the mechanics of the body. When I first encountered yoga, and that was like in the 60s, actually, Iyengar, what I found so interesting coming from dance, it was such an internal focus, a focus on feeling, instead of that, what you're talking about, just looking at yourself and trying to be perfect on an external. So it was this, and an internal sense of alignment.
Yeah, one of the things that you just mentioned, you were talking about, all the mythology and everything that was flowing through you. And, I've talked about, since I've learned about Rupert Sheldrake, the biologist, and his concept of morphic resonance. And what helped me understand it the best, for anybody that hasn't been exposed to it, but you can find him on YouTube. But he talks about the monarch butterflies, how they migrate from the same place in Mexico to the same place in Canada every year. But none of those monarchs live long enough to make that trek. So there's some, he talks about kind of a warp that is created from repetitive consciousness that actually creates something in the universe that those butterflies are following. And there's other examples of this. But that's what, after I learned about that, I started to, realize that, when we're doing Tai Chi, we're practicing forms that have been practiced for hundreds of years by many, many people. And so that feeling of like a morphic resonance, it's like you feel that real power flowing through you when you relax out of the way. And, and that's where the internal, the alpha state, consciousness, where you let go and just feel that flow coming through. And
it's an extraordinary thing. The BBC was here in Crestone, and I got to dance as Lakshmi in the Lakshmi temple here. And what happened? It was like, my Guruji's energy of so many beings, and Lakshmi herself. I really went into some other kind of state. They were like, and they said, we've never seen anyone express so much joy.
Oh my.
And it was just, Lakshmi's beauty and grace just flowed through me. It was, but, I had serious training too. So there are a lot of people these days that say, oh, I'm embodying, I'm channeling, I'm this, but there is something really to be said.
Well, and I think that's that magical mix of the yin and the yang, that both yoga and Qigong are so refined at enabling us to produce, where we actually, we have the physical awareness from doing it over and over and over and over again. But then while that's happening, the mind is learning how to relax out of the way. But just one thing I just wanted to share, you reminded me of a really beautiful story that they brought a bunch of hula dancers in from Hawaii to Washington, D.C. when they were there was like a big monument that they were commemorating to Hawaii. And so they brought the hula dancers in, and some media person was interviewing one of the hula dancers, and she said, wow, she goes, you must be kind of, a little bit nervous, right? Performing in front of the president and senators and, all this stuff. And she said, I wasn't nervous at all. She said, I don't dance for them. She said, I dance for the unseen. the unseen.
Yes, and so we call in. Like, the first thing, one of the first things that Sitara told me was, you know, you take your bells, which are your sacred instrument, and you call in all the gurus, all the masters, everyone who has been a part of this tradition going back.
Uh-huh.
You ask them to be present, not only to witness, but also to help you. And so that understanding also has been part of my Qigong practice. I've been graced to take some teachings with Master Li Jianfeng, and I brought his incredible daughter, Jing Li, recently onto Healing Our Earth. She's such a delight, and I'm hoping she'll be part of the Congress because what she's doing is just gorgeous. And I'd like to bring Dr. Keith Sharp on, because I know he's going to want to join the discussion. Hi, Keith. Global Namaste.
Namaste, and lovely seeing you folks from across the pond. All right, Bill, I did a little bit of review shortly, and I have been in contact with you since 2003. Did you know that?
Time flies, doesn't it?
Well, I was quite young at that stage.
We were the young Turks of Tai Chi.
Yes, very much so. Dr. Alex Feng, I've not had the pleasure of meeting, so hello to you, Alex. All right, pleasure to know you. I have to correct Sharon on one point. I am not a doctor.
Oh, okay.
Some people get that impression, but I think that I offer a little bit of administration, and I've been in touch with my original teacher, and I was a expat in Saudi Arabia, and the gentleman there was called Rick Actex, and Rick introduced me to Tai Chi in 1994, 95, and one of the things he said is, "What's wrong with your left heel and your left ankle?" And I said, I had a soccer injury, and I had to have some of the bone taken out. He said, I thought so, because when you do repulse monkey, you drift over to one side and over the other side. It's like a rolling monkey as opposed to in a straight line. What I'd like to share with you, if I may, is that I am not a Tai Chi or Qigong specialist. I ran classes, I ran them for over 50s for quite some time, and I'm an administrator and hopefully initiator. Bill, Alex, and it might be useful for you, but I know that Sharon knows this, that I'm responsible in the UK now for the Tai Chi and Qigong Union for Great Britain in arranging partnerships, arranging collaborations, and I am absolutely delighted when I hear you talking about the influx of yoga, prana, qigong, and qi, because most of the people in the Tai Chi Union were martial artists, and I've introduced in the last 6 years the theme, our aims and visions are to have Tai Chi and Qigong approved by the government and National Health Service as complementary therapies. And what a wonderful challenge that is. But my goodness, it does take a lot of toll on my persistence. But as a former project manager, I am determined, if I last long enough, to see this happen. And I see Rajiv is smiling because he has the unpopular problem of representing the Healing Our Earth and myself, sorting out a memorandum of understanding and a partnership between the Tai Chi Union and Healing Our Earth. This is spreading it worldwide, and I bow in deep respect to all of you that have all this inner knowledge. I am coming from a slightly different platform, which is I was trained as an engineer, not a qualified engineer, shipyard engineer, and I've traveled to 60 countries in the world, and I've just picked up experience as I've gone along. And hopefully hopefully you will be able to watch 2 hours next week when I have the pleasure of hosting 2 hours with some of my selected speakers from across the world. And they will be focusing on collaboration as much as we can. And that will stretch from Hong Kong to Oregon. I'm delighted to be a part of this organization. I have a bone to pick with Sharon. She doesn't pick up her emails as quickly as I thought she would.
Who does?
Who does? All right. I lived in the time of, and you probably remember it was facsimiles. And before that, going back to a stage when it was letters. All right. So I used to be able to say to somebody, I'll be back in touch with you in 3 days' time.
Yeah. That was before we got 100 letters a day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I actually amazed at the social for it. But I see that Chef D is still on. I tuned in earlier on, and at my age, I find it very difficult not to follow the lines of microwave, easy meals, and prepared brisket that I've just enjoyed with my wife in red wine. But it takes me back to the days that in the 1940s and 50s, we did not have any control over our food. We were on ration books. And I wrote down at the time, which was schools. They no longer have home economics. They no longer have sports days after the classes. It's not joined up. But in the 1940s, what was my main meal? It was suet dumplings. And sometimes, because I was an apprentice in a shipyard, it was 8 pieces of bread and sometimes had special beef dripping with salt. All right. And I'm still here 82 years after it. Ladies, gentlemen, I'm delighted that we're able to converse. And people ask me, why are you involved? I said, I have no idea. I've followed an inverted triangle, which is starting off with a little bit of knowledge, listening and learning to lots of people, but only taking out the information I think can actually have an effect on the world. Bill, you know James McRitchie?
Yes. Yes.
James is one of my primary speakers next week.
Great.
All right, because he is backing me, although he is only coming on to support me, which is a really, really nice tribute, because he wants to follow his own Tao procedures and learning. All right. So from the UK, I'm delighted to see you. I'm delighted to be participating in this. And I look forward to you listening to my colleagues next week from across the world. And Rajiv, I think it's going to be time after that event to actually say, where do we go from here?
Yes, where do we go? And to have all of you together, it's really important. I mean, I really believe the work that Dr. Fang has been doing is, it should be part, that knowledge of it, that experience of it, that understanding of it should be part of your mission, Bill, and all of us, you know, with the Global Transformation Project, with all of our ideas and dreams of creating a healthier world. And Bill, please tell us a little about the Global Transformation Project.
Well, the Global Transformation Project came about because I spent 40 years collecting the science on mind, body. And what I began to realize was the big science is behind the big 5, and that is Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, and mindfulness. And as I was putting this book together, it's the new 2nd edition of the Gospel of Science that just came out 1st of January this year. And as I was compiling all this science, I just realized that it is literally insane that mind-body education is not a core part of public education worldwide. And that graph that you have right there, Sharon, if you could just leave it there for a second, if you look at the stairs going up there, what the science shows as far as educators are concerned is that mind-body practices increase IQ, they increase math proficiency skills, they increase GRE reading skills, they improve focus and improve test scores. They reduce ADD and ADHD, less depression, less anxiety, stronger immunity, and less illness. I mean, really dramatically less illness when students practice these things. And so, it would just be insane for any teacher to look at this and say, oh, no, I don't want my students to have higher IQs or better math proficiency or better GRE reading scores or higher test scores. I mean, it's just at the point now where it's just crazy that it hasn't already happened. And so, so the goal of the Global Transformation Project is to get mind-body education into public education. And the way that we're going to approach that is we're lobbying for a United Nations resolution for mind-body education and public education worldwide. And so if you go to this globaltransformationproject.org page that Sharon's on, you can see our petition. You can also see the science. It's just starting right below where your cursor is, increase students' IQ. If you scroll down just a little bit from where you are. Yeah, and you can go down and the science is just endless. And so it just makes just absolute common sense that this should be part of public education. But what's fascinating is that the TM Foundation has been putting a lot of effort and time and money into research over the past decades. And what they've discovered is that when you get 1% of a population of, an institution or a city practicing high-level meditation, it improves the behavior and well-being of the whole city. And it's actually measurable. They've worked with police departments and they've dramatically dropped the HRA rates, the homicide, rapes, and assaults, the violent crime rates in cities by having 1%. Now, what's fascinating is that World Tai Chi Day, the event that we founded 23 years ago, I think, Princeton University had their Paralab had spawned a global consciousness project. And what they discovered was that there was a global consciousness that could be affected by events on the planet. When massive amounts of people like Princess Diana's funeral were focused on one thing or one emotion, their computers went off track all over the planet, and they began to realize as they looked at other events that there was like a global consciousness. And so then they started to look at mind-body events like the International Day of Yoga, World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, International Day of Peace Meditation, these different days, and they took their computers off track. And so actually, I have some photos. If I can do a screen share, I'll show you some of the graphs that I got from the Princeton research program. Let me see if I can do a share screen.
I do want to mention one thing, and I think Dr. Fang will agree with me. I also think the power of dance and the power of music to affect the same kind of, inner peace, inner joy, connection that we're talking about with Qigong and yoga, etc.
Well, I absolutely agree with you. But because we're trying something so overwhelmingly huge that we just, over the 40 years, the science on the Big Five is just so massively overwhelming that we figured that would be the best way to get a little toe in the door of public education worldwide. And then that opens the floodgates, for more science, on dance and singing and art, all these things. But the science on the Big Five, it's just so incredibly overwhelming. And so, I was gonna do a screen share.
Bill, if you keep on talking and promoting Zoom, we are not allowed to do that because.
What I'm trying to do is get this.
Yeah, you must be ready with your product before. Let's say, go ahead now, maximize the screen and it's come on the thing. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So yeah, so this is the data chart that we got from the Princeton University Global Consciousness Project. And what you see in the center there is that black line going across the middle, the 0 line. And what this is it's like an electronic coin flipper. It's called a random event generator.
It's just babbling.
I'm sorry.
Go on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's called a random event generator. It's like flipping a coin 200 times per second. And so normally it hovers around that black 0 line going across horizontally, because that's what keeps the lights on in Las Vegas. It's that statistical probability. But what they found was that when they looked at these mind-body events, this is the 24-hour period of World Tai Chi Day in 2007. And what you can see is that starting at the beginning of the World Tai Chi Day, the random event generators flipping went way off course down towards the bottom. And then it reached the European wave, because it starts in New Zealand, goes across Asia and Africa and Europe. And anyway, when it got to the European 10 a.m. in Europe, UTC time, then you see it go dramatically up off the right top corner. And so that divergence off of that line is a statistically probable indication that we created greater coherence in global consciousness during that 24-hour period. And this is true of not just World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, but this is also true of the World Yoga Day, which I have right here, if it'll open. Okay, let me see if it opened. Yeah, there we go. Okay, see how that diverged off of the 0 line?
Yes.
And yep.
Yeah.
And then I've also got the International Day of Peace.
So are you familiar with Lynn McTaggart's work?
Yes, somewhat. I'm not deeply steeped in it, but I'm very familiar with that work.
Yeah, it would be great to bring her on too.
And then here's I'd love to talk to her about this as well. That'd be awesome. Oops.
Dr. Rose and Bill, Dr. Gupta, thank you so much. I have another engagement.
Oh,
yes, thank you for being with us.
Yeah, it's nice seeing you, Alex.
I look forward to speaking with you personally soon about music.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Yeah. So now this is this is a composite of these global, they call them healing and global harmony events. That's World Yoga Day, World Tai Chi Day, World Peace Day. And so what you can see is the Z score that you see on the screen is about 3.3. And just to kind of put that in context, for lay people like myself, the Z score for when they discovered the Higgs boson particle at the particle accelerator in CERN in Switzerland, that was a 5 Z score. So this is very close to what got the Nobel Prize for physics. This is a 3.3 is a very high Z score. It's there's no way that that there's not something happening in global consciousness. And what we've found through our experience with World Tai Chi Day is that it takes vastly less than 1% of the world's population to have an impact on global consciousness, because in 2007 World Tai Chi Day was probably only tens of thousands of people, and we actually created greater coherence in global consciousness. So everybody out there, just kind of imagine just for a moment, by getting in the United Nations resolution to advocate the science to public educators worldwide to get mind-body into public education, and countries around the world, a lot of them should want to do it because it's going to save them, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars every year to do this. And it's a real low cost way of doing that. And so as this takes root and starts to spread through public education around the world, you're talking about introducing hundreds of millions of new meditators into the planet Earth. And we already know that, the TM research shows that only 1%, if you have 1% of high-level meditators, that it has a huge impact reducing violent crime rates. And one of the things that most people don't know, I wish I had that graph here, I don't, but one of the things most people don't know is that violent crime rates in the United States and in many countries around the world are at 40-year lows right now. Now, the reason people don't believe it when I say that is because, you know, they say, well, the news told me last night that violent crime rates are through the roof. Well, you know, they may have gone up a little bit that much, but overall, they're at 40-year lows. They never get close to what they were 40 years ago. And over that 40 years, that's the same time that mind-body practices have spread across the planet like a wildfire. And so that's no coincidence, because sociologists can't explain why the violent crime rates are going down. But being steeped in mind-body practice and being a global organizer of mind-body events, and then finding out that we change global consciousness in a scientifically measurable way, you know, that tells me this is no coincidence. We are actually transforming the planet. And imagine if we get this into public schools and we have public school children all over the planet going into alpha brainwave state with the rest of us that are practicing these things. We're talking about global transformation on a massive scale that would change the planet for the rest of history. You know, it's like our great grandchildren would be looking back at our generation going, wow, those guys were awesome. Look what they did.
I agree. As an educator, being in the schools for years, I brought in meditation, you know, under the guise of story, right? We would bring it into a story. I brought in meditation and yoga, and the effect, I saw it personally. And I'd like to say a global namaste to Dr. Pamela Jirali, who's here with us today.
Sharon, it's so nice to see you again and to be a part of this group again. Thank you. Thank you.
And I don't know if you've met Bill.
I haven't. Hi, Bill.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Yes, I love what you have to say.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on.
Yeah, please go to the globaltransformationproject.org and check it out more.
I will do that. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. And I'd like to hear your thoughts about the power of bringing this education into mind-body education. I know you're very deeply in that, into the schools and to the hospitals and to the world. I know you've been a nurse. And today we're going to talk about a very interesting subject, spiritual blueprinting.
Yes. Yes, well, I think it is certainly the way to go. We need our children to be exposed to this so early on so that it becomes a part of their lives. It becomes ingrained in their way of being. You know, for us, we started in a different place and kind of made our way. And certainly my life, you know, reflects a huge transition because I was in the healthcare system, traditional healthcare. And I worked primarily with health organizations. I worked at the Fox Chase Cancer Center, where back in the late 70s started the first multidisciplinary cancer care teams, which was amazing. And then I worked for the American Cancer Society and Prevent Blindness America. So I worked with a lot of health organizations, but back when I worked for the American Cancer Society, if I had been doing what I do now, I would be one of their unproven methods. But I know that our lives bring us forward in many ways that are just inspiring. And so when we discover more about who we are, and I talk about how we discover our divine blueprint, so that we can be authentic and in alignment with the truth of our being, that we can discover our higher purpose and fulfill that and bring forth amazing things to the universe. I just know that opportunities like this make such a huge difference. So I know you wanted to hear about spiritual blueprinting. And before, do you mind if I mention a little bit about my blueprint for the human spirit first? Because that is why I'm here and how this spiritual blueprinting came to be. So
you know that I'm a big fan of all your work.
yes, of course.
Before you do that, tell us a little about your book.
She wrote an intro for my wonderful book, The Dance of Ego and Essence, Confessions of a Divine Diva. And so for that, I am eternally grateful because that truly was a transforming experience. That was my private journal, which I was told to share with the universe. But my life took a huge turn. I was raised in a very fundamental Christian home and church. When I went to college, left that behind, became a driven career person and had many expanding leadership opportunities, which were phenomenal, until I was the program director for Prevent Blindness America for the whole country. They gave me an opportunity to go to the Center for Creative Leadership in Greensboro, North Carolina. And if you haven't heard of that, and I'm not even sure what they're still doing these days, but it was a transforming experience. It was when I went down a different path. And shortly after attending that program, I had a vision while I was there and realized that my job, which was really important part of me, was no longer compatible with my new vision. So I quit, walked away from the whole healthcare system and became a seeker, and eventually received some amazing information that, in a series of divine downloads, like dreams, so to speak. And in the process, everything came together into this beautiful whole. And so I was given the gift of what I call the blueprint for the human spirit. And as it came to me, one step at a time, one concept at a time, with sacred geometry and in kind of this beautiful matrix format, I realized how powerful that was. And at the same time, I received another divine download where I realized that I was highly intuitive. And coming from a traditional healthcare background where I was so rational and logical and science-based and skeptical, it was quite a shift for me to be able to embrace that. So if any of you have been through that process of where you leave traditional ideas and beliefs behind and shift over to a new way of being, you understand how challenging that can be. Well, what happened with regard to the spiritual blueprinting process is I would be awakened, and in the mornings, of course, information would flow in. I'd get up and share it. But I started thinking also about family members and friends who had issues. And I found myself moving energy around. And then I discovered that I could talk about what I experienced. And I spoke in first person, which cued me into the concept that we truly are one, and that my healing is your healing, is the healing of the world. And so I was able then to share this gift with people on a one-to-one basis. And it's very unusual because it is a way that, my body goes into motion. I become like a mirror and do psycho-spiritual mirroring, so to speak. And every motion and every position represents something different. And it's always different for every person. So issues will come up and we'll gain clarity on that. And then guidance is received on how to shift from a negative into a higher way of understanding and being. And what I've discovered in most cases is that it only requires a shift in perception for healing to occur. And when I talk about healing, I'm talking about total health and wellness, not just physical. And I never know if a physical, mental, emotional, intuitive, or spiritual issue is going to arise. And I never know if it's going to be something from the present or something from the future or even something from the past or the distant past or a past life or even something that is more intergenerational. So I just allow it to come through. But what I have learned has changed my whole perspective on healing from when I was a nurse and in the healthcare system, because I recognize the limitations that we have in the healthcare system. And certainly what I discovered is that, you know, we mentioned, someone mentioned about stress, and I forget exactly which one of the presenters did, but
Bill Douglas.
Bill, okay, yes, Bill, because if we're not in alignment, if our body, mind, heart, soul is not in alignment, there is stress. And also somebody mentioned about, I think it was Bill again, how the physicians who have personal experience with alternative and holistic practices are so much more supportive of them and engaging with them. And that is why my focus is on an individual level. I believe and know from experience that if we become our best selves, if we present the best of ourselves to the world, that is the greatest gift that we can give. And so I challenge everybody to, work on themselves first, and because we can't change anybody else. But by raising our awareness, certainly we can elevate the consciousness of the world. And healing also, I know from experience, is an inside job. And we may go to a physician or other healthcare individuals to help us, but it's what's going on within us. They can only help us activate our own inner healing system, our own healing that's inherent within us. So that is another core shift in how I perceive healthcare today. And healing is holistic. I also believe that when we just focus on even the body, even the mind, changing how we believe and what we understand about ourselves, about our bodies, about the world, about how we feel about things, that is still sometimes not going deeply enough, because almost all issues that I have seen in the world stem from the belief in separation and duality. And when we see ourselves as separate from others, from a higher power, so to speak, or others in humanity, then that separation leads to attachments and to addictions and to all kinds of behaviors and beliefs that are non-conducive to health and wellness. So all of these different changes, things just kind of popped for me as I learned more about the blueprint for the human spirit, and I engaged in this process of spiritual blueprinting. So there's a lot more about it, but it's a very interesting process because, you're into dance, and certainly I have never been trained in that or trained in drama or anything, but it's like very dramatic because my body goes into motion when I do my healing work. And I wanted to just share with you, if you have a moment, about something that happened to me personally. So I know for a fact how powerful this kind of process is. I had been caring for a family member for a number of months, and it was very stressful. I had a huge Charlie horse in my back. I couldn't get rid of it. I tried everything from heat, massage, acupuncture, chiropractic, whatever. And it would keep me awake. I was awake in the middle of the morning, about 3 o'clock, when a lot of wonderful things happen. And I was just like, I was just in agony. And the night before, I'd tried a glass of wine and that didn't help, So this night I'm sitting there and I says, and I just said, help me. And this voice said, well, you do healings, don't you? And I'm like, yes, I do. So I engaged in this process where I opened myself and just affirm I am open, ready, and willing, So the next thing I know, I was bowing. Yes, master. Yes, master. Yes, master. And there was this amazing idea that I was a slave and that I had to say yes to everyone. And then something said, no, you don't have to do that. And I said, okay, no, and then I got up out of my chair. I mean, I'm in this altered state, and I went to the doorway of my office and my room, and I knew exactly what to do and how to move and how to turn and what to do. I took a hold of the doorway in a different way and just twisted. And it was like, well, that was easy. This was a whole different way. Then I went into my kitchen where I have an island, and I was running around the island. This is in the middle of the night. I had company, and I'm running around the island. And every time I came to a corner, I would grab a hold of it and pull, kind of stretch out a little more and say, yes, 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 all the way around. So I went from saying, yes, master, to saying no, to saying yes to something else. And then after I did that, I was whirling like a dervish, and I was so free, and everything just kind of flew away, and I was so free. And in that moment, all of that pain, all of the stress, all of the tension went away, and I've never had that problem again. But this is kind of the power that we can have if we open ourselves to higher guidance and to ourselves. And it showed me also the circle of power, which is part of the blueprint for the human spirit. Because we're slaves and victimized in slavehood, then we become, we say no so that we can say yes to something better and something higher until we are free to be all that we are. So that is just an example of how this kind of process might work and how wild and out there it is. It isn't anything that anybody ever trained me to do. It totally is just a gift that came to me. I have not researched it or tried to prove it works because I just trust it and know that it does. And certainly I've worked with a number of clients that have had life-changing, instantaneous healings as a result.
There's Pam, there's a study that kind of parallels somewhat what you're saying, and that is that the research shows that people that meditate are more likely to actualize the lives that they desire. And, it makes me think that part of it is what you're talking about. And Keith kind of talked about this as well, kind of what led you, Keith, to doing what you're doing right now. You kind of followed these steps, and you're talking about that too, Pam, where you kind of cut loose from the program.
Yes.
And you started following these steps. And I think, going into alpha state, these mind body practices, they can facilitate us, letting go of what is, so that we can open up to what we might become, like you're saying. And, and then that's when the magic happens. And that's a big problem with society right now. And a lot of it's the media. I actually get into this in my book about how the media is like fear and panic driven. That's how they get their viewership. It's all business practices. But teaching in hospitals, I see how it stresses people out, because a lot of the patients in my classes, they watch news all day long. And so they get this real kind of limited, dismal picture of the future. And the science shows that our image of the future is one of the biggest indicators of what our future will become. And so I think it's so important for the mind-body community to realize that we're a huge resource in the planet, because we're imparting things to people that will help their minds let go of the programming that you're kind of talking about. Yeah,
exactly.
I agree completely. Bill, you just brought up what I was going to bring up. I see people around me in such deep depression.
Right.
Even here, where we're really in touch with nature, because the how would you describe it? what's being fed to us right now by the media is so dark.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are people out there today. I heard about, someone, I don't even want to mention who she is, some big leader person saying that it's time to get rid of all the elders, that we're like a waste of time on the planet.
Well, and those kind of alarmist kind of comments from people, that's what's on the news, and it's like a lot of news programs, a lot of mainstream news programs, they'll quote somebody, just some average person that posted something on Twitter that's outrageous. Well, news report to the world, there's going to be people saying outrageous things, but do they deserve to be front and center in the media? You know what I mean? Because there's so many solutions that we need to be talking about, and there's just no room for that. And that was one of the reasons we created World Tai Chi Day, because we wanted to create some public spectacle that was healing and connective for the planet, that we could get into that media sphere so that it wouldn't all just be the fear-driven stuff, that people would actually see, a global community of people all coming together and doing something for health and expansion. And so part of it was to actually, do our little part to change that, that drumbeat of the media, that's just all, what they do is they know that if they create these biochemical stress triggers, you get addicted to watching the programming. And then you keep coming back. And so that's why those alarmist headlines, the clickbait headlines, and it's always upsetting stuff. Yeah.
Oh, it's the other thing is that being around people, I'm finding, who are addicted, it's an addicting thing. It's addicting to the fear.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you, Pamela, how do you keep that from kind of infecting you?
Yes. Well, I turned off the TV. I mean, I may live in La La Land, but I can't live with that negativity. And I spend time, quiet time, and I'm not good at it because I'm kind of hyper, but I have a way of connecting and making sure that I am tapped in. And when I don't do that, I suffer. And I lose my energy, I lose my, focus. But I think it's important that we have our own ways. And so many times, for many years, I followed everybody else's practices. And then I realized that I had my own inner guru. And so I let go of that. And I think we have to learn how to trust that too, because we're not just clones, and our way is going to be different from everybody else's, and we have all of our own unique gifts and ways that we can share. And so I think we have to learn how to trust ourselves and trust the source of that, and not question as much. It took me quite a while to kind of go with it, because I thought I needed a guru, and I asked for one once. I wrote an affirmation in my journal. I says, a guru is coming into my life now, and this voice said, well, what am I, chopped liver? It's like, you're here. I'm here. And so you just kind of allow yourself. But we need a whole new model for healthcare. We need a model for education. We need a model for parenting. We need a model for how we engage in relationships. And the blueprint for the human spirit showed me how it all fit together. It provided me with this beautiful way that we can live consciously and compassionate and authentically and creatively, so that we eventually, those of us when we reach this stage in our lives, leave a legacy of love and truly make a difference. That is what we are doing together.
Pam, you've mentioned, I've been wanting to mention this, you've mentioned compassion several times. And one of the studies that I have in the new second edition of the Gospel of Science is they were looking at people's DNA expression. And they did an experiment where they had people practicing selfish hedonistic pleasures and then practicing altruistic pleasures. And they both reported like the same kind of high, kind of uplift feeling, but the DNA knew the difference. And when they were practicing hedonistic selfish pleasures, the health expression of the DNA degraded, more inflammation. When they were practicing altruistic pleasures, where they were benefiting the greater good with no compensation for it, their DNA expressed more healthfully, less inflammation. And so from the very core of our being, compassion is woven into the fabric of the universe. And I think the meditation helps connect us to that. And one of the other studies I was going to tell you about was they found that when people practice mind-body practices, the part of the brain that feels isolated becomes less active, and the part of the brain that feels connected becomes larger and more active.
Yes. And it doesn't take huge things to make a difference. A breath can make a difference. A smile can make a difference. Looking into somebody's eyes can make a difference. I mean, there's just so many simple things that we can do. And I think sometimes we make it harder than it really needs to be. And so I think when we pause in the moment, come to this still point, instead of reacting and bring everything into alignment, I think that can make a difference. And I know that meditation, yoga, all these practices do make a difference. So we find our own, we find our way, we do that. And one person at a time with passion, like our host, Sharon, and with, love, we make a difference. We make a difference.
Alan Watts, I think that, anytime we go into the alpha state, and when we meditate, we're not there all the time, our mind wanders and stuff, but we'll have those moments, where the mind will just kind of get in the flow and the drift. We go into that alpha state. And I think that's, that's a form of extraordinary consciousness experience. Now there's many levels of it. And I think you were talking about your own personal extraordinary consciousness experience that got you on your path. But anyway, Alan Watts said something that really stuck with me. And I didn't realize it when I was reading and studying his stuff decades ago. But then just when I was watching on YouTube, I was watching an Alan Watts interview, and I found out that he had had extraordinary consciousness experiences, several of them. And he said that one of the things that's very common for people when they come back from an extraordinary consciousness experience is to see the divine in everybody's eyes.
Yes. Exactly. And that's what we need to do. We need to look in the mirror until we can see it in ourselves, and then look into the eyes of the others until we see it in them as well. See beyond the behaviors that we may not appreciate, and see that
including our own.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's hard to do, it's like, yes. But certainly we are, and I like to think we're all divine divas, devos, whatever, and that as we discover our divine blueprint, then we can realize the truth of our being, that we walk between these worlds, part human, part divine. We're on the world, but not of the world, so there are so many things that I think we can do to just uplift humanity. And when we honor who we are and our sacred gifts and develop them and share them in a compassionate way, then that's why we're here. And so I'm blessed to be a part of this and to hear what everybody else is doing. Bless you all for the gifts that you bring and for every moment that you are committed to making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. And how do people find out about your work?
Yes, I am on, I have a website, drpamelagirali.com. There is a free booklet that you can download and get some information, a little bit more about the blueprint. And then I just wrote a blog yesterday about spiritual blueprinting, another blog, and I put a book on there too, a free ebook. It's about 20 some pages with more information about spiritual blueprinting and what it is and how it occurs. You can also reach me and set up sessions because I do work with individuals, usually with Zoom. So it's a blessing to be of service. And
And for all of you out there, especially if you're in the Colorado area, Pamela and I are speaking about putting together a workshop with the two of us.
Yes.
August.
Sometime in late August.
Yes, which is going to
sounds
be
inviting.
Yes.
So thank you, and stay on, because
thank you.
We've been talking for weeks now about what my dear friend Jill Bittinger is about to speak about, which is transformed education. So welcome, Jill.
Thank you so much. And Pamela, I hope you don't zoom off, because you said some compelling statements and I'd like to bridge into those.
Yes, I'm here. I want to just turn off my mic so I don't interfere.
Well, if I could actually bridge from what you were saying, thank you for that warm welcome, Sharon, by the way. Thank you.
Well,
for
before
that.
you say that, I want to introduce you.
Oh, okay. All right. I was just wanting to talk about education and her blueprint work for a moment.
Oh, well,
so yes,
go
please.
ahead. Okay.
Well, it was a question that came out when you said we need a blueprint for health. We need a blueprint for education. Like, I just was curious in response to that statement. Like, do you see it as a global blueprint, or are there, I mean, what about our uniqueness? How does that blend in with the blueprint idea? I was curious.
Well, to me, I have a framework, and I'll show you kind of I'll flash a chart here that shows body, mind, heart, gut, soul, and from an energy, personal, social, global, and eternal perspective. And so there's all these different facets of life that all fit together. You can download this chart from my website too, but I see it just as a framework so that we don't miss aspects of life as we are raising our children, as we're educating them. And for instance, you talk about education, like this might be more relevant. This is like the circle of wisdom here, where we are open to change, our minds are open, where we are like students and learn and grow. Then we become teachers, where we share, and then we become, we create new knowledge, technology, and ways of sharing this information, and then live with awareness and wisdom, so to speak. So there is like this beautiful, in the education system, which you were talking about, circle of wisdom that is relevant. And so it's not specific about what, but it means that we don't forget any aspect of that, and we all work together. I think the creative people in this world need to learn how to work well together and to enhance each other's and uplift each other in the process.
Oh, well stated. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing. Yes, Sharon, please.
Yes, no, I'd like to introduce you. I'll start with your statement here. Well, first I'll tell you, we have, Jill has a wonderful summit coming up, and we'll talk about that on transformed education. And this is her statement. We make our world a better place by understanding the value of wholeness, aligned with ASCD's whole child philosophy. She believes that education can play the part of transforming our world. To do this, it needs to engage hearts as well as minds, to inspire the creative spirit, and to help young people find their unique path. Through integrating mind, body, emotions, and spirit, we tap into the multiple realms of intelligence and honor diversity. Beginning in New York as an arts educator and dance performer, Jill witnessed the powerful role the arts can play to touch the inner spirit and bridge to core content. Becoming a certified teacher in Arizona, attuned to the importance of early education and the valuable role the teacher plays. As an elementary teacher, leader, and coach, she's endeavored to elicit a deep love of learning within these precious years. Working in the Mexican Caribbean at Modern Academy Cancun facilitated becoming bilingual and growing in cultural understanding, supporting her theme of building bridges, not walls. She writes on these themes in her blogs on her website, transformededucation.org. We've known each other, what, since the 80s.com. Oh, okay, .com. We've known each other since the 80s. I've watched her grow and blossom into this extraordinary educator. So tell us about the summit and your work and what's coming up.
Wow. Well, Sharon, you are just so eloquent. And I love how I get not only inspired by your shining, but empowered in my shine. So thank you for that. Thank you. And I'm very glad to come on the heels of Pamela, excuse me, who I was just speaking with, because very much, Pamela, we are in line as well about the holistic modalities and the importance of the consideration of not only the whole child, but also the whole adult, the whole educator. And it's really a message that I'm developing more and more through books. I have Teaching with the Soul in Mind and Peace Education, Our Time Is Now. And these are ideas about the power of educators as transformative agents, and not only as them themselves, but empowering the children to be transformative agents. And so when you're working through concepts like service learning, for example, I met H2O for Life, and they are a retired teacher that's making students very actively involved in service learning, that's also then teaching them about geography as they learn about Africa, why the water problems are so big, what can they do about it? And when they feel empowered to say, oh, well, we can make a walk here in our local town and get donations for our walking, for bringing attention to it, and then bring that over and follow the signs of the well building and stuff that's they're involved with, even from afar, then it's a different kind of learning that becomes much more purposeful. And so it's not about now feed this in and give it out, now feed this in and give it out. No, it's much more, and it's about the whole being. And you mentioned too, the heart, soul, body, mind, right? It's all of it needs attention. So it is encouraging that the social emotional learning is getting a lot of attention for the past decade now, that's coming more and more into the forefront. I get a lot of hope from seeing that action, and that it's really making inroads to understanding that if you aren't prepared emotionally and physically with good health to learn, then you're really not going to be learning. And so how do we create those environments that really nurture the whole being? And that's why I've been excited to bring this summit together, is because I don't want it just to be my voice, but there's a lot of educational leaders that are making great strides in these arenas. And so the title of the summit, which starts tomorrow, is Empowering Educators, Transforming Learning Environments Through Uniting Body, Mind, and Spirit. And it's the inner spirit of the child, as well as a sense of the connection with the spirit in life and all of nature. And so we had a couple people really focusing on the power of nature and how strategies to connect with it. We also had people speaking about the realistic aspect of trauma and what are the situations of the kids coming in. We have to be sensitive to that and how to deal with that. One of the powerful presentations was yours truly, Sharon Rose, speaking on Qigong and coming in through your history of arts education yourself, Sharon. But Qigong as a modality to connect with nature and your inner body. Time and time again, we came around to the realization and the fact that it really is all energy, right? And quantum physics is telling us that, like, how are we working the energy? And to do so as intentionally as we can, not just in our own little neck of the woods, but to understand the bigger picture. And I feel so happy to hear a blueprint for education, because I think these ideas could coalesce very nice, Pamela. And I think it's very relevant and timely. So one of the ideas was the power of the heart, which you mentioned. And the Heart Math Institute was another presenter. They talked about just touching your heart and putting attention towards your heart and connecting in that way helps to shift, because in reality, we give more messages from our hearts to our brains than from our brains to our hearts. And even in that spaciousness, you can see that it is a quieting that happens, and it's a receptivity. Thank you for sharing this, Neil. This is Empowered Educators. Close that one. Empowered Educators. And even though the website is empowering, the summit is empowering educators, the website is empowerededucators.info. And so that's where you could come and sign up. It's free. It's 21 days of pre-recorded interviews released each day, sharing about how to transform learning environments. And that includes a definite recognition of my path, Montessori, which is dear and near to my heart, and is also homeschooling. It also includes homeschooling, and just such a wealth of information about all ages, pre-K up to 12. So if you know an educator, it's like you were saying, it is a generous act to bring them together, to allow us to hear the voices that are helping transform the leading edge of education, and also to empower other communities that are. For example, a childhood potential had just came through. That's specifically Montessori. I definitely recommend that conference as well. It's still accessible. Childhood potential. And that had 46 leaders speaking. So they were, Montessori all, but one of them is a world leader that's now stepping out from his principalship to become an activated global leader, Gavin McCormick. He talks about the COVID influence. And so we're cross-connecting communities by him just sharing that video as a bonus to my summit, and being able to say, like, look how we can support each other. It doesn't have to be competitive. It doesn't have to be, no, it's just me, my thing. And that kind of idea. It's about how are we getting this message as a movement to empower holistic education throughout the world. And even if you don't know about Montessori, because she's already so much holistic education and empowerment of the child, even if you don't know about that path, you can still get principles involved from it, or you can understand about how could I integrate just basic concepts so that there is more child independence or teen, and that you can empower the gifts from within, just rather than overlay from without, and do this teacher-centered teaching versus the child-centered teaching, which is very different because there's much more choice, there's much more independence, there's learning from each other. And, they say if you really want to learn something, you have to teach it. Well, you could, even in the ages 3 to 6, those 6-year-olders are teaching the 3-year-olders. Here's how you wash your table. Here's how you sweep up something if you break it, and so that we can empower the teacher within, the one that has answers and gifts that came into this world with the spirit alive and wanting to offer those gifts, that if we empower those feelings and that awareness and that consciousness in education, it's making such great better use of all those hours that we spend there anyway. So many hours are spent towards education. Why not make it up an uplifting and transformative agent in our world?
That's why when I went on to Jill's summit, I felt it was very important to give the teachers, not only talk about what I've done and the power of arts in education, but to give them a little Qigong practice that they can do themselves and then they can bring to their children. Just think, as Bill well knows, if you could have these teachers starting the day with a little Qigong practice, and Qigong is for children, it's so connected with nature. So we did one, I'm a big bird, I fly in the sky, just to bring their Qi, together into their different dantians, and bringing Qi from the sky and pushing out all the old, as I say, yucky energy, and just being renewed. And I think it's really important if we could get these basic Qigong principles into the schools for the teachers to use.
There's a study and it's cited at globaltransformationproject.org, but there's a study that found that teachers that meditate, it dramatically reduces teacher burnout for when teachers
meditate in the classroom, or is separate?
Well, meditate on their own, I think was how the study was done, just that they were practicing their own meditation. But yeah, I mean, the resolution that we have, the UN resolution that we have at the website and people can sign the petition, and it'd be great if you could inform the educators that you come in contact with about our petition, and especially, if they're educators, that would add even more to the petition. And you had mentioned HeartMath earlier, and I'm so glad HeartMath is part of your program. The founder of HeartMath, Dr. Roland McCratty, is one of the scientific supporters of the Global Transformation Project's United Nations resolution for mind-body education and public education.
Wow, I need to be aware of that.
Yeah, globaltransformationproject.org, and everybody can sign the petition there.
Globaltransformationproject.org. Okay,
Yeah.
that's important. I need to make sure to have that as a thing to share.
Yeah,
except they are pre-recorded, so it would be best. info@transformededucation.com is my email, and if you could just send me that link and as how you'd like me to feature it, then I could include it in the promo.
Yeah, what was that email again?
info@transformededucation.com. Transformed Education is my site more about my background and my work, and that's .com. And then empowerededucators.info is the summit. But Transformed Education also has access to the summit, so you could just go there.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
I wanted to just mention something, Sharon, as you were talking about being the bird and pushing out the yucky energy and stuff like that. I think sometimes it is helpful to couch what we do and say in common language, in words that are not necessarily linked with one particular form of practice or whatever. Because sometimes I think it can be a negative if we, use language and words that other people are not familiar. There's not part of mainstream, but there's a way to bring in the playfulness for children, a way to use. I mean, they're universal concepts, and so I think we need universal language that would be helpful, so that it isn't like, oh, that's I don't believe that way. It's not about that, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like hospitals call external Qigong therapeutic touch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that way it doesn't freak people out.
They get away with it because they use certain acceptable terminology, so to speak. And I think it's kind of a process where we're sensitizing people, like bringing it in almost sometimes through the back door, but that's okay. Cool. Because we're doing it.
And like feeling relaxation instead of feeling chi, you can talk in that language, but some things are like ready-made, for public education, like the animal Qigong, being the tiger, or being the bear,
yes.
So it's like, some of this stuff's just ready to go.
And that's what I totally loved about Sharon's presentation, is that she really did make it accessible and brought in the pleasure, and the fun was radiating it, first of all. Excuse me. And then really very manageable movements. It's not like you have to be a dancer to be able to be incorporating those basic concepts. And so that's a big piece of it, is like, just give it a try, and encouraging that direction, because the kids are very responsive. They really are.
Yeah.
They're open.
Dr. Gupta?
Oh, we can't hear you, Dr. Gupta, or I can't.
Neither can I.
No, we can't. Yeah. No. No.
Sharon, carry on with somebody
Oh.
while Rajiv sorts his sound out. Over.
Rajiv?
Yeah, Sharon, carry on with somebody else while Rajiv sorts.
Oh, yes, I'd like to say something about the work Jill and I have done in the schools. Because Pamela, you brought in, how do we connect all these things? Well, myth, story, and symbol, music, rhythm.
Universal.
It's universal. I saw we discussed this in our interview, I saw such transformation in kids through these stories, and through embodying these stories and playing out these characters and drawing what they saw in the different. I led them through guided meditations in different cultures and stories, and I had them draw, and I had them always something they could take home with them and show their parents. I even got the parents involved, the superintendent of school. It's like, these things are possible, but the schools have to know that they're there. I mean, this was in the 90s. There was a big move in arts and education. There was money for it. But these days, I don't know, we need to revisit that and revive that, because as we all know, it's so important.
Well, the way we come at the Global Transformation Project, one of our focuses in pitching this is society could be saving trillions of dollars every year on healthcare and social costs. And that's provable. I mean, we're beyond, where that's just some flighty idea. That's scientific fact. And so if you talk in dollars and cents, and about how you can save trillions of dollars every year, we've really got the facts on our side, economically, as well as spiritually, and all that.
Wow, that's a powerful statement. I mean, trillions, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I have a 710-page book that lays out all the science, all the data, so that when you get to the end of the book, that what I just said is absolutely factually accurate.
Wow, you've really done a lot of work on that. That's a devotion of heart and soul for sure.
About 40 years. Yeah.
Right? That's the key, is like when we are tapped in to what's really purposeful, and each person is going to have their own unique, thing that lights them up. But by tapping into that, then we become so much more enlivened. And I think it does take turning off the news. I liked what Pam said that way about, like, because I felt a personal huge shift when I was like, bad news, bad news, bad news, bad news, versus like, here's something I care about. I'm invigorated with this. And, it's pushing me into new courage zone. I have to have the courage to move into a new zone, but by willing to be able to grow into new territory, it's so enlivening. And that's when we really do collectively make a difference on that global scale. So I'm excited to learn more about your project.
Another thing that's so exciting in the science is what they show is that when we practice mind-body practices regularly, we have a much higher incidence of gamma brainwave consciousness. And gamma brainwave is multidimensional thinking. That's where those aha moments come from. And it's different parts of the brain and the mind working in conjunction in different multidimensional ways. And so this is, scientifically provable. If we teach kids how to meditate, practice mind-body practices, that they become more adept at gamma wave thinking, which is multidimensional, finding more elegant, simple solutions to complex problems. And, we're at a time in history where that is just so incredibly important, to have a generation that is able to think in gamma wave consciousness.
Yes. And I have a little story to tell you all, because some of you met my grandnephew, Finn, 8 years old, genius kid, who I've been encouraging in planting. And now their whole backyard is filled with food. And he had a tooth fall out. And so my brother was saying to him, like, well, what do you want from the tooth fairy? He goes, I want seeds.
Wow, that's encouraging.
Yeah.
That's a big shift right there. Something's going right in his
And he's
world.
just started studying karate as well. Yeah.
But I want to also say thank you to you, Sharon, for acknowledging the power of the arts in the process, because the arts embrace that right brain part of ourselves. So whereas traditional school is pretty much almost all left, is, you know, in analytical, logical, classifying. It's when you go into the right brain and begin to invite wonder and imagination and creativity and curiosity, then it becomes so much more holistic, yes, but balanced between, like, okay, I need to be able to, you know, do the books for my business, but I also need to have the creative, inspired ideas. It empowers them into many more possibilities as adults. And so it's very much a piece that we have to be conscious about. How are we helping that right brain development?
You know,
the arts are a passageway.
You know, another thing too is I can't remember which country it is. It's a European country, and they have like the #1 best educational system on the planet, you know, as far as student performance, and they have zero homework.
Netherlands, homework. I think I've seen a special on this. Yeah.
So that's
and
that
a lot of time to play.
Right brain. Yeah, they get a chance to, you know, use their right brain when they get out of school, like you're talking about.
Yes, and so much of that is coming through the social interactions when they're at play. It's a side-by-side thing rather than just being taught to.
And I always thought it was interesting, you know, when I started studying Tai Chi and Qigong, that Chinese people, they never say I'm going to go work out or anything like that. They say I'm going to go play. I'm going to go play Qigong. I'm going to go play Tai Chi.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Interesting.
One of the things I used in the schools that they loved, even I do it with adults, is if you're from India, you know of the jatis. So it's the different rhythms. So we sit in a circle and we start with tak, 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 ta, ka, ta, ka, ta, ka, ta, ka, ta, ki, ta, ki, and go on like that. Nice. And what I find is that it harmonizes immediately everyone, adult, child, everyone. But as you go, the beauty of Indian classical dance, all the different forms, is this way of using the eyes are doing one thing, the hands are doing one thing, the feet are doing one thing. And so it really brings this, you know, connection between right and left, and just empowers. I know it helps build telomeres even, you know, this whole, it's what also Moshe Feldenkrais in that technique uses, where, you know, you are really one part of your body's doing something, another part is doing something else. And it just helps you on your brain on so many levels.
Well, it's it's kind of a mantra meditation too. You know, it's that repetitive.
But it was, I think it's particularly Sharon has a talent for being able to integrate rhythm and movement. And I have felt like some of the most alive through her classes and through the experiences, because it's so accessible. You know, what she just demonstrated right there, ta-ki-da, ta-ki-da. It's not this super complicated, it's repetitive, and then you moving your body with it in some way with your hands or feet. But that rhythm is a connection with the earth, and it's a connection to one another as you share that experience. Those are powerful vehicles, you know, and the movement rhythm piece is really valuable.
Yeah, it
Yes,
seems to
well.
harmonize in a great way. Pamela?
Yes, and I love the idea of bringing different aspects of work together, because, for instance, if we just provide information, regardless of if it's an adult or a child, just appealing to the mind with information isn't going to cut it. Because we have to, people have to experience exactly what we're saying and what we're talking about, and so here we are, talking heads kind of a thing, but people have to experience something in order for it to make a difference. And I mentioned about Sharon wrote the foreword for my book, The Dance of Ego and Essence, and I did a companion journal called Embrace Your Divine Inner Diva, and it includes the opportunity for people to kind of read, then to allow their own life experiences to come forth, to read or hear a meditation, and to engage in a dance play activity that brings it home. Because if we don't do all those things as part of, even adult learning, for instance, with children, we do it more, I think, because it's a playful way to learn. But adults need the same thing. We need to experience and to participate and to bring it into not only our minds, but our entire bodies and our hearts and our spirit, or else we're not going to make a difference.
One thing that's very exciting right now, and we're the first generation in history that has this, but I don't know. Some of you may be familiar with the Muse headband. You can get a Muse headband, and then it syncs with your telephone, and then you go through short meditations, and it tracks your brain waves. It syncs with your brain waves, and so it'll tell you while you're meditating when you're in alpha state and when you're in busy beta brainwave state, and even when you go into theta, deeper meditative alpha theta state. And so we could actually, you're talking about experience and modalities of approaching this with children. It's actually affordable to have these headbands in public schools, and then when you're teaching them these things, to actually be able to track what techniques take their brainwaves into alpha state more effectively, and then that technique could be shared with other teachers in other countries around the world. I mean, we could bring mind-body practices up to a high level where people are doing these experimental, multi-dimensional things like you're doing, Sharon, with music, and you know what I mean, where you like you were talking about, Pam. It's like we have to pick the locks of the human mind and find the easiest path in there. And being able to track students' brainwaves while we're exposing them to different modalities, like Sharon's approach and different approaches around the planet, we'd actually be able to get feedback and see which ones take them into alpha state, and then spread those techniques around the planet. I mean, the potential of this is really extraordinary.
Very cool.
Oh, nice visioning. Powerful.
That's Bill.
Dr.
Big Gupta,
thinker.
you're back with us? Are you here?
Yes.
Speak with us. Let's try.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, brilliant. Sorry. So a couple of things. I think it's a fantastic session, Sharon. Just again, you are a miracle bringing all these nice people together. And there's a mission for all of us to really have that unity of universal power to our power, and then connecting all different disciplines, the traditional medicine, alternative medicine, complementary medicine, so that we have the end user in mind and provide the best benefit. So I'm very pleased that we are all together in it. Second, I also wanted to ask, particularly Jill, you mentioned about the school. So we have this project, I don't know how much you know, we had a full 2-hour session today on Eat Smart, Think Smart, and Be Smart. Because if we can change the future generation with our thinking, make them do whatever yoga, qigong, tai chi, and a good breathing, simply good breathing technique, and mindfulness, and particularly you mentioned about heartfulness. I think is one of my colleague actually does. She's not here, the connecting, how heart become more powerful, and then bring it into practice. These are simple things. So what would you say? Are there 2 or 3 things that we can include in the program that can be done by children in a simple way to have a better understanding of themselves and also better self-care and care of other children, because there is rising autism, ADHD, special needs, learning difficulty. People are more stressed. I don't know. In my generation, we go and play outside. We don't bother about other things. Now they have got so much of influence of television, social media. They need phone, screen time. There's so much of that, which has affected the quality of life. So if we can do something to cut it down and reduce the influence, that will be great. So tips from you, Pamela. and
Well, all I can think of is that we have to focus on the parents as well, because they're part of the process, and TV and little games and all that has become a babysitter. And I don't have children, but I have 40 nieces and nephews. So I have
wow.
Right. Wow. And but I think that we've taken the easy way out sometimes. And I grew up, just like you mentioned, in the country where we played and we were outside all the time. My family, because my parents were fundamental religious folks, we did not have a TV. So we entertained ourselves. So we had music, and that was a lot of fun, of course. But it was so simple. And we ate at home. We had an acre garden, and we grew all of our own food. It was very healthy, and we all participated in the process. So something's missing. And not just in the healthcare system and in the education system, it's in the home. And it's in governance, and it's in all aspects. I mean, somehow, if we could just go back to a simpler way of life, I think it could help us, where we are connected, where we do know our place. We know that we're a part of nature, that we have that deep connection. I mean, kids today, they're inside, they're not outside playing, in part because it's not always safe. But it's like we've lost something very important that connects us with everything that is, and we've taken the easy way.
In regards to the children and technology, I mean, I think part of it is just because it's easier to put a kid in front of a video game or whatever, but I don't think that's all of it. I think some of it is economic as well, because, people are just having to struggle harder to get by in the world. I mean, this is just, economic facts. And so, that's another reason why, if we could save trillions of dollars every year on saved health and social costs, that could alleviate a lot of that economic stress that's, contributing to the, adult stress and their illness, but also, to the way that children are being kind of planted in front of a TV or something, so that the parents are able to, keep working or whatever. So, I think it's kind of all connected economically in that way as well. So, if we can save money, if we can save massive amounts of money, that could trickle down and actually change, the interaction between parents and children in time, I think.
And the choices we make are, we have choices, but I think people have now believed that certain things are necessities instead of extras. And I mean, there's a whole lot going on. And certainly there's a consciousness of victimhood that is underlying society today that I think is critical. And as soon as, if we can shift that through understanding who we are and more, I think we can make a difference there too. But a lot of work to do. And together we can do that.
How do we get, the government funds all kinds of bizarre studies. I mean, things that are just absurd. So how do we get them focused on helping with the kinds of things we're bringing forth?
I think grant writing
there's been
is
a ton. there's been a ton of research. And a lot of these researchers have kind of put their careers on the line to create this mind body research, because it's not, it was looked at very, very, skeptically, by the medical establishment. So people that research these things, they were really putting themselves in kind of a delicate situation, and there's a mountain of research, and that's what I've collected. I have 700 pages of that research collected to honor the work that those guys have done, because now we can take that science and we can say, look, it's crazy that we're not, that this isn't part of healthcare or part of public education or whatever. The science is just irrefutable. It's overwhelming. So there is massive amounts of science out there. But having said that, less than 0.5% of all NIH funding goes to complementary and alternative medical research. Less than
one half of 1%.
Yes, and there was a UCLA study, and they were looking at the T cell production. And we know from the 2 years of the pandemic, the research that was done, healthy T cell counts was a big factor in people not contracting COVID or having less severe cases of COVID. And that's just a known fact from the research, the T cells. And the UCLA study found that they had a control group and a Tai Chi group, and the Tai Chi group had 50% more T cells than the control group did. So it's like, just knowing just that one fact, you would think there'd be a flood of NIH money coming towards Tai Chi, and I'm sure meditation and yoga show the same thing.
Since half of the funds that people spend on healthcare are for alternative and natural kinds of things, you'd think that there would be a little more money spent in this area.
Yeah, a lot more really.
Non-insurance
that's
money.
really
It's
surprising.
huge.
Yeah. And that's another thing, that's another reason to expand mind-body practices through public students, school students all over the planet, is for the immunity enhancement for the planet. You know what I mean? Because we're getting all this news about, we're going to have, Bill Gates is saying, we're going to have more and more and more of these COVIDs. And and human history shows, of course, that's going to be the case. You get new viruses. But if we can maximize or optimize global immunity through public education, God knows how much money that's going to save in the future. And it's all scientifically proven. The UCLA study, just for an example, 50% more T cells production from mind-body practices. That's massive. That's massive. If there was a drug that could do that, you'd be seeing it on television 24 hours a day. But you don't hear about it.
The problem is it's not a drug. It's a mindset.
And it's free.
That's the difference. It is easier or more difficult to change someone's mind and introduce new ideas than it is to give them a pill. And
it's what they get exposed to 24 hours a day on TV. It's like the only thing they see is the drugs they can afford to advertise constantly, even though the mind-body practices are, more effective in many cases than pharmaceuticals. I know with depression, the research shows meditation, it provides the same chemical benefits as antidepressants, but you don't have any of the negative side effects. But people don't know that. They don't know that because they don't see it on TV. What they do see on TV is the antidepressants.
You can't patent it and you can't make money on it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. And it's now multi-generational. My sister's daughter at 12 broke up with her first boyfriend and was so depressed. My sister took her to the doctor. They put her on who knows what, some kind of SSRI. Now her granddaughter is doing the same thing. It's like they really mind control.
Well, the popular media promotes this. If you watch sitcoms or TV series, they just talk very casually about, psychotropic drugs that they get from their doctor as if that's a way of life. It's like it's permeated the popular culture, which is another reason to turn off the television.
Yeah.
Well, in the granddaughter's school now, if you're not on one of these drugs, then you're not cool.
Wow.
Yeah, I think popular culture portrays it that way.
Wow. It's almost like the weirder you are, the most victim you are, then the cooler you are. It's really becoming.
It's an ethos, of no self-awareness. Yes. Because you can always run to the doctor and get a prescription to take care of whatever that unself-awareness leads to,
Yeah, it's a lack of personal responsibility and accountability because, we're not taking, we turn over ourselves to someone else who we think can fix us instead of taking responsibility for finding our own way, for discovering who we are, and for living authentically. It's, it's the easy way.
You're right, Pamela.
It's the profitable way. I don't know if it's the easy way.
A lot more effort to discover yourself and try and fix yourself than taking a pill. And I mean, luckily we in UK, we are slightly better because getting the pill is not easy because it's a free national health system, which has got a lot more regulations. So people don't get that easy. However, it is a natural tendency. All of us are prey of getting what is easy compared to getting what is difficult. Take antidepressant, that helps. You think, okay, fine, let's get it fixed. And particularly for children, as Sharon mentioned, which I wasn't aware, that's a fashion. You need to be on it to be seen cool. Why wouldn't you do that? And there is a negative cycle and we need to stop it. Otherwise, it's going to be a big problem. And it's a collective responsibility of all of us who believe that we can do natural things and we can teach natural things to children so as to have a better generation. They will know it 10 years, 15 years later, it's too late. So now is the time. Let's make it happen. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and then the science is just so overwhelming. I mean, it's, if you can just point out to people that it's insane that we're not teaching school children how to do these things. It's the science
I would love
is
to
overwhelming.
have hours of conversation. It looks like I would really love to have, connect to you and have long discussions, because what you have got, we can empower that a little bit more through our influence and through our network of the integrated health and through the health practitioners. So it's, I think what you have got currently, we have some of that missing, some research we are doing, but you already have got it. Why don't we use it? It'll be amazing.
Somehow, maybe we need a forum but talking about it is one thing, and then we need a grander vision that brings all the pieces together.
The reason we think that we believe we can get a United Nations resolution for mind-body education and public education is because in 2015 the United Nations passed a resolution for the International Day of Yoga. And it's based on the same concepts of the Global Transformation Project, which is, improve global health, global well-being, same thing. And it set a record for co-sponsoring nations. 177 nations co-sponsored the International Day of Yoga. So this is very doable. When we get the United Nations resolution, then it'll use the UN to educate public educators all over the world about the science, because we're putting the science in the resolution. But the other thing it'll do is it'll empower teachers, like the educators that you're working with, Jill and Sharon. It'll empower teachers to be able to point to that UN resolution and go, look, that's the science. The UN resolution shows the science of how it's going to improve our kids' IQs and math proficiency and verbal fluency and GRE reading scores and all this, and you'd have to be an insane teacher not to want to have your kids doing, improving and all those things.
Well, I think there needs to be a real outreach to the teachers themselves. Even in the 90s, when I was working in the schools, the teachers had their desk drawers filled with pharmaceuticals for the kids. So the teachers really they're overwhelmed. Especially now.
But how much easier would a teacher's life be if their kids did a mind-body class every day for an hour? That would take a huge amount of pressure off the teachers' lives.
They don't even do physical education anymore.
It doesn't even have to be a full hour. It's
Well,
just,
but
making a pattern of
yeah, but
starting that day with that
but what,
connection.
but for the resolution, we're advocating an hour because that would be optimum. And so what we're advocating for is the optimum. And then public schools around the world, they can go, well, we can't do an hour, but we can do 20 minutes.
15 minutes,
We don't
yeah.
want to start with 20 minutes because then they might end up with 2 minutes. So
Oh,
we're going for
right.
the optimum
And
of
do
an
you
hour.
see it as able to weave into the PE schedule? Like, could
No,
it be
it
part
would
of
replace
PE?
it. Yeah, it would replace it because yoga and Tai Chi offer the same cardio benefit as what we think of as normal exercise. Yeah, so they'd get the cardio benefit from Tai Chi and Qigong, but they'd also be getting that mindfulness and meditation benefit, that alpha state, gamma wave consciousness, creative thinking, higher IQs, higher test scores, all that stuff. So it would replace it. It'd be kind of a hybrid between PE and health science. It would be a 1 hour mind body course. So we wouldn't just be teaching kids about hypertension. We'd be teaching them how to lower their blood pressure when their blood pressure gets high. You know what I mean? Real tactile things like that. And so, yeah, 1 hour a day, it would just replace PE and it would change the planet.
Are there models, education models and everything that have been created, so that
Well, at globaltransformationproject.org, what we do is we refer people to like John Kabat-Zinn's program and David Lynch's foundation, and to find yoga through the International Day of Yoga, find Tai Chi and Qigong through worldtaichiday.org. And so we provide that. And then we also have videos of schools that have incorporated mind-body practices, and it shows the life transformation that these kids are going through. So we have all that there so that any teacher can use that as a resource to take to their administration and go, yeah, look, it's already being used, and they're getting improved behavior rates, they're getting less bullying, they're getting higher test scores, and they're getting all these things. It's being done. But what's new with us is we're just pointing out that the science is so overwhelming that it should be recommended for every public education system on the planet, because it's just way past time. The science is just too huge.
And you are integrating the science of heart math into that picture?
Well, like I said, the founder of Heart Math is advocating for this United Nations resolution. What we're pushing for is a 1 hour a day program that would include the big five, which is meditation, yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, and mindfulness, because they just have a mountain of science behind them. And so that's what we're pushing for, that those big five be part of this hour, 5 day a week, 1 hour a day program. And we're encouraging schools around the planet to take advantage of local mind body schools, because there's what organizing World Tai Chi Day has shown us that it's everywhere. It's in every city on the planet. And so we're encouraging local schools to connect with local mind body teachers and kind of form their own programs. But at the same time, there could be, international models that they could look at, like the ones that we have videos of, that have already done this for many years. And we've been teaching in public schools for decades. And so that, like you were saying earlier, Pam and Jill, I think, kids just resonate to this stuff. It wouldn't be difficult to get kids to make mind body masters out of kids, because they're already mind body masters as children. What we do is we squeeze it out of them.
Exactly.
Well stated.
Yes, we do. We have diminished them, the creativity. And so on one hand, your efforts, Jill, to focus on the teachers and empower them, and the parents to empower them to, keep the children as, open and as creative and playful and joyful as they are, that we used to be, that we want to be, because after all, the kingdom of heaven is within us, and the little children will teach them, so to speak.
Indeed. And it's energizing when we let ourselves play with them rather than always control.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that we emphasize at globaltransformationproject.org is for educators to keep it playful, keep it fun, because that's where you get the benefit. Because it's true with adults too, with Tai Chi or Qigong or meditation classes. If the people come into the class have fun, then they're gonna stick with it, and they're gonna get a lot of benefit out of it.
Indeed.
Well, all of you, thank you. This has been an amazing discussion.
Yes, I'm so grateful
I
too.
want to thank you all for being part of this today and tell you about the future events coming up on Healing Our Earth. So, Neil Kumar. Oh, it's all tiny. Next week, we have alternative health again. And so that's going to be, we're going to be continuing this discussion, bringing these incredible practices, time honored, as I always say, to the world and to all of you. And that will be next week. And then after that, we're going to have, let's see, World Environment Day. This is, we all know, just look around what's going on this earth. And we really need to come together to help our earth, help ourselves, help our children, help our families. So that's coming up the weekend after. And we're going to have some wonderful people on that show. I'd love to bring my nephew back then to give us an update on what he and his students and he lives in a community outside of DC with he's playing with children from all over the world. And it's just a beautiful thing to see where he is actually living what we're talking about. So maybe he and some of his friends can come and give us their perspective on what it's like to still be in touch with nature and to be outdoors playing with each other.
Sharon, what
Yes.
a wonderful hosting you did yet again, and the wonderful array of the people you brought from the other side of the hemisphere. So what we will do now, if you can kindly close up with a nice prayer and everything, I request everybody, please stay on. We are going to go private and then some guidance will be provided so you know how to go forward. Remember, to the global audience who are watching us on the YouTube, Periscope, Facebook, website, we are live streaming right now, and next week we're gonna bring the 5th episode of Integrated Health. Sharon, over to you, do the closing, and we go private and we chat. Over.
Well, I think instead of a prayer, I'm going to want to have you all put your feet on the ground, feel the earth under your feet, wiggle your toes. Yeah, feel this. Now feel all the way down to the center of the earth, the base of your spine, like a line of light going all the way down to the center of the earth. And then connect there, and then feel this light, this energy, this chi, this Shakti coming up through the earth, like in waves into your feet, into your ankles, into your calves, your knees, your thighs, into your pelvis. Feel yourself sitting there on your seat. Feel it coming up through the central channel of your body, through your organs and into your heart. Feel the light coming up. Take a deep breath in. Bring it into your lungs, this life force, this Shakti, this chi. And feel it coming from your heart, down your arms, into your hands. And then feel like in the center of your hands, so the lagong point, you're going to feel like these flashlights of chi, of energy. And you're going to bring them up, all the way up, and feel the light from the sky now coming down into the top of your head, down into your pineal center, the place that sees in visions and dreams, connecting you with many dimensions. Feel that light from the stars coming in. And then down into your throat. And into your heart, and bring that light. Take those hands with the little flashlights, and then look into your head. My mind is clear. Bring that light there. Breathe in into your eyes. My vision is wide and open. Into your nose, take a breath in. Feel that life force from all around you. Breathe out any troubles and worries, let them go. Then into your mouth, take a deep breath in. Feel that chi, that shakti, that life force coming into your throat. My speech is clear and open and loving. And then into your heart. Rest there for a moment. Feel the life force, feel the beat of your heart. My heart is strong. My heart is pure. I send love to the world. Then down, down to your liver and your gallbladder and your pancreas and your spleen. They're all full of light. And then down into your stomach and your intestines. Feel that warmth of chi coming in. And then down to what's called your lower dantian. That's 4 fingers below your navel. The place of grounding, that elixir field of light and chi, that reservoir. And sit there for a moment, feeling that energy tingling, sparkling all around you. And then from my heart to yours, to all of our members of Healing Our Earth, of all of our great community around the world, we send love, we send joy, we send positive energy, and let's work together to bring this love and this light and this chi and all of these wonderful, what we call alternative health practices to ourselves, to our parents, to our families, to our children.